In this tutorial, you will learn how to make a complete 2D platformer. Okay, this is a complete tutorial on how to make a 2D platformer game. Okay, and we can collect item as you can see, and we can attack. Okay, attack, and enemy can attack us. Let's collect items, and if we just lose all of our health, we can die. Okay, you can make a game over screen. Game over screen, something like that, and also a menu. I will have a video in the description of that. Okay, how you can do it, you can go and check that out. So I hope you get the idea what we will do in this complete tutorial. Okay, and also timestamps will be in the description, so you can go and check that out. And also if you are just wanna add up audio, also gonna have a video in the description. You can go and check all of them. Okay, so without furthering delay, let's dive into this complete tutorial. Okay, so open up Unity Hub and then click on new project. Okay, and we will choose 2D for now, so I'm gonna choose 2D. Okay, and in the top in the bottom side right section, you can see project name. Okay, you have to name it, so I'm gonna call it something like Unity tutorial. Okay, tutorial or 2D platformer tutorial. And in the bottom you can see location where you have to save your project. Okay, you can choose a location by clicking on this icon, and you can choose a location where you want to save. So I'm gonna leave it to local disk E. Okay, and then after doing this, click on new project. Okay, and it will take a few moments. Okay, it will take a few minutes to load up all of our necessary things to make our game. Okay, so I'm gonna see you right there. As you can see, Unity loaded up all of the necessary things. Okay, you might have your project tab in the left side, so you can drag any tab anywhere you want. Something like if I can toggle it anywhere I want this console tab. So let's suppose if you lost any tab, so I'm gonna close this tab. As you can see, the console tab is gone. Okay, so don't panic, you can restore it. Okay, so what you have to do, you need to go over to window in the top, then general, and you can find any tab you lost. So in my case, I recently lost the console. Okay, so I'm gonna select that console, or you can see the shortcut key in the right section, which is control plus shift plus C. So I'm gonna bring up console tab. So as you can see, it's get immediately pop up. So I'm gonna let's drag this console tab right over here. So where it was before, I'm gonna drag it right there. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, we have our main camera as you can see, and our game view side by side. So I'm gonna select the player game object. I will have a link in the description of this, all of this sprite in the description box, so you can go ahead and check that out. So I'm gonna select the first one, and let's drag it to a scene view, or what else you can do, you can select that and drag it to hierarchy. Okay, so the problem is that it seems pretty small. To make it bigger, let's select the whole sprite sheet. Okay, and move over to inspector and make pixel per unit to a less number, something like I'm gonna choose 16. Okay, and scroll to the bottom, and if it seems blurry, so what you need to do, you need to select point no filter, and after doing all of these things, click on apply in the bottom. So as you can see, now we are able to see our player game object. So I'm gonna select this player game object. Let's select this move tool right over here. Let's drag it in the bottom little bit, and I want to rename this hero knight to a player. To do so, right click on that and rename, or what else you can do, select that game object and move over to inspector in the right. Okay, so I'm gonna name it something like player. Okay, player, and we want to add something. So firstly, we will add up a rigid body 2D to add gravity to this game object. So let's do that. So let's select the player game object, click on add component, and find over there rigid body 2D, And what I'm gonna make this gravity scale to a little bit up, something like 3, and collision detection to choose continuous. And we need to freeze this player character in Z rotation. If you do, or if we don't do this, so if I select this player game object and if we move over to transform then rotation, I'll play around with Z axis. As you can see, indeed player is weirdly rotating, so that's why we need to freeze the Z rotation. So I'm gonna set back Z rotation to 0, and let's go over to rigid body 2D, then constraint, and let's freeze the rotation about Z axis. Okay, and once you done, let's add up one more component, which is our box collider 2D for collision detection. Okay, so select the player game object, click on add component. Let's find over there box collider 2D, and let's edit the collider as the size of a sprite. So click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our sprite. Okay, so edit the collider as the size of sprite, and let's now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this game object gonna fall down due to our gravity. We added up rigid body which is responsible for gravity, so that's why it's gonna fall down. So as you seen, it's get fall down. Okay, so let's make a ground for now in the bottom, so this player can just land on that ground. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. So I'm gonna right click, let's go to 2D object, then sprite, and let's select this square. And I'm gonna select this square and let's drag it in the bottom by selecting this move tool, and let's scale this square in the x something like let's go to transform, then scale. Let's scale it something like 10. Okay, and what we need to do, let's rename this square to for now ground. So right click on it, rename, or select this game object, go over to inspector in the right, let's call it ground. Okay, and ground. And what we need to attach a collider to this ground, or else this player game object just gonna pass through this ground. So make sure you add collider to this both of this game object, or else it will not gonna work. So let's add up a box collider to this ground. So let's select this ground, click on add component, and find over there box collider 2D. Now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this game object gonna fall down to this ground due to our gravity, and it's gonna land on this ground because of the collider. Okay, as you can see, it's indeed fall down to this ground. Okay, so what we want to do, and now we want to move this player game object. Okay, in order to move this player game object, let's create a script for that. Okay, to do so, so select this player game object, click on add component, and click new script and name the script what you want. Okay, and then click on create add. Okay, and what else you can do, you can go over to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, create C# script, name the script what you want. Okay, so I already have created, and select this player game object and drag this whatever you created, basically the script, and drag it to add component section to this player game object, basically attach that. Okay, and once it's done, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, Visual Studio, and it will take a few moments for loading up our script. So as you can see, we have player script. Okay, so what we need, so I'm gonna go to top of my class. Before we do that, let's go to Unity, and if I select this player game object and play around with x position, if I move to transform then position, play around with x axis, we can see this player indeed moving left and right. Okay, so basically we need to replace this x with some speed or amount. So I'm gonna set back to 0. So let's go to script one more time, and let's create a float parameter. Okay, float parameter, let's make it public. It doesn't need to be public, instead let's create private. Okay, private float, private float, let's call it this one bookman, and by default it you can set it to 0f. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, or else you can leave it like this and end up with semicolon. It's also gonna set by default 0. Okay, So let's move over to update function. Okay, and we do know update function runs every single frame. Oh, okay, every single frame. So we're gonna check for some inputs over here. Okay, so let's go to update function, and over here we're gonna check if input, okay, dot get access, get access, and into bracket in quotation you have to pass the access name. So basically we want to move this game object left and right, basically horizontally. So that's why in quotation we're gonna pass horizontal, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this input dot get access function right over here, this function will take the axis in which axis we want to move. So in our case x axis, basically horizontally. So in quotation we typed horizontal. So this function right over here gonna check on your keyboard. Let's suppose if you press down a key, so this one right over here will be -1. Okay, -1. And if you press down a D key, so this input dot get access wanna give us 1. Okay, and if you don't hold down both of them, something like A or D, then input dot get access horizontal function will give us 0. Okay, so whatever this function give us, we're gonna store it into this variable. Okay, this movement variable. So let's whatever we get, let's store that into this movement variable. Okay, and let's set equal to this. So this movement can be -1, 1, or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. So let's suppose we are holding down a key, so this function right over here wanna give us -1. So this movement right over here will be -1. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code whatever you have done. And now let's move to Unity. Okay, we should able to see if we press down a key, that movement will be -1. If you press down D key or hold down D key, so that will be +1. So the movement right over here gonna return as 1. Okay, and in order to see a private variable, as you can see, we not able to see this variable which is movement, or we name it. Okay, so in order to inspect a private variable, what we need to do, we need to go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three dots, so click on it and click on debug. Now as you can see, we are able to see this movement, and by default it's 0. Now if we hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see this movement gonna depend upon what key we holding down. Okay, and by default it will be 0 because we not holding down A or D key. Now if I try to hold down A key, as you can see, it's indeed became -1. And if I just lift off my finger, it's became 0, and try to hold down D key, it's became 1. So what we wanna do, we wanna add this movement to our X position. Okay, so if I select, so I'm gonna go to normal mode one more time, and if we play around with X axis, we can see our player game object indeed it's going left and right. So I'm gonna unplay this now. Let's set back to 0 in the X. So we just need to replace this X with our movement, and we do know this movement can be -1. So if we put -1 in the X, as you can see, it's indeed going left side. And if we put 1 right over here, we can see our player game object is going right. Okay, so let's set back to 0 again. Let's go to script quickly, and we're gonna use another function. Okay, for that is fixed update. Let me talk about a little bit fixed update. So we do know update function right over here. In 1 second averagely it runs something like 60 frame, but it's totally depend upon on your PC. If you do have a fast system, then this update function right over here gonna run in 1 second 120 frames. But this fixed update right over here will run fixedly. Okay, so in the next time this update function can run 52 frames, and the third time it can be 53 frames, and fourth time it can be 60 frames. So basically this update function right over here, okay, sorry, I'm really sorry. Okay, so this update function, this update function right over here, it's totally depend. Okay, it can run in 1 second 60, 52, and 53, but this fixed update right over here, it's run fixed in 1 second. If it's run 60 frame, so in the next second still it's gonna run in 1 second 60 frames. So that is the catch. Okay, so that's why we're gonna use that. So what we need this player transform. So we're gonna move over to this transform, then position, and to this position we're gonna add some movement. Okay, so let's go to script now, and let's go to transform, then dot position. So transform dot position right over here, basically referencing this transform then position. Okay, and we're gonna add top of it plus equal a new vector 3, because this transform dot position is a vector 3 variable, which we know which has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we have to set a new vector 3. Okay, and we do know vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. So this what we want, we in the x we're gonna put this movement, and we do know this movement can be -1, +1, or 0, depending upon what key we holding down. Okay, and we don't want to move in the y-axis. Okay, like this, if we don't want to do that, so we're gonna put 0f in the y as well as 0f in the z. But the problem is this can give us a problem. Our player game object can run so much fast. Okay, to make it fixed this movement, what we need to multiply this whole thing with time dot fixed delta time. Okay, so let me explain. Let's suppose you do have a fast system, then this fixed update in 1 second it will run 120 frames, and I do have a little bit slower system. So in my case, this in 1 second it will run in 1 second 60 frames. So you can see there is a huge difference between our frame rates. So what to make it fixed or to make it constant, what we need to multiply this movement or this whole thing with time dot delta time. So let's multiply that time dot fixed delta time. Okay, fixed delta time. So now even if you are using a super fast computer, so in 1 second this fixed update will still gonna run 60 frames even you use a fast system. Okay, and this movement can be -1, +1, depending upon which key we holding down. So in the x-axis we just replace it. Okay, so if we hold down a key, so this will gonna go to left side, and if we hold down D key, so it will go to right side. Basically we just adding up. Okay, so now whatever you have done, Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. We should able to see this game object indeed gonna move left and right depending upon what key we holding down. So if we holding down A key, this will go left side. If we hold down D key, it will go right side. Okay, so let's see this. Let's hit this play button in the top, and let's see the result, what's really happening. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done, now if we hold down D key, as you can see it's going right, and now if I hold down A key, it's going left side. Okay, but it's pretty slowly going left and right. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna multiply our movement with some speeds, something like that. Okay, so let's go to script, and let's go to top of our class. Let's make a public float variable. Why we making public? So we can see that field right over here. Okay, right over here, and we can adjust it underneath our player script. So we don't need to go to the script and change the value. That will be float, and let's call it something like move speed or speed. Let's call it instead move speed. Okay, and by default I'm gonna give something like 5f or 5f, and put a f at the end, so it will be float, and close that off with semicolon. A float are those numbers which comes with decimal places like 0.5, 0.4, and 0.1, and also whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4 also are float numbers. Okay, and let's multiply this movement with this move speed, which is 5. So let's multiply this whole thing or to this movement. Okay, let's multiply move speed. Okay, sorry, not movement, move speed. And we do know move speed is 5, so we're gonna go to left and right with 5 amount of speed. Okay, and we made it public, so we can adjust it right over here. So we don't need to go to this script and change this value like 1 2 3 4 like that. Okay, so whatever you have done now, control s to save your code, and let's move to Unity. Okay, so we should able to see that field just gonna pop up underneath our player script, which is move speed. So we can adjust it right over here. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the move speed a little bit higher. Before we do that, I'm gonna make the ground a little, I'm gonna scale up my ground something like m30. Okay, in the x-axis. Now if select this player game object, let's I'm gonna increase the move speed something like 7. Okay, and now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this player game object indeed gonna go left and right with this amount of speed, which is 7. Okay, we should able to see the speed will be faster now. Okay, so as you can see, it's indeed going too much fast right now, but we can adjust upon it over here. So that's why we made that field public. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And now we're gonna make it a prefab. So what is a prefab? Prefab, you can say a copy of this game object. Okay, to make it prefab, okay, so let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, let's create and create a folder to keep all of the things organized, and let's call this folder to something like prefab. Okay, and now select this player game object and drag it to that prefab folder. Now it's turned blue, as you can see. Now if we delete from the scene view, as you can see, it's gone. Okay, so we just have to start working from scratch, but we made it prefab as you seen. Okay, so we're gonna select that from that prefab folder, that player game object, and we can drag it to this scene view or hierarchy. So that is the cool thing of making prefab, so we can restore it immediately, so we don't need to work from scratch. Okay, to do all of these things. So make sure you make it prefab to make your work little bit easy. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And hold down basically press down Control plus S to save whatever you have done to your project, or in Unity editor it will be saved. Okay, so press down Control S to save your thing. Okay, I hope you get the idea of it. We hit this play button. Okay, we're not flipping to the left side, so we also need to flip to the left side when we going to that direction. Okay, we need to flip our character to that direction as well. So let me show you. So as you can see, we moving left direction, but we're not looking towards that direction. Okay, so basically we need to flip. In order to flip, if I select this player game object and move to transform, then rotation, and set this y to something like minus 180 or 180, as you can see, indeed a player character gets flipped. Okay, and if I set back to 0, so as you can see, it's facing to the right direction. So basically we need to play around with this y rotation. Okay, or y angle of this player game object. So I'm gonna unplay this. Let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio our script. Okay, and we're gonna check right over here. uh, okay, and before we do that, we're gonna create a bool parameter. We do know that can be true or false. Okay, it will just gonna keep track of which direction we looking. So in this case, we looking to the right direction. Okay, so and by default we're gonna set that to true. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class. Let's make a public. You does it doesn't need to be public, so let's make it instead private. Okay, private, and let that will be bool, and we do know this bool can be true or false. Let's call this something like facing right. Okay, and by default I'm gonna give it to a true value and close that off with semicolon. Why? Because as you can see, our player character indeed looking to the right direction, so that's why I set this parameter by default to true. Okay, and now let's go to bottom. When we moving to the left side, so we need to work with movement. when we just move to left direction, so the movement is becoming -1. Okay, so by this movement we're gonna flip our character. So we're gonna check right underneath our movement, we will check if. Okay, and we do know in if condition we have to pass in these brackets a condition which should be true, something like 1 is greater than 0. Okay, and you need to make some curly brackets. And so whatever you type in between these brackets, if the condition is true, then whatever you write in between these curly brackets will be execute. So if the condition you pass in these brackets, in between these brackets, something like 1 is lesser than 0, okay, it's definitely not a true condition at all. So the condition over here is totally false. Okay, so that's why whatever you write in between this curly bracket will not be executed. So basically we need to pass a condition in between this if statement which should be totally true. So we're gonna check if movement. Okay, if our movement is lesser than 0f. Okay, 0f, basically what we doing, so when we move to the left direction, we do know that this movement right over here will be -1. It can be +1, -1 and 0 depending upon what key we holding down. Okay, so if we hold down a key, so we going to the left direction, so this movement over here becomes -1. And over here we checking if movement is lesser, and we do know if this movement becomes -1, and we do know that -1 is lesser than 0. So the condition over here is true. Basically we means that we moving to the left direction. Movement is -1 means we moving to the left direction. Okay, at the same time I'm gonna check one more condition. So we have to type this and we will check if looking to the right direction, as you can see. So if we moving to the left direction, at the same time we looking to the right direction, basically facing right is true. So what we need to flip this character to the left direction. So basically we have to set this y to -180. Okay, so we need to flip that. So let's go to script. So firstly movement is lesser than 0f, basically means we moving to the left direction. At the same time if we looking to right direction, okay, so we need to flip our character to left direction, and then we need to set this facing right to false. Why? If we flip this character to the left direction, we will not able to look right direction, okay, after that. So that's why. So let's go to script, and in order to do that we need to go to that transform, then Euler angles. Basically you can assume we just moving over to this transform, then rotation or Euler angles. Okay, basically angles you can say. And then we need to make, and we will set equal to new vector 3. Okay, because why we setting a new vector 3, because we do know a vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis, and this transform dot Euler angles also a vector 3 variable which has x-axis, y-axis and z-axis. So that's why we have to set it to a new vector 3. Okay, or you can say 3-dimensional data, and make sure close that up with semicolon. So we don't want to flip in the x-axis, so we're going to put 0f, and we do know if we set this y to -180, the player character will flip. So let's set this to -180f. Okay, sorry, 80f, and in the z-axis we're gonna put 0f. Okay, we now flip our character, so we flip the character. So in this case we no longer gonna able to look in the right direction, so that's why we're gonna set this facing right parameter to false now. Okay, because we flipped our character, so in that situation we looking to the left direction now. So that's why we're gonna set this facing right parameter to false. So let's set that facing right parameter to false. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Let's move to Unity. We should able to say when we're moving to the left direction, firstly what we doing, firstly we just flipping our character, and then we setting facing right parameter to false, because we no longer gonna able to see in the right direction. So that's why. And Control S to save your code. Okay, And now if we hit this play button, we should able to see we're gonna move to the left direction. Okay, I mean left direction. So just wait. So if we press down a key, as you can see a player indeed looks to the direction, left direction. So we also need to look to the right direction when we are moving to right direction. As you can see, basically we need to set this y to now 0, and okay, and if we set this to 0, as you can see it's get flipped. And after that we need to set this facing right parameter to true. Why? Because as you can see we're looking to the right direction now. Okay, so let's unplay this. Now let's move to script, and else if we gonna check. Okay, else if movement, firstly we're gonna check if movement is greater than 0f. Basically if movement is greater than 0f, basically we moving right direction. If we hold down d key, so we do know movement will be +1 or 1, so we're gonna move in the right direction. So movement is greater than 0f means basically means we moving to the right direction, or this movement is 1, and we do know 1 is greater than 0. And now at the same time we're gonna check and if we not looking to the right direction, once we flip this character to the left direction, this character will look towards left direction. It's no longer looking to the right direction. So after flipping our character, basically we looking to the left direction, so facing right is false. Okay, so as a second condition we're gonna check if facing right is equals to false. Okay, and make some curly brackets. So firstly we're checking if movement is greater than 0f, basically means we moving to the right direction. And at the same time we're checking if we not looking to the right direction. Once we flip this character, we do know it will look to the left direction. So this player is not looking to the right direction, basically facing right is false. Okay, so we're checking right over here. So let's copy this line of code, control C, and let's paste it right over here. So firstly what we have to do, we're gonna set this as 0f. Okay, so firstly we're gonna we just moving over to transform, then these angles, then we're setting this y to 0, and we do know if we set this y to 0, it will look to the right direction, as you can see. Okay, after setting that, so we're gonna set this facing right parameter to true one more time. Why? So in that situation we're looking to the right direction, as you can see. Okay, so that's why we set this facing right parameter to true now. Okay, so control as whatever you have done, and now let's move to Unity. We should able to see when we moving to the left direction, we just flipping, and then should we setting facing right parameter to false. Okay, and now let's hit this play button, and once we moving to the right direction, firstly we flipping our character to a right direction. Okay, and then we're setting facing right parameter to true. Okay, so as you can see we indeed moving left and right, and accordingly it player is flipping. Okay, so once we moving to the left direction, indeed player is looking to left direction, and once we are moving to right direction, our player character is looking to the right direction. So I hope you get the idea. And if you want to check that private field, basically the facing right, what you need to do, you need to go over to inspector in the top right, then click on this three dots right over here in the top right section, and click on this debug mode. Now we can see able to see this facing right. Facing right is by default is checked, basically means this one is true. And once we flip our character, okay, as you can see facing right becomes unchecked, basically means false. And once we move to the right direction one more time, as you can see indeed facing right we're setting back to true. Okay, because we looking to the right direction, so that's why we're setting facing right parameter to true. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this, and I'm gonna go to normal mode. So let's click on this three dot one more time, and let's select normal. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can flip your character to left and right according what direction you are currently moving. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. Now press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your whatever you have done to your Unity project. It will be saved, or else what you can do, go to top left file. Okay, file, and then you need to click on this save, or the shortcut key you can see in the right section. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of flipping character. So once we press down space key on our keyboard, I want this player game object to jump in the Y axis. So if I select this player and then move tool and play around with Y axis, as you can see, we just jumping. So basically we gonna add a force to this game object in the Y axis, not in the X axis. So we only want to jump in the Y axis. Okay, so in order to do that, what we need this rigid body 2D reference, and this rigid body 2D reference is responsible for adding velocity, jumping, velocity, movement, all of those stuff. Okay, so basically we need a reference, or adding force you can say. So we need a reference of this rigid body 2D component of this player game object. Then we can set the velocity of this rigid body in the y axis with some unit. Okay, so let's double click that to open up our Visual Studio, our script, and let's go to top of our class. Okay, so we're gonna make it public so we can see it right underneath our player script. And the component we need is rigid body 2D. Okay, so we have to type right over here rigid body 2D, and we have to name the component what we want. So let's call it something like RB, short for rigid body. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. We should able to see an empty field and underneath our player script gonna pop up, and it will be rigid body, and by default it will be empty. Okay, so as you can see RB, and it says none, basically empty. So what we need, we're gonna select this rigid body and drag it out there. Okay, select that and drag it in there. Now we have player rigid body. As you can see, basically we have reference of this rigid body now. Okay, so let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio script, and let's go to bottom. We want to make we're gonna make a function for jumping. Okay, so for function we have to type void, and let's call this function to something like jump, and make some first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so what we want to do inside this function, we want to add a force to this velocity, or sorry, to this rigid body in the y axis with some unit. Okay, so that's the catch. So we're gonna go to RB, and then dot add force. Okay, add force, and we have to pass a direction or vector 2, which we do know, which has x axis and y axis. Basically we just moving over to this RB, and then we adding a force. Okay, and let's pass in between these brackets new vector 2. Oh, we do know this vector 2 is a two-dimensional data. It has x axis and y axis. Okay, so we don't want to jump in the y axis, so we're gonna put 0f in the x axis, sorry, x axis, and in the y axis we want to jump with some unit, something like let's suppose 5f or 5 unit. Okay, so basically we need to come to the script and change this value over again and again, so it will be quite a lot of work. Okay, so instead of doing this, let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable of jump height, so we can adjust it right over here. So basically we need to make it public. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public, that will be float, and let's call it something like jump height. And by default I'm gonna give it to something like 5 unit. Okay, 5f, and let's close that off with semicolon. Let's go to there, and let's replace this jump height with this 5f with jump height. So, and we made it public, so we can adjust it right over here, so we don't need to come to the script and change this value over again and again. And we also need to include one more, so comma you have to type, because this is a force, so as a second argument we have to pass force mode. Okay, force mode 2d dot impulse, make sure you do that, and after that close that up with semicolon. But we also need to call this function, we never calling it somewhere, so our player game object will not able to jump in the y axis. Basically this force not gonna at in the y-axis, so we need to call, but when we should. So I'm gonna go to update function, and we do know update function runs every single frame. So there I'm gonna check. So let's go to bottom, and I will check if, okay, if input dot get key, and in brackets we have to pass a key code, which key code we are gonna check for. Okay, so I'm gonna pass key code dot space as space and close and make some curly brackets. Basically what we're doing right over here, if input dot get key code dot space basically mean if we pressing down space key on our keyboard, so what we will what I want this player game object, I want this player game object to jump in the y-axis. Basically we need to call this jump function, and what jump function is doing, it's firstly moving over to this rigid body and then adding a force in the y-axis with this jump height parameter. Okay, so we're gonna call this function, and this function just gonna do the rest. So let's call this out right over here, so which is jump, and make first bracket and close that up with my semicolon. Basically you need to type the function name, which is jump, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. Make sure that you do that. Okay, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So once we try to press down space key on our keyboard, we should see this player game object gonna jump in the y-axis with this with jump height parameter. So we can adjust it right over here, something like we can set it to 4, we can set it to 2, 1, and so on. So I'm gonna set it to something like 4. So that's why we don't need to go to the script and change this value over again and again. Instead of hard coding, we just made a variable so we can adjust it right in the Unity editor. Okay, so let's check that out. I'm gonna set this jump height to a little bit lower number, something like 3. Now let's hit this play button in the top, and once we press down space key, we should able to see this game object indeed gonna jump in the y-axis with this jump height parameter. Okay, so as you can see, indeed our player game object is jumping, okay, in the y-axis whenever I go to press down space key on my keyboard. But the problem is that we can jump as many times as we want, even we are not standing on the ground. Okay, we are able to jump on in the air, so we don't want to do that. So we only want to jump when we standing on this ground. Okay, we don't want to jump when we are in the air. We don't want to do that. Okay, so to restrict that or to get rid of that, let's make a variable for jumping. Let's make a bool variable. Okay, and that bool variable will keep track if we are standing on the ground or not. That variable gonna check. Okay, so let's open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a variable right underneath our float jump height. Let's make it public so we can see it over here. It doesn't need to public, instead you can make it private. Okay, it's totally up to you. So for making public, so we can check that. Okay, so bool, that will be bool. Let's call it something like is ground, is ground, and by default you can set it to something like true. So I'm gonna set it to true by default. Okay, and close that up with semicolon, and let's go to over here. So if input dot get key code dot space, basically if we pressing down space key at the same time, I'm gonna check if we standing on the ground or not. So and I'm gonna check if this is ground parameter is true, is equals to true, or you can leave it like this, it's also means true. So if is ground is true, at the same time if we pressing space key, then this jump function will call. And for the first time, as you can see, is ground by default we set it to true. Okay, so and after jumping, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set this is ground parameter to false now. Okay, so let's set it to false. So when we press down space key, at the same time is ground is parameter is true. Basically we is standing on the ground. Okay, so then so both of these condition for the first time will be true. Okay, so that's why this jump function will call, and jump function just adding a force in the y-axis, basically we jumping. Okay, and after that we setting this is ground parameter to totally false. Okay, and now if we try to raise down a space key for the next time, we're not gonna able to jump. Why? This as you can see, if we press the down space key, at the same time is ground is true, but we do know for the next time which setting is ground to false. So this one right over here is for the next time it will be false, so this one becomes false. So that's why this whatever you write in between this curly bracket will not be executed. So basically in the AND condition, both of these conditions should be true. If any of them becomes false, then whatever you write it's not gonna be execute. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So for the first time we should able to see that our player game object will able to jump, and then after it we setting this is ground parameter to false. And if we try to press down space key for the next time, we're not gonna able to jump because this is ground now is false. So both of these conditions should be true, else this will not be called out. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top, and you can see is ground by default is check, basically means true. Okay, and if we press down for the first time, we're gonna able to jump because both of those condition is true. So if I press down space key, so I'm gonna make it a little bit larger number, something like let's set it to 10. Okay, now if I hit this play button in the top, we should able to jump for the first time, and after that we setting is ground parameter to false, and if it's false we're not gonna able to jump. So if I press down space key, as you can see we are able to jump. But if I try to press down for the next time space key multiple times, even multiple times, as you can see indeed our player is not jumping anymore. So basically what we need to set this is ground to true. So both of these conditions should will be true, and we do know if both of this condition right over here is true, so this jump function will call, basically we gonna able to jump. And after that we're setting back is ground parameter to false. Okay, so if we set this is ground parameter to true and try to press down space key, as you can see we indeed jumping. Okay, so basically we need to set this is ground parameter to true. But when we are collide with this ground, or when we are standing on the ground, we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true. And we do know if this one is true, so we're gonna able to jump because there both of those conditions will be true. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. To check that if we collide with this ground or not, we need to use another function, and that is Unity default function. To get that, let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and let's go to bottom. Okay, and over here we have to type this on collision. Okay, on collision enter 2D, and make sure you typing as I did right over here, else it will not work. And this function get called by Unity automatically. But when this function get called by Unity automatically, when we collide with this ground, if this player game object collide with this ground, then this function right over here gonna trigger. Okay, so and we can extract info whatever we collided with by going to this collision. Okay, we can extract info, the name of the game object we collided with, like this ground. Okay, ground, anything like that. So let's check that if it's working or not. So let's print out a message in the console. So for printing out, we do know we have to type debug.log function, and in quotation or you have to pass a string. So we're gonna move over to this collision. Okay, collision. So let's go to collision.gameObject.name and close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing right over here, we do know this function get called when we collide with something, and we're just printing out the name of the game object whatever we collided with. So basically we're going to collision, then dot game object, basically means whatever we collided with that game object, and then accessing the name dot name of the game object we collided with. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. select the console in the bottom and hit this play button in the top. And when we collide with this ground, the ground name just gonna pop up in the console because we name it this square or this ground as a ground name. So let's select this console in the bottom and hit this play button in the top. So when we collide with this ground, that function's gonna trigger, and what that function is doing, we just printing out the name or the game object we collided. As you can see, indeed the ground name just gets pop up in the console. Now if I try to move this player game object one more time further away this ground and collide for the next time, as you can see, for the next time ground message just gets pop up. So instead of printing out message, what I want to set this is ground parameter to true, and we don't know if we set this one to true we will able to jump for the next time as well. Okay, so let's clear the console. Before we do that, I'm gonna select this ground. Okay, let's firstly go to script. Okay, firstly go to script, and over here I'm gonna check. Before we do that, let's do the thing. So let's select this ground and go over to inspector in the top right, and then tag over here, click on it and click on add tag in the bottom and hit this plus icon and name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like ground. Okay, and click on save and go over to that game object one more time, this ground, and let's assign this ground as a ground tag. In order to do that, select the ground game object, go over to inspector, click on untag and assign it to ground. Now we assign it this ground basically as a ground tag. And now let's move to script. Okay, and over here print, instead of printing out message, we're gonna check. Okay, so let's check if collision. Okay, collision dot game object dot tag. Okay, if it's equals to ground and make some curly brackets. So what we basically doing right over here, so whatever we collided with, we going to that game object and then we accessing the tag of that game object. Basically we going to this ground. If we colliding with this ground, then accessing this ground tag, and we checking right over here if that tag is equals to a ground, and we do know we assign it that ground as a ground tag, so the condition over here will be true. Okay, so firstly we going to whatever we collided, we going to that game object, then accessing the tag, and we checking if that tag is equals to ground, and we definitely know that if we collide with this ground, so the ground we assigned this ground as a ground tag, so the condition over here will be true. Basically we colliding with that ground, and we do know if we colliding with that ground, so we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true. Okay, this one, and if we set this one to true one more time, so both of this condition over here getting true, and we don't know if we press down now space key we will able to jump, and after that we setting back is ground to false, and but when we collide with this ground we're gonna set is ground parameter to true. So let's say this is ground to true. Okay, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So when we collide with this ground, okay, ground, and firstly we checking if that ground as a tag ground, and then we setting that is ground parameter to true, and we don't know if we set that to true we will able to jump for the next time. Okay, so let's hit this play button. So I'm going to select this player game object in the bottom, and let's in hierarchy let's hit this play button in the top. We should able to see when we jump, and next time we're gonna able to jump. Okay, so now if I jump, if I jump, as you can see is ground becomes true false when we on in the air. Okay, because after jumping we setting this is ground parameter to false. Okay, but when we collide with that ground, then again we setting this is ground parameter to true, as you can see basically when we collide with this ground. Okay, so now if I do for the next time, as you can see is ground became false, and then it's getting true when we collide with this ground. Let's check for another. So we are not able to jump in the air, even I'm just trying to press down multiple times my space key. As you can see it's not jumping anymore in the air. So I hope you get the idea of jumping at a one time to use bool parameters to keep track what should you do. Okay, so that's why we create a bool parameters to keep track of what should we do. Okay, So I hope you get the idea of this, how collision works in Unity. Okay, and we can extract info whatever we collided with, like tag of the game object, name, component, any component we looking for, like that, like those stuffs. So I hope you get the idea of it. So let's make the animation running, jumping and attack. Okay, so let's do that. So we need an animation tab and animator tab for that. If you don't have it, what you need, okay, what you need to do, you need to go to window in the top, okay, and then scroll to the bottom side. You can see animation or control 6 in the for shortcut key, and also this animator tab. Okay, so I have right over here animation tab, so I'm gonna drag it right over here. Okay, to make the animation, let's select this player and let's go to project tab, then assets, then hero knight, where we have all of the sprites. So we have over here, so let's select this, let's click on this arrow, let's click on sprite editor. So basically we need to uh, basically we need to see which sprite we need to drag. Okay, so we need to count, so 3 6 6 9 and okay, so 3 6 6 7 8. So first 8 frames is idle. Okay, so basically we need to drag 8 frames right over here. So before we create the animation, select the player game object, in select the player game object. Okay, select the player and click on this create button. So we're gonna move to assets. In assets we have three folders, as you can see: hero knight, prefab and scenes. As you can see right over here in project tab, then assets, we have hero knight folder, prefab and scenes. And to keep all of the things in organized way, we're gonna create another folder for all of our animation. Okay, so in order to do that, so right click, new, let's click on folder, let's call this folder animation. Okay, and now click and save it, and let's open up that animation folder by double click, and let's create a subfolder for our player animation, because we're gonna have enemy animations clip as well. So to keep all of the things in separate and organized way, we're gonna create a subfolder. So right click, new, and let's create folder, let's call this folder something like player, okay, player animation, player animation, and hit enter to save it. Let's open up that subfolder as well, and let's call this animation, okay, so this will be player idle one, and we're gonna have player run, then player attack, player jump, all of those animation. And let's call this animation firstly player, okay, player underscore idle, and click on save. Okay, and what we need to hit this record button to record our animation. So click on this record button and select first 8 frames, so 1 2 3 4 5 7 8. Okay, 3 6, okay. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So hold down shift to select all of them, and let's drag it up in the animation tab. And if we hit this play button to play, as you can see, indeed our animation is playing, but it's pretty much fast. So what we need to make some spaces between these sprite or these animations. Okay, so let's select like this, and let's drag it something like 30. Okay, 30, and if we hit this play button now, indeed our ideal animation is now good. So let's drag it a little bit more to make it more suitable. Okay, so now I guess 40 is fine, and once you find, click on this record button one more time to capture your animation. Now we have, if we so let's create another animation. So I'm gonna select that sprite sheet, and I'm gonna choose the running one now. Okay, so 1 2 1 2 and okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so 10 sprites is running. Okay, so 10 sprite is running, so we're gonna undiscard this. Okay, So let's create another animation clip which will be the running one. So let's select this player one more time and click right over here player idle and create click on create new clip. Okay, and we want to name this clip to something like player underscore run. Okay, so let's call it player underscore run, player underscore run, and click on save. Okay, and make sure you hit this record button to record your animation, and let's drag those sprite right over here. So we're gonna select a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So we have 10. By hold down shift and select all of them and drag it right into this animation tab. Now hit this play button to play animation. Indeed, it's pretty much fast, so let's make it something like, let's move over to 1 second. And now let's hit this play button. As you can see, our animation is now fine. So we're gonna delete this one seems okay. So this one right over here, we're gonna delete this one, basically ideal one. Instead, let's select all of them by like this, and let's move it over to first. And now if we hit this play button, indeed our animation is okay, but we have to do something. It's not a good way, so I'm gonna delete all of them, and we need to count one more time. So 3 6 7 8. So from here, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, 10 by holding down shift, and let's move it over to, and if we hit this play button, let's make it space, let's move it over to 1. Okay, I guess it's pretty fine. Let's move it over to 30, 40 instead. Okay, so 40 seems pretty quite good. So once you done, okay, once you are done, hit this record button one more time to capture the animation. Now we have two animation. If we select this player game object and move over to animator tab, as you can see, we have player idle and player run. Okay, let's create another one which will be the attack and also the jump one. Let's select this as the whole spreadsheet, click on sprite editor in the inspector, and let's count. Okay, let's count. So attack 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 7. Okay, so so we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so the first is now 6 frames from, I guess, over here. So 6 frame we have to choose. So let's select this player game object and click on over here, click on create a new clip. Let's call this clip to something like player underscore attack. Okay, attack, and click on save, and let's hit this record button to record our animation, and we need to drag all of the attack sprites. So we have 6 sprites, so we're gonna select one. Okay, 1 2 3 3 4 5 6. Okay, 6 by holding down shift, and let's drag it right over here, and let's hit this play button. As you can see, it's pretty much fast, so let's make spaces something like, let's move over to 30, and now let's hit this play button. Okay, so it seems fine, so I'm gonna do it something like move it to 0.55. Okay, let's move it over to 10. Just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, and at 25, and now let's hit this play button. Now it seems pretty quite good. Let's click on record button to capture the animation. Let's create other animation which will be the jump one. So let's click on sprite sheet, and we're gonna choose the jump one right now. Okay, so jump one seems okay. So 1 2, and then 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, 7 frames. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 5 7 8. So 8 frames basically. So we need to so we're gonna increase control and scroll up and scroll your mouse. Okay, basically scroll the wheel, so you're gonna get to look, you're gonna get to see. Okay, zoom in. So we're gonna choose the jump one. So before we do that, let's select this player. So we have 8 frames, so I'm gonna discard this. We have 8 frames for jumping. So let's click right over here, select the player game object first and click on create a new clip, and this will be jump. Let's call this player underscore jump. Okay, jump, and now click on save. Click on save. Let's choose the jump, which will be from here. 8 frames, so 3 3 6. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so the 7 sprites by holding down shift, and let's drag it out here and make sure hit this record button. Okay, record button to record your animation. Now hit this play button. As you can see, indeed our player is jumping. So let's move it over to something like 30. Okay, and now if we hit this play button, okay, so now it seems pretty quite good, and play around. So we have now captured all of the animation, and click on this record button. And now I'm gonna drag this animation tab in the bottom. Okay, now we have all of the animation. If we move over to animated tab and select this player, as you can see, we have player run, player attack, and player jump. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can create multiple animation clip, attack, idle, and jump, or how you can create animation clips. I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, so we need to make transition between this state, okay, from idle to run, and run, or from any state to jump. Okay, but it's gonna depend. When we are moving, we're gonna play this run animation clip, and when we are press down space key, basically when we are jumping, we need to play jump animation clip, as well as we also need to play attack animation clip. Okay, so let's make transition between them. So right click on idle, okay, and make transition from to player run, and we need to choose this arrow. Okay, choose this arrow and go over to inspector, and you can see has exit time. Okay, so we're gonna untick this. Why? We want to go immediately to run animation clip. Okay, we don't want to wait for when we are moving. We should immediately go into run animation clip. Basically we need to play run animation clip. Okay, so that's why we're gonna untick this has exit time, as well as we're gonna set transition duration to 0. We're gonna go immediately, and if we scroll down to the bottom, and we need to set some certain parameters. Okay, in order to go in this run animation clip. So we will set a parameters. To set a parameters, you need to go animator tab. You can see parameters. Okay, we have layers and parameters. So hit this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this float. Okay, and we have to name, let's call it something like run, or let's call it speeds. It's totally up to you. Let's call it run instead. Okay, so we're gonna choose this parameter. Okay, so let's hit this plus icon and choose run over here. If run is greater than something like point 1. Okay, point 1. So if we set this run parameter to 1, and we do know that run is really greater than point 1, so the condition over here getting true. Okay, and if the condition is true, then we're gonna move over to run animation clip, because we have chosen that condition, as you can see. Okay, and we also need to go back to from run to player idle. When we are not moving, just standing, then instead of playing running animation clip, and in that situation we need to play idle animation clip. Okay, so right click on player run and make transition back to player idle. Okay, and we need to select this arrow, and we're gonna untick has exit time, because we're gonna go immediately. We don't wanna wait for to play ideal animation clip. We just want to go instantly. Okay, and transition duration to select 0. Scroll to the bottom, and we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to go. So we want to set this to 0, and if we set this to 0, then we will play this ideal animation clip. Okay, so hit this plus icon to choose that, and now we're gonna choose lesser, and lesser with something a smaller number, a smaller number than 1. So we're gonna choose something like 0.1. Okay, so we do know if we set this to 0, this run parameter to 0, and 0 will be lesser than point 0.1. Point 0.1 is a bigger number. Okay, so the condition over here getting 0 true. Okay, and we do know if we set this run parameter to 0, so we're gonna go to player ideal animation clip, because this run is run if because this 0 is lesser than point 0.1, and we do know, and if it's point 0.1, then this ideal animation clip will be played, because as a condition we have chosen that. Now if we hit this play button in the top and try to set this parameter 1 and 0, we will see the change will happen, or the animation will be played depending upon what we doing. Okay, now if I set this run parameter to something like 1, as you can see, indeed running animation is playing. Why? Because if we select this arrow from idle to run, we can see we have chosen that condition. If we set this run parameter to 1, and we do know run 1 will be greater than point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. Okay, so that's why this running animation is going just playing. Okay, and now if we set this run parameter to 0, and if we set that, so the condition over here will get true, because 0 is lesser than point 0.1. Okay, so let's set this to 0. As you can see, ideal animation now it's playing. Ideal animation it's playing. Why? Because if we choose this arrow as a condition, we have chosen that if we set this to 0, and we do know 0 is will be lesser than point 0.1, or some with you can compare with some smaller number. Okay, so I'm gonna and play this. Okay, and we need to control this run parameter through our code. If we select this player game object, as you can see, an animator component has been added while we created those animation clip, jump, idle, and run attack animation clip. Okay, this component just added up, and this component is right over here, is responsible for playing our animation clips, and we need a reference of this animator, so we can set this run parameter through our code. So this component is responsible for playing animation clip and switching up animations. Okay, and this plus icon has been added. So what we need to do, we need to go over to top in inspector, click on overrides, and click on apply all. So this animator component will also be added in that prefab. So now if we move to project tab, then prefabs. Okay, and try to open up this player prefab by double clicking on it. As you can see, an animator component has been added to this prefab, or this copy of our player game object as well. So I hope you get the idea. And now what we need, if we select this player game object, we need this animator component reference, and by this animator component reference we will set this run parameter to 1 or 0 depending upon if the player is moving or not. Okay, so let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we need a reference of that animator component, so let's go to top of our class. Okay, and let's make a variable over here, public, that is a animator component. So we have to type animator and we have to name it. Let's call it animator, something like that. Close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we will able to see an empty field of animator will appear just underneath our player script. So what we need to drag this animator right there. So we will have the reference, then we can set this run parameter. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and as you can see animator, and it says none, empty. So let's select this animator and drag it right there, and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. And now let's move over to update function, and when we are moving we want to set this run parameter to 1, so it will play running animation clip, and when we just standing not moving, we will set this run parameter to 0, and if we set this to 0, it will play idle animation clip. Okay, so let's go to anime script now, and let's go to update function. In the bottom we will check, okay, if something like if movement is greater than 0f. Okay, basically if movement is greater than 0f means we are moving left and right. Okay, movement is greater than 0f means we just holding down a or d key, and we do know if we hold down a or d key, this movement right over here can be -1 or +1. Basically we just moving left and right. Okay, but the problem is that when we try to move in the left side, so the movement right over here will be -1, and we do know that -1 is not greater than 0f. So in greater than 0f. So before we do that, before I explain it, make some curly brackets. Okay, and what we need, we're gonna go to before I explain that, I'm gonna go to this animator. Okay, this animator. So let's go to animator, and we have to use this function. It's called set float, because this if we move to Unity, and this is run as we have chosen a float, so that's why we have to use this function. Okay, and make some first brackets, and for in quotation firstly you have to type the parameter name. So make sure you go to Unity and check which is run, and make sure you type the same we did in animator tab, as you can see right over here. So we have to type it correctly, make sure that. So let's go to a script, and let's run type run comma, and the second argument we have to set the value, and we do know if the movement is greater than 0, basically we are moving left and right. Okay, movement this can be -1, so if this -1, then we moving left, and if that movement is 1, then moving right. Okay, so that's why we're gonna set the parameter to 1f and close that up with semicolon. And we do know that if this is 1f, so we're setting this parameter to 1 when we are moving right and left, and we setting 1, and we do know if we set this 1, so it will play the running animation clip of our player, because as a condition we have chosen that. If we select this arrow, okay, and go over to inspector, as you can see, if we set this to 1, and we do know that 1 will be greater than 0.1, 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true, so that's why this run animation clip will be played. Okay, so that's why we're doing. But the problem is that when we are moving to the left side, okay, so basically this movement will be -1, it not will be +1. Okay, and we do know that -1 is not greater than 0, it's basically lesser than 0. Okay, so the instead of now what we will basically we're not gonna play, so the idle animation will be played. Okay, sorry, running animation clip will be played when we are still moving. Okay, so if we go to, so what we need to convert this -1 into a positive number. In order to do that, what we need to use a function. It's called mathf. Okay, mathf dot apes. Okay, apes basically means absolute, and put this movement into whole brackets. Okay, so this mathf.apps function, mathf.absolute function, this will take a negative value and it will convert into a positive value. So if we still moving in the left side, so the movement over here will be -1. So this function or right over here, it's gonna take this -1 and it will convert into a +1. Now this one's always became 1, and we do know 1 is always greater than 0. Okay, basically we moving left and right, and so we just setting that 1, and we do know if we set it 1, this running animation clip will be played. So whatever you have done, Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. We should able to see when we are moving left and right, the running animation clip will be played. Okay, so let's see what's really happening. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top. and when we are moving left and right, basically when we pressing down A and D key, that movement will be -1 +1 depending upon which direction we are going. So now if we, as you can see, even we are moving to the left side, basically the movement is -1. That functions convert -1 into a +1, so that's why running animation is playing. But the problem is, if I lift up my finger from both of those key A and D key, still running animation clip is playing. Okay, so what we need when we are not moving, basically movement is will be lesser than 0. Okay, so when we are not moving, we need to set this to parameter, run parameter, to 0, and we do know if we set this run parameter to 0, as you can see, idle animation clip is playing. Okay, so if we select this back arrow, so basically this arrow, as a condition we have chosen that, as you can see, is a 0 is lesser than 0.1. Okay, so that is the case. So basically we need to set this run parameter to 0 when we are not moving. So let's unplay this. Let's quickly go to script and change that. So else if we check, else if else if movement, okay, movement is lesser than 0f, and make some curly brackets. So movement is lesser than 0f, basically we not pressing A or D key. Okay, sorry, we have to choose a condition, basically 0.1 instead of 0, we have to choose 0.1. Sorry, really sorry for that, actually 0.1. And we do know mathf.apps right over here, this movement which will be -1, it will convert into a +1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0.1. Okay, or 0 you can say. And now over here, else if we checking if movement, okay, if movement is lesser than zero point 0.1, so when we are not moving left and right, okay, basically we not holding down A or D key, so this movement right over here will be 0. And we do know if movement is 0, basically we standing. Okay, so in that situation we need to play ideal animation clip instead of running. So let's copy this line of code by Control C, and list piece paste by Control V in here. And so if movement is lesser than 0.1, basically we standing. Okay, so what we need to set this run parameter to 0f. So let's set it to 0f, and we do know if we set to 0, it will play ideal animation clip indeed. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that change will happen right away when we are not moving. Okay, when we are not moving, basically movement will be 0, and we know 0 is lesser than some kind of speed number, some smaller number, which is 0.1, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true, so that's why we will play ideal animation clip. And now if we hit this play button in the top and see the change, it will happen directly. Okay, so just wait for to compile. And when we are moving, basically pressing down A or D key, as you can see we moving. Okay, basically we playing running animation clip. Okay, but when we are not moving, as you can see ideal animation is playing, because we set this run parameter to 0 through our code. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of playing run and ideal, and basically making transition between those states depending upon what player actually is doing. Okay, I hope you get the idea of it. So let's make transition from idle, from run or idle to jump. Basically we want to go to jump animation clip from any state. If we standing, okay, we want to go jump state as well. Okay, if we running, then if we press down space key while running, we need to play jump animation clip. So basically from any state we want to go jump animation clip. Okay, to do so we have to right click on any state and make transition to jump. Okay, and we need to so select this select this arrow and go over to inspector. So we're gonna untick this has exit time, as well as we will set this transition duration to 0. Okay, we're gonna go immediately to jump animation clip when we press down space key. Okay, it doesn't matter if we just playing idle or running, immediately we want to go whenever we press down space key. Okay, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So basically we will set a parameter to go in this jump animation clip, and we will control that parameter through our code. Okay, so let's go to parameter tab in animator, hit this plus icon, and now we will choose this bool parameter. Okay, and let's call it jump, and let's select this arrow and let's go over to inspector, scroll down to the bottom. As a condition, let's hit this plus icon and we will choose right over here jump. And we do know if we set this jump parameter to true, basically checked or false, we will move over to jump animation clip. Okay, and we also need to go back to idle or run. If we not moving, then we should play idle animation clip, and if we are moving, then we should play running animation clip. Okay, so we also need to move transition to idle or run, or we will stuck forever into this jump animation clip. So that's why we need to make transition from jump to idle, and as well running as animation clip, depending upon if the player is moving or not. So right click on player jump and make transition to player idle, as well as right click player jump and make transition to run. Okay, run, and we need to choose this arrow. Okay, so in which condition we want to go. So we're gonna go immediately. So we let's untick this has exit time, as well as we will set this transition duration to 0. Okay, we just want to go immediately when we are not moving. Okay, so from jump animation clip to idle, as well as from I basically jump to run. Okay, so we need to choose a condition. So let's hit this plus icon. Okay, so firstly we will set this jump parameter to false. Okay, false, and a second condition we will choose run parameter to lesser than something like 0.1. And we do know when we are not moving, basically we standing, then in that situation we setting this run parameter to 0. Okay, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1, so that's why it will move over to idle animation clip when we are not moving. Okay, when we are not moving, we setting this run parameter to 0 as a float, as you seen in the code. Okay, and we do know if we set it to 0, it will play our idle animation clip instead of running. But in other case, if we are moving, okay, so let's say this arrow, okay, and go over to inspector. So we're gonna untick has exit time. We just want to go immediately from jump to run if we are moving, and we will set this jump transition duration to 0. And let's scroll to the bottom, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. Firstly we will set this parameter jump parameter to false, basically unchecked or true. Okay, so let's hit this plus icon. So we will choose a jump parameter to false, and then as a second condition we let's hit this plus icon. We will choose run parameter to greater than 0.1. And we do know when we are moving, we're setting this run parameter to 1. Okay, and 1 is will be greater than 0.1, as you can see. So the condition over here getting true. So if we are moving, then this run animation clip will be played, but if we not moving, then idle animation clip will be played. Okay, as a second condition we have chosen what we exactly doing. If we moving, then from jump it will play run animation clip, because we setting this run to 1 when we are moving. So the run animation clip will be played, and once we are standing not moving, we setting this run parameter to 0. And we know firstly we setting this parameter which is false. As a second condition we choosing this run to 0, and we do know if the run is 0, so 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this idle animation clip will be played. I'm gonna clear the console. Okay, let's go to animator tab, and now let's quickly open up the script. Before we do that, let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check basically let's manually do or set this jump parameter to true or false, what we basically doing. Okay, and now if I set this jump parameter to true, as you can see the jump animation clip just playing. But if I set this to false, basically unchecked, as you can see idle animation playing, idle animation clip is playing. Why? Because we're not moving, so that's why we're not setting this run parameter to 1. Okay, but if I set this jump parameter one more time to true, jump animation clip is playing. And if I set this to false, idle animation is playing. So basically what we need to set this jump parameter to false or true, depending upon if we press down on our keyboard space key, then we will set this to true. And we know if we set this to true, as you can see jump animation clip is playing, because as a condition we have chosen that. So if we select from any state, so if we select this arrow, as you can see jump parameter we have chosen to true. And we do know if we set this to true, basically check the running animation clip will be played right away. And if we set this to false, depending upon if the player is moving, then it will play run animation clip. And if the player is not moving, just standing at a point, then idle animation clip will be played. So that is the case. So I'm gonna unplay this, and we will control this jump parameter through our code. So let's quickly open up the script by double clicking on it, and let's go to bottom. Over here, as you can see right over here, we checking if we pressing down space key, if input dot get key keycode dot space, basically if we pressing down space key at the same time if is ground is true, basically we colliding with that ground, and we pressing down space key, so we jumping, so we need to play this jump animation clip. Okay, so let's go to script. So if we pressing down space key at the same time we standing on the ground. Okay, so basically we calling this jump function, so we need to play that a jump animation clip. So let's go to animator. We do know we have reference on animator, so let's go to that, and we have to use now this set bool function. Okay, because and make first bracket, because as a this is a bool we set. Okay, and the first thing it will take in quotation the parameter name, and make sure you go to Unity and you spell it correctly. Okay, which is jump. Make sure you correctly type this name, this parameter name there. Okay, and in quotation you have to type which is jump, and make sure that spelling is correct. And the second argument comma, it will take the value in which you want to set. Okay, we want to set this to true, basically checked true, so it will play jump animation clip right away. So let's go to script one more time, and we will set it to true, and close that up with semicolon. So basically we setting this to true when we pressing down space key. So if we set this to true, basically checked, we do know we seen we saw that jump animation clip played. Okay, so make sure Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see when we press down space key on our keyboard, the jump animation clip will be played right away. Okay, so now if we hit this play button in the top and see the result, what's exactly happening. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and if we press down space key, on my keyboard. As you can see, jump animation played, but the problem is we stuck in the jump animation clip. So we also need to set this jump parameter to false, basically uncheck. And if we set this to uncheck, as you can see, ideal animation is playing or run will be played depending upon if the player is moving left and right or not. Okay, so that is the case. So we also need to set back this jump parameter to false. Okay, if we check this to true, jump animation clip is playing, okay, all the time, and we stuck in that animation clip. And we also need to go back to idle or run depending upon if the player is moving or not. Basically we need to set this to false. Okay, so we will set this to false through our code. But when we shoot, when we collide with this ground, okay, when we collide with this ground, then we will set it to false, because we don't need to play any more jump animation clip when we are on the ground. Instead we need to play run or idle depending upon player movement. Okay, so that's the catch. So let's go to script now, and let's go to down. We have on collision inter 2D function, as you can see, and we do know this function right over here get called when we collide with something. So if we collide with this ground, so this function writes gonna trigger. Okay, and we checking whatever we collided with, if that game object has tag ground. Basically if we collide with this ground, and if this ground has a tag ground tag, now if we select this ground, basically this ground, and move over to inspector, as you can see we tag this ground as a ground tag in the inspector. So we're gonna collide with this ground. So what we're doing, we're setting is ground to true. Okay, so we will able to jump for next time. Okay, so basically we colliding with this ground. So if we collide with this ground, we don't need to play anymore this jump animation clip. So basically we needed to set it false. Okay, so false. So let's go to script now. So let's when we collide with the ground, and we're gonna go to animator, then set bool. Okay, set bool we have to use because that is bool parameter, and we do know as a first argument in quotation it will take the parameter name, and which is in our case jump. So let's pass it, and make sure you just typing it correctly. Okay, make sure that. So in jump, and the second thing, it will take the value, so we will set it to false. And we do know if we set this to false, it will play idle or run depending upon if the player is moving or not. Okay, so let's set it to false. Basically uncheck and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and we should able to see that animation clip will be played. Okay, so just wait. And now if we hit this play button in the top, in the top in the top, and try to press down space key, we will play the jump animation clip. And jump animation clip, let's press down space key. As you can see, jump animation clip is played, and as soon as we collide with this ground, the ideal animation is played because we're not moving. And if we moving, that as soon as we collide with the ground, running animation playing. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of how you can create a bool parameter to make transition between two animations clip. Okay, so when we are jump and try to press down A or D key, basically we moving, we directly going to running animation clip instead of idle. But when we are not moving and press down space key, as soon as we collide with the ground, idle animation is playing, because in that situation we not moving. If we select this arrow as a second condition, we have chosen if we are moving or not. As you can see, if run parameter is lesser than 0.1, basically when we are not moving, we're setting this run parameter to 0, and we do know 0 will be lesser than 0.1. So as a second condition, this also this condition also getting true. This okay, so that's why this idle animation clip is playing. And what we want, when we click left mouse button, we want to play this attack animation clip. Okay, but when we shoot, when we are standing, at that moment we will play this attack animation clip. Okay, attack animation clip, attack animation clip. And so let's unplay this. And so we need to make transition from basically we need to make transition from idle to attack. We don't want to play attack animation when we are moving. Okay, we only want to play this attack animation clip when we just standing, not jumping, not doing anything. So that's why we only gonna make from idle to attack animation clip, and we don't want to make transition from run. Basically when we moving, we don't wanna play attack animation clip. So that's why we gonna only make transition from idle to attack animation clip. So right click on idle and make transition to attack. Okay, and let's choose this arrow, and we will untick this has exit time. As soon as we click left mouse button, we want to play this attack animation clip right away. Okay, so we will set this transition duration to 0, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go or want to play this attack animation clip. So we will set a trigger parameter. In order to do that, let's go to parameters and hit this plus icon, and let's now choose this trigger, and let's call this trigger to something attack. Okay, and we will choose this condition. So let's select this arrow, and as a condition hit this plus icon, and we will choose this attack. Okay, so if we trigger this parameter, we will play this attack animation clip. But we also need to move over to this idle animation clip when the whole animation is played of attack. Okay, we also need to go back to idle, run or jump depending upon what we're doing. So or we will stuck in this player attack animation clip forever. So that is the catch. So right click on player attack and make transition back to idle, as well as right click attack and make transition to run. If we press down A or D key, we're gonna go immediately to run animation clip, and we don't wanna play attack animation clip anymore. So that's the catch, we're gonna go immediately. Also we need to make from this attack to jump. If we press down jump basically space key, we need to play jump animation clip as soon as possible. Okay, so that's why right click on player attack and make transition to player jump. Okay, now we need to choose in which condition we want to go jump, run or idle depending upon what we're doing, what player is actually doing. Okay, so firstly let's choose from attack to idle. Let's hit this plus icon. So we're gonna leave has exit time, and we're gonna put exit time as 1 basically means 100% right over here, and 0.5 means 50%. So we're gonna put 1 basically means 100%. So we wanna play 100% animation clip, and then we will move over to this idle animation clip. Okay, idle animation clip, as well as basically we want to play 100% attack animation clip, and then we will move over to idle animation clip because we just standing, so we need to play the whole animation clip. Okay, so that is the catch. And when we gonna set transition duration to 0, and let's go to down. You can choose a condition, or if you don't choose a condition, it will go immediately or it will go automatically to this idle animation clip. We don't need to choose a condition. Okay, you can choose a condition also. So let's hit this plus icon. So we're gonna set this run parameter to lesser than zero point 0.1, and we do know if we set this run parameter to lesser than 0.1, basically 0, then this ideal animation clip will be played. When we're not moving, we're setting this run parameter to 0, and we do know that 0 is will be always lesser than 0.1. So that's why this ideal animation clip will be played. But if we are moving, okay, moving, basically this player is playing running animation clip and it's moving left and right. So in that situation, we don't wanna play attack animation clip. Okay, so we will untick this has exit time. As soon as possible, we will move to run animation clip when we moving. We don't want to play attack animation clip anymore, we want to go immediately. So that's why we untick has exit time, and we will set this transition duration to 0, and we have to choose in which condition we want to go. So when we moving, we do know we're setting this run parameter to 1, and we will choose that condition. So let's hit this plus icon, and run will be greater than with some smaller number we will compare, so which is 0.1. So we do know if we set this to 1, so run 1 will be greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true, basically it's moving left and right, so that's why this run animation clip will be played instead of idle when we moving. And we also need to choose jump. Okay, so when we press down space key, we playing jump animation clip, and we're gonna go immediately. We don't want to play attack animation clip, instead we need to play jump animation clip directly, so that's why we will untick this as it exit time. As soon as we pressing down space key, we need to play jump animation clip instead of attack, so we just want to go immediately to that animation clip, basically jump. When we press down space key, we don't want to play attack animation clip anymore, we're gonna go immediately, so that's why we untick this has exit time, and we're gonna choose transition duration to 0 and scroll to the bottom in which condition we want to go. When we set this jump parameter to true, and we do know if we set it to true, it will play this jump animation clip, so let's choose this condition. So let's hit this plus icon, and we will choose this jump parameter to true, and we do know if we set it to true, basically check this jump animation clip will be played. Now let's check that manually, so let's hit this play button in the top, and let's try to trigger this attack parameter right over here. It should play attack animation clip, and it will play 100%, then it will move over to idle. But if we moving, then we not playing 100%, the running animation clip will be played. Okay, so now if I trigger this attack parameter, as you can see, attack animation clip played 100%, then it's moved to idle animation clip. Okay, and when we moving, we're gonna go immediately to run. Okay, if we moving, okay, and try to set this, okay, we need to set this through our code. Basically if we trigger this attack parameter, as you can see, indeed our attack animation clip is playing. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this now. So we need to control this through our code when we press down left mouse button. Okay, so let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and let's go to script quickly, and let's move over to this update function. Okay, and we do know update function runs every single frame, so that's why we're going to check right over here. So let's go to bottom, and we will check if, okay, if we will gather some info input. So let's pass input dot get mouse button down. Okay, mouse button down, make first bracket and some curly brackets, and right over here, basically if input dot get mouse button down, basically we just clicking mouse button. Okay, and if we write into brackets pass 0, 0 basically means the left mouse button, and if we pass 1, 1 basically means the right mouse button. So we're gonna check for left mouse button. So if input dot get mouse button down 0 basically means if we clicking the left mouse button, so what we want to play that attack animation clip of our player. Okay, so we basically need to trigger this attack parameter, and we know if we trigger this attack parameter, the attack animation clip will be played. Okay, so let's go to script now. And so firstly we need to go to that animator, then set trigger, we need to use this function, and in quotation we have to pass the trigger or the parameter name, which is attack, and make sure you spelling it correctly, which is attack. So let's go to there, and let's pass it in quotation attack, and close that up with semicolon. So when we pressing left mouse button, okay, so we going to this animator, basically we just moving over to this animator, and by this animator we just triggering this parameter. Okay, set trigger we have to use, and in quotation we have to pass the parameter name, which is attack, and make sure you spelling it correct, else it will not work. Okay, so once you done, control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity, and let's hit this play button in the top. So when we click left mouse button, we should play attack animation clip. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done, we should able to see. Let's hit this play button in the top, and if we click left mouse button, we should able to see that attack animation clip will be played, because we triggering this parameter, and we do know if we trigger, it will play attack animation clip. So let's do that. So as you can see, when we click left mouse button, attack animation is playing, but when we moving, we instantly going to running animation clip. Okay, we not playing 100% of attack animation clip. As soon as we moving, we playing a run animation clip. And also for jump, okay, we not playing our attack animation clip when we are moving. We just going to immediately, because if we select this transition, as you can see, we untick has exit time, so that's why it's going immediately. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And it's depending if we moving, okay, then we just playing this run animation clip, okay, depending upon what player exactly is doing. So I hope you get the idea how you can make transition between these animation states, okay, with some certain parameters to set through in our code. Okay, basically what player exactly is doing, by that situation we playing any animation clip what we want. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this. So we are ready to place our tiles. Okay, in order to create that, go to hierarchy, right click, and then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then select this rectangular. Okay, so let's go to tile map, then rectangular. As you can see, there has been created many grids. Okay, grid, as you can see, tile map. So we need to drag all of the sprite. Okay, so if you click on this open tile palette, okay, open tile palette, we can see. So I'm gonna create a new one. So click right over here and create a new palette. Okay, name the palette what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like tile, and then click on this create button, and let's go to assets. We will create a separate folder for our tile map. Okay, so right click, then go to new folder, and let's call this folder tile map. Okay, tile map, and then select that folder. Okay, select that folder, so it will create. So we need to drag the tiles over here. So I have in assets, if we move to project tab, then assets and environment, I will have a link in the description of this tile. You can go and check that out. So I'm gonna go to environment, then free, and we have over here our terrain. Okay, terrain or tiles. So let's find them. So we have backgrounds. Okay, so we have backgrounds, and we have here tile. So if I select any of them and go over to inspector and click on this sprite editor, as you can see, this is our tiles. So we need to cut them, okay, individually. So let's select go to inspector, select sprite mode to multiple, and select pixel per unit to a less number, something like 16, and scroll down to the bottom, says filter mode, choose point of filter, and then click apply all. Okay, and now we are ready to cut them individually. So let's go to top left in sprite editor, says slice, click on that and select automatic to grid by cell size, and put 16 by 16 as you did in pixel per unit. Okay, so let's put 16 in the x, 16 in the y. So basically 16 by 16, and then after doing that, click on slice, and then click on apply right over here. So it will cut them off individually. Now it's cut. It's already cut. Okay, so what we have to do now, select the whole sprite and drag it in this tile or tile palette. Okay, and we need to select a folder where we want to just place. So let's go to assets. In there we created this tile map folder. So let's select that and click on select folder, and it will just gonna slice up all of the tiles, okay, individually. So as you can see, right over here in tile palette, we can see. Okay, and now we are ready to place our tiles. I'm gonna get rid of this ground, so let's select this ground and let's delete it. Instead, let's place our tiles. So let's click. You can place by selecting brush tool right over here. Okay, and you can place like this. And let's suppose you just place a wrong tile and you just wanna remove that. So what you need to select eraser eraser tool right over here, and you can erase the tiles. Okay, and I'm gonna place the tiles now. I'm gonna select this one, grass. Let's place tiles something like this. Okay, and let's select this one and this. And what we need to do now, we just want to add collider to these tiles, or else this player game object gonna pass through this. Okay, so in order to add a tile map collider, select this tile map. Okay, and go over to let's instead of calling this tile map, I'm gonna call this one ground. So right click or go over to inspector, call that something like ground, and now let's add a collider. So I'm gonna cut this. So let's select this ground or this tile map, and then go to the bottom side, click on add component. Okay, and let's add a component which is tile map collider, and let's add that up. So as you can see, tile map just added up. Now if we hit this play button in the top and try to jump, we're not gonna able to jump. Why? I'm gonna explain that. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and sorry, to play. And now we can move left and right, but the problem is that we the player just gets stuck. Okay, player is not getting to idle or run animation. It just stuck in jump animation clip, because we need to assign this ground as a ground tag or this tile map as a ground tag, and we only checking for ground as used in script. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. In order to do this, select the ground, go over to inspector, select tag which says untag. Let's assign it this ground or this tile map as a ground tag. Now if we hit this play button in the top and try to jump, we're gonna able to jump in the y axis. Okay, now this is, we assign it as a ground tag. Now we can jump. Okay, as you can see, we can jump. Okay, and we can move left and right. And I'm gonna unplay this now. Let's suppose you want to just compile all of this collider at once. Okay, it's as you can see, it's individually added up colliders to each tile, and you want to just compile it at once. So how you can do that, or how you can achieve it? You just have to select that and then click on add component and find over there composite. Okay, composite collider 2D, and it will automatically add up rigid body 2D, as you can see right over here. So click on that and select body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. Okay, and then we're gonna choose collision detection to continuous, and after doing that, move over to tile map collider and click on this used by composite. As you can see, now it just get once, basically it's gets overlap at once. Okay, now it seems pretty cool. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. We uh, uh, just those individual colliders gets at once. Okay, compile it at once, as you can see. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna make a basically a grass right over here, and in grass we're not gonna add up any colliders. Okay, so what we have to do, so click on this grid. Okay, click on this grid, right click on it, basically in this grid, and go over to 2D game 2D object, then tile map, and then select this rectangle one more time, and let's call this one grass, something like that. And this will be grass, and where we want to add up the grass, so click on this open tile palette, and we are ready to place our grass. And in grass we're not gonna attach any colliders. Okay, let me show that. So let's select this and let's add up some grass, something like this. Okay, so this will be the our front one. Okay, so let's create some sorting layer. So let's in order to create sorting layer, select any game object. Okay, so I'm gonna select this player. Let's go over to sprite renderer, then you can see additional setting sorting layer. So click on that and click on add sorting layer. Okay, and hit this plus icon, and I'm gonna name this sorting layer something like grass, and grass, and let's create three sorting layer for background 1, background 2, and background 3. So let's click hit this plus icon, let's call 3, then let's create hit this plus icon one more time, 2, then one more time, 1. So I'm gonna drag this 3 all the way to behind, and also this 2 gonna go in behind a default as well as this one. Okay, and now if we select this ground, select this grass and go over to tile map renderer, and we're gonna select as a sorting layer grass. Okay, and this grass sorting layer will be all the way up. Okay, and if we hit this play button in the top, now we're gonna able to see the player, which is player is a default layer. Okay, and grass layer we took it all the way up, so that's why player will be seems like it's behind of this grass. As you can see the feet of player, if you take a close look, the feet of our player game object is behind our grass, as you can see, because we drag it the grass all the way up. Okay, so that's the cool thing. So I hope you get the idea. Now let's add up more tiles one more time. Okay, so click on this ground, not the grass one, and in the ground let's choose this one. Just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, so I'm gonna choose this one. Okay, so it's fine. And let's suppose you just want to move this whole tile somewhere. Okay, somewhere, what you need to do, you have to select this tool right in tile palette, and then select like this. Okay, and select this move tool, and you can move it anywhere you want, something like this. Okay, and let's suppose you want to copy this whole thing. Okay, in order to copy this, select this tool right over here, it's called if you hover over it, it's called pick or mark select new brush. So you can select like this, and you can paste it anywhere in the one around the world. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And what we're gonna do now, let's add up something like this. Okay, and let's do it over here, and just play around, you're gonna get hang of it, all of these things. Okay, so I hope, sorry, I did mistake right over here. Let's select this. So this is our bottom one, and we are ready to place our tiles. So let's place it right over here, and let's suppose I want to copy this, so let's select this tool. Okay, right over here, and let's do it like this, and you can paste it like over here. Okay, something like this. I hope you get the idea now. And I want to create a what I'm gonna do, this pillars, or you can say I have to find them firstly. Okay, so this basically tiles. Okay, and I don't want to add to this tiles collider, so player, if we add up, player cannot pass through it. So that's why I'm gonna create another tile map. Basically we just have to right click on grid, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then select this rectangular, and we can call something this tile map staffs, or something like that. Okay, stops. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave it, and we don't want to add any collider to this stops or this tile map. Okay, and over here we're gonna click on this open tile, and what we will do in this, we're just gonna add these strips. Okay, as you can see, something like this, this, I guess. Okay, now if we hit this play button in the top and see the result, what's really happening, just play around the tiles, and you gonna get hang of it. Okay, So as you can see, we can pass through them. Okay, also do the same thing for grass. Don't add any collider to the grass. You just have to right click on this grid, then go to 2D object, tile map, and select this rectangular. Okay, and you are ready to place your tile. I hope you get the idea of this. Okay, so let's drag all of the background. As you can see, I already set it up my environment tile maps. Okay, so now let's drag the background. So let's go to project tab, assets, and we have all of the backgrounds, background 1, BG2, and BG3. Okay, so let's select this one and let's drag it to hierarchy or this scene view like this. I'm gonna drag it to hierarchy. Okay, and let's also select bg2. Let's drag it in the hierarchy or scene, and also this the third one. Okay, third one. And what we need now, we need to make it a little bit larger. As you can see, it seems small. Okay, so in order to make it bigger, let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift. Okay, in assets, and select all of them by holding down shift. Move over to inspector where it says pixel per unit. So make this one less. If you make it less, it will be larger. So let's make it something like 32, and let's go to down and select for filter mode to point no filter. Okay, after doing this, click on this apply button in the bottom. As you can see, now it's become larger, but the problem is that we need to assign this the third background is all the way up. So what we need to drag it all the way behind so we can see the front stuff. Okay, so in order to do that, select any of that background, go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and then additional settings. So it says sorting layer, so click on that, click on add sorting layer and hit this plus icon, make 3, then hit this one more time, then 2, and just drag them. As you can see, I already done it. So I just drag it the 3 all the way behind, and the 2 and the 1 goes. Okay, so I'm gonna select this one, and let's go to inspector and sprite renderer, then sorting layer. I'm gonna choose 1. Okay, sorry, for this one I'm gonna choose 3. Sorry, let's select this one will be 2. Let's do it 2, and this one is the 3, so I'm gonna choose 3. Okay, and let's go to 1. So this will be the front one, so I'm gonna select for this one. So I guess we not able to see. Okay, so which is the third one? Let's basically manually do this. So this is what the third one. Then we have second background. Let's choose second for that, and the front one, but we not able to see. Okay, we are able to see right over here. Okay, so basically just match up. Okay, match this, and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, I guess it's now pretty fine. Just play around and you will get hang of it. And now if we now the background set it up perfectly. So let's duplicate this background to make it a little bit to basically set this up. So before we do that, we're gonna go do it later. Okay, now if I hit this play button in the top, we should able to see that our player game object indeed gonna move left and right. Okay, but the problem is that main camera is not moving, okay, with it. So as you can see, our player game object just passed through this main camera. As main camera, you can say area. Okay, it just passed through, but we should able to see basically this camera should also follow this player game object. Wherever player goes, this main camera should also go with it. Okay, so we will use a Cinemachine for that. Okay, Cinemachine camera. We can create a script, and then we might just attach that script to this main camera, and then we do some code to follow our player game object. we're not gonna do that. Instead we will use Cinemachine. Cinemachine has have advanced okay, advanced things like we don't need to code it. Okay, we don't need to code it, and we will get so much smoother movement in Cinemachine. So that's the cool thing. So in order to install, or that does not come with default, basically in Unity, that does not come with Unity by default. So we need to install that. In order to install Cinemachine, you need to go to window in the top. Okay, then scroll to the bottom side, says package manager, click on that. Okay, package manager, and then select Unity registry, or top right over here. Okay, top over here you have to choose Unity registry and search there Cinemachine. Okay, Cinemachine, scroll down to the bottom, and then what you need to install that. Okay, so it will import in your game or in Unity editor. So scroll down. So we have Cinemachine right over here. I already installed it, so you're gonna get a install button right over here. So click on that install, and it will install your Cinemachine. Once it's done, go over to hierarchy. Okay, go over to hierarchy, right click, then go to Cinemachine and click on this 2D camera. Okay, and it will create a virtual camera. And if we select this main camera, and as Cinemachine brain, okay, just added up to our main camera. Basically this virtual camera will tell what main camera actually should do. Okay, so that's why the Cinemachine brain just added up to main camera. So this will tell us what main camera should actually do. Okay, and if we select this virtual camera, and we can drag right over here a game object we want to follow. So in our case, we want to follow the player. Wherever player goes, we need to this main camera or this virtual camera should also follow our player. Okay, so we're gonna select this player game object and drag it right there in follow as script, oh sorry, in follow slot. Okay, and we can play around with the size of orthographic. Before we do that, now if we hit this play button, we should able to see indeed our main camera gonna follow our player game object. Okay, wherever player goes, this Cinemachine or this virtual, basically this main camera gonna go with also with it. As you can see, indeed it's going. Okay, but the problem is that that's pretty zoom out. Okay, so basically we need to zoom in. So before we do that, we also gonna include a parallax effect. Okay, in order to include parallax effect, what you need to go to main camera. Okay, then camera section, over there as you can see projection, so we will select perspective. Okay, as you can see perspective, and if you take a background and click on this 2D in the scene view in the top, as you can see. So if I drag the last background, okay, if I select the last one, which is this one, if I take last one, sorry, so this one. Okay, I'm gonna not gonna do anything with this. Instead I'm gonna select the second, and if I take this away, as you can see, it's becoming pretty smaller. Okay, and this will, if you take away that layer pretty far away from the main camera, it will move slowly. Okay, so I'm gonna drag it a little bit further away, something like this, and I'm gonna select this one, and let's drag it a little bit let's just take away a little bit from our main camera. Okay, so I hope you are able to see. And now if we hit this play button, we should able to see which if the basically which one is far from our main camera, it will move slowly compared to the front one, or the front one which is totally closer to our totally closer to our main camera. Okay, I hope you get the idea, and indeed you are able to see the parallax, I hope. Okay, so what we want instead, basically we want let's do that thing. Basically select all of the backgrounds by holding down shift in project tab, then assets. Okay, select all of them and make this pixel per unit to a less number to make it even more cooler. Okay, to make it larger, and we will take those a little bit farther away or closer depending upon which layer we want. Okay, so let's make it 16 and then click on apply in the bottom. Okay, bottom, and now I'm gonna select this one. So in the Y I'm gonna set all of them to 0. I guess not 0. Let's I'm gonna select this first one. Let's select this move tool right over here. Let's drag it up little bit, something like this, to make it good. And let's select the second one, second layer. I'm gonna drag it a little bit up, something like this. And the third one, so let's click on this 2D, and I'm gonna try take the first layer, and I'm gonna drag it little bit away from our main camera to make it the parallax effect, something like 4 in the Z axis in transform. And let's select this second one. Let's do it something like 3. Okay, 3, sorry, this will be further away, so I'm gonna make it something like 5. And then select this third one, and third one let's make it something like 7. It will be this the third layer will be far from our main camera, so it will move slowly. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna select this 2D in the top scene view. Now if we hit this play button, we should able to see the which one is closer to our main camera will move fastly compared to the which one is far away from our main camera. Okay, so as you can as you can see, indeed it's just going. Okay, I hope you get the idea of it. And what we need now, or we basically need to what we need to do, I'm going to drag this main camera, basically this main camera a little bit something like over here, to not just get a look of our bottom tile set. Okay, so what we need to go to virtual camera, to keep virtual camera, then inspector, then go over to Cinemachine virtual camera, then move to this body. Okay, and you can just set what you want. Okay, just play. I'm gonna make this screen wise something like let's do it zero point 0.6, not zero point 0.6, let's do it 0.7 instead. Okay, and you can set damping. Okay, damping, sorry, I'm gonna set it to 1. And you can play around this, and you're gonna get a hang of it. And soft zone. Okay, if I decrease this, if the player just pass through this soft zone. Okay, this is soft zone, where player the main camera will follow the player smoothly. Okay, and if you decrease this soft zone, as you can see, the main camera will rigidly follow our player. Okay, as well as we can do in the y-axis. So I'm gonna do it 0.8 or in the soft zone. I don't wanna follow our player game object. This main camera should follow rigidly, instead smoothly. Okay, and just play around, and we have dead zone white. So if we make it something like I hope you are able to see this line. Okay, so if we just pass through this line, then our camera will follow. Okay, it's called dead zone with. Just play around. So I'm gonna make it something like 0.1 or something like 0.2 to make it little bit cool. I'm gonna zoom out. Okay, so when the player is out from this zone, and as you can see, player so basically just main camera is following. But once we are in this area, main camera is not following our player. Okay, in the x-axis we can play around with y-axis as well. I'm gonna make it something like 0.1, and we doing inside play mode, so it will not be saved. So make sure you just go to Cinemachine virtual camera, right click on it and click on this copy component. And once you out of play mode, okay, So as you can see, it's get reset. So I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to Cinemachine virtual camera one more time, just right click and paste component as new, make sure, okay, or paste component value. So I'm gonna paste it, okay, I'm gonna paste my component value. So we did, or what else you can do, you can just play, which is I'm gonna manually do. So zero point 0.7 in the screen Y, and so basically did zone, I'm gonna select something like 0.15, 0.15 or 0.12 instead. So you also can do manually, and make sure you just out of play mode or it will not be saved, okay, make sure that. And now if we hit this play button, so without coding we just getting a lot more cool effect of following our player game object, okay. So I hope you get the idea. So that's the cool thing of using Cinemachine. It saves a lot of time, but it doesn't mean you just always choose a Cinemachine to your game. You can also do with main camera with this, but in that situation you need to code those things, okay. So you're gonna get, and we can also play around with zoom effect. So in order to do that, you can just go to field of view, you can make it, or select this virtual camera instead, and we can go over to Cinemachine virtual camera in inspector, then lens vertical FOV, field of view, I guess this full from means, I don't know exactly, okay, so I'm really sorry. And you can play around with this, you can zoom in, zoom out, like this. So I'm gonna select something like 60, okay, a default value, I'm gonna set it. So I'm gonna unplay this. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna duplicate this layer. As you can see, when are we right over here, the background will be in, so that's why. So if I hit this play button one more time, and let me show that to you, what's really I'm just talking about. Let's show that to you, I'm gonna show that to you. So let's now do that. Let's hit this play button, and when we are something like over here, we should able to see our background will end, okay. So as you can see, indeed our background's getting end, okay. So that's the thing. So I'm gonna duplicate this background couple of times. So in order to do that, select all of them by holding down shift in hierarchy, control D for duplicate, and let's select this move tool right over here, and let's move it something something right over here, okay. So if I select this one and move it to something like 128 in the X, okay, so still it's not filling out. I don't know what's this one, okay. So this one, so I'm gonna select the third one, okay, third one, let's fill out. So I'm gonna do it something like just match it up, okay. Okay, so 128 seems pretty cool, okay. So 128, so let's do duplicate 128, as well as I'm going to select the background too, which I duplicated. So I'm going to select 128 in the X, okay. And once you done, what you need to do, make sure you just select the duplicate one, okay, by control, just hold down control and select. So you can select individually and drag it to top of one, the parent one, basically just place it top of this the main one, okay. So the this one will be child, the duplicate one. Make sure that you just select the duplicate one and place it top of the main one, so it will be child. Make sure you do that, okay. And once you do that, so I'm gonna make the a hierarchy a little more clean. So in order to do that, let's create a game object, something like, let's call it background, and then select all of this and drag it right there, okay. So let's go to hierarchy, right click, create empty game object, let's call it background, background, background or backgrounds, okay. And I'm gonna reset the transform, and I'm gonna choose an icon, just click on this box, and I'm gonna select this red, something like that, okay. And now if we select all of them, basically we gonna select all of them by holding down shift and just place it top of this background, okay. now it is easy child. Now our hierarchy is lot more cleaner. Okay, so I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just make it prefab. Okay, so prefab, to make it prefab, so firstly go to project tab, then asset, right click, create a folder, call that folder to prefab to keep all of the things in organized way. And now I'm going to select this background. I already created a prefab folder right over here, so I'm going to select this background and drag it right there. Okay, so now if we delete from the scene view, we can just directly restore that by dragging in hierarchy or scene view, so we don't need to work from that scratch. Okay, so that's the cool thing of using prefab. So I hope you get the idea how you can get a smooth follow without coding by using Cinemachine camera. Okay, and you can play around with this value by going virtual camera and then Cinemachine virtual camera in inspector, scroll to the bottom side says body, and you can play around with that to get a lot more cleaner. And it's totally up to you how you want to follow your player game object. Okay, by your main camera. So I'm not gonna do that. So I hope you get the basics idea of using Cinemachine virtual camera. Okay, okay, so let's drag the sprite right over here, enemy. I will have a link in the description of all of these sprite, as well as enemy sprite will be linked in the description. Okay, that I am going to use in this project. So let's go to project tab, then assets and sprite, then skeleton white. I'm gonna choose skeleton with VFX. Okay, let's select the ideal sprite. So I have over here I'll work one, and then select that, go over to inspector, click on this sprite editor. As you can see, indeed we have multiple sprites. So what we need to cut them individually. Okay, to cut them individually we need to select sprite mode to multiple and pixel per unit to, let's choose a less number, so this sprite will be large. Okay, less pixel per unit mean sprite will be large, so let's choose something like 16. And then if you take a closer look, it seems blurry. Okay, to get rid of this we need to select a filter mode in the bottom, 2 point no filter, and after doing all of these things click on this apply button in the bottom. And once it's done, we need to slice them, slice individually. To slice them individually, click on this slice in the top left, and then leave it to automatic and click on this slice button. Now as you can see, it just gets individually cut. And after doing that, make sure you click on this apply button to apply it. Okay, so let's click on this apply button. Now it's applied, so I'm gonna cut this sprite editor. And if we click on this arrow now, so as you can see, all of the sprites get individually cut. Okay, so I'm gonna select the first one and let's drag it right over here in this in view or hierarchy. And let's rename this skeleton to something like petrol enemy or petrol skeleton. It's totally up to you. So let's I'm gonna rename this to something like petrol, a petrol enemy. And what we want to flip this character whatever direction player is facing, in that direction we want to flip this enemy. Okay, petrol enemy. In order to do that, you can go to transform, then scale, you can put -1, so it will flip. So but instead of doing that, what I'm going to use, I'm going to set back to 1. I'm going to sprite renderer and then flip. We can flip x-axis basically horizontally as well as y-axis vertically. So we want to flip in the x-axis basically horizontally, so we're going to check this x-axis. So as you can see, now it's get flipped in the direction of player is facing. Okay, so what we gonna do now, we will attach some components to this game object. Firstly, obvious one, rigid body for gravity, and the other one collider for collision detection. Okay, to do that, go over to inspector, click on this add component, and find over there, let's find rigid body 2D, and let's scale up the gravity a little bit, something like 3, and choose collision detection to continuous. Okay, And what we need to move over to constraint, and we need to freeze the z axis. If we don't do this and move over to transform rotation and play around with z axis, as you can see, indeed our enemy game object is flipping or rotating weirdly. So that's why I'm gonna set back to 0, and let's freeze the rotation about z axis for that reason. Okay, and now let's add up another component. So let's click on this add component, and let's find now box collider 2D and edit the collider as the size of sprite. So I click on this box collider 2D and click on edit collider 2D, and let's add the edit the collider as the size of our enemy sprite. Okay, and when it's done, and now we are ready to create our script. Before we do that, let's select this petrol enemy, select this move tool. I'm gonna drag it something like up here, and if we hit this play button, it will fall down due to our gravity, and it will land on this ground. Okay, basically this ground for collision detection, or collider. For collider we added up. So as you can see, indeed it's get fall down uh, to this ground. Okay, so what we want now, this we want this petrol enemy game object to move left and right. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this, and I'm gonna drag it down here. Okay, and if we just go to transform of this petrol enemy and then position and play around with x-axis, as you can see, indeed our enemy is just going left and right. Okay, so what we need to move over to this transform. Okay, so let's create a script petrol enemy which will handle these things, or these custom things. Okay, so select that, click on add component, then new script, and in the script what you want, and then click on this create and add. But I already have created, so I have the script in assets, then scripts folder. Okay, and this petrol enemy. So I'm gonna select this petrol enemy game object, and let's select this script from that assets folder, or an script folder basically, and let's drag it to add component section. Okay, and now double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Basically you need to attach that script to petrol enemy. So by default we have start and update function, as you can see. So let's remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it for now. Okay, and we're gonna move over to this update function, and we do know update function runs every single frame. So we need to move this petrol enemies game object in the left direction or right direction every single frame. So that's why we're going to use this update function. Okay, and over there we will go to transform, then let's use this translate function. And this function right over here, basically we just moving over to this transform of our petrol enemy, and then we using this translate function, and this function will take a direction in which direction you want to go. So we want to go in the left direction. Okay, so we can pass vector2 vector2 dot left. Vector2 dot left basically means -1 in the x, so -1 basically negative direction, and in the y0, so we're not gonna move in the y axis, in the y will be 0. So vector2 dot left right over here, -1 in the x and y in the 0. Okay, and also make sure you just multiply this with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. Okay, so make sure multiply with time dot delta time, and close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code, and let's go to Unity now. So we should able to see this enemy game object will move in the left direction by 1 unit every single frame. Okay, every single frame it will move. And now if we hit this play button in the top. Okay, and if I move this enemy something like over here, and if we hit this play button, we should able to see this enemy, or petrol enemy game objects gonna move in the left direction by 1 unit every single frame. Okay, so let's see that. So as you can see, indeed it's going to left direction. Okay, so what we want to multiply that direction with some speed, so we can adjust the speed of movement, so speed of our player game object, sorry, enemy game object, petrol enemy game object. Okay, so let's open up the script quickly. And what we want to create a point right over here, and we will shoot out a ray from that point in the down direction. And if that ray don't collide with this ground, okay, so we will create a ray from here and we will shoot out in the down direction with some length. Okay, and if that ray don't collide with this ground, what we want to flip this character to right direction. Okay, so in order to flip, if we select this petrol enemy, then move over to transform, then rotation, and if we set it to -180, as you can see, indeed this enemy gets flipped in the right direction. Okay, so basically we just have to set the angle in the y-axis -180. So I'm gonna set back to 0. Okay, so let's go to script now by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a public float. And let's why we made it public, so we can adjust underneath our script. Okay, I patrol enemy script, so we don't need to go to this script and change the value over again and again. So that's why we created a variable in the top. Okay, public float, and let's call it something like move speed. And by default I'm gonna give it something to unit 2f, and let's multiply this whole thing or this direction with this move speed, so we can adjust the speed of our petrol enemy. So let's multiply with move speed. And the second thing what we need, we're gonna create a ray from here. We will create a ray from here. So let's create a point right over here, and from that point we will shoot out a ray in the down direction. And if that ray don't collide with this ground, that means this petrol enemy should flip in the right direction. Okay, so basically we have to set a y angle 180, so it will flip to right direction. Okay, so let's create. So let's go to script now. So in order to create a ray, we have to use this physics 2d. Okay, physics 2d dot raycast, and this function right over here, as a first argument it will take the position from where we want to create the ray. And we do know we're gonna create a checkpoint, and from that point we will create a ray. And the second argument, it will take the direction, so we will shoot out the ray in the down direction, something vector 2 dot down, basically means y in the -1 in the y, so means down, and x in the 0. And the third thing, it will take the length of the ray or the distance you can specify. And the fourth argument, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object you want to target. So in our case we just only want to target this ground for moving left and right. Okay, so basically we need to assign this ground as a ground layer. So before we do that, so let's make a comment by double slash. Okay, and now let's go to top of our class. So first thing, we need a point, so let's make so the sound compound public transform, and let's call transform basically position. Okay, so let's call something like checkpoint. Okay, checkpoint. And the second thing we need that third thing you can say, which we need the length of the ray. So let's make public float, let's call it distance or length, and by default I'm gonna give 1 unit. Okay, 1f. And the third and the fourth argument, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So let's make a public layer mask, let's call target layer, or let's call it layer mask instead. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we need to assign this variable first. Okay, then we can create the ray which will shoot out in the down direction. Okay, which we need to specify. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done we need to do those things. Okay, so firstly we need to create a point. So let's select this petrol enemy, right click on this petrol enemy and create an empty child game object, and let's call this game object something like checkpoint. And you can select an icon for that, go over to inspector and click on this box icon and choose. So I'm gonna choose this yellow, and I'm gonna move this something right in front of our enemy game object. Okay, and from this point we want to shoot out the ray. Okay, so let's select this petrol enemy game object and drag this checkpoint to checkpoint fill. Okay, and we have the length of the ray, which is distance, and layer mask, it says nothing. Okay, so firstly make sure you select this ground. Okay, basically this tile map I'm gonna select this ground, and make sure you assign this ground as a ground layer. To do so, what you need to select this ground game object or this whatever. Okay, select that, go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer. Okay, so click on it and click on add layer and name the layer what you want. So I already have named it right over here ground. Now select that game object one more time and then go over to inspector and assign that layer as a ground layer what you recently name it. Okay, so I already have done, so I'm gonna not gonna do that. So let's select this petrol enemy game object as a layer marks, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose this ground. So this ray will only gonna check for this ground. Okay, not any other else game object. So let's go to script now one more time. Okay, and let's remove these two slashes. So this function as a first argument, it will take the position from where we want to create the ray. So let's pass right over here checkpoint as we assign it, checkpoint dot position. Let's pass, basically checkpoint dot position means this position. Okay, and it will take the direction as a second argument. So we want to shoot out the ray in the down direction, so we will pass vector 2. Okay, vector 2 dot down. Basically vector 2 dot down over here means 0 in the x. Okay, not 0 in the x, so and in the y -1, so it will go in the down direction. Okay, so that's the thing. And the third argument, it will take the length of the ray or the distance, so we will pass distance means length of the ray. And the fourth argument, it will take the layer marks, so we'll pass layer marks. As a layer marks, we have chosen that ground, so the ray only gonna check for that ground. And make sure you close that off with semicolon. So this function right over here, physics2d.raycast, will create a ray from this point in the down direction with this much of length, and it will only check for this layer mark or that ground. Okay, and this function can be true or false depending upon if the ray is colliding with that ground or not. Okay, so once we are over here, we do know it will collide with the ground, and once we write over here and we specify the ray something like this much of, so the ray will not collide with this ground, so that function, okay, this function will give us a false value. So whatever is, let's store into a raycast head variable. Okay, so we will type raycast head 2d, and let's call this one something like hit info or hit, let's set equal to this. So this hit can be true or false depending upon if the ray is really colliding with this ground or not. Okay, and we can extract info what we collided with by going to this hit. Okay, we can extract info name of the game object we collided with, something like so the ground, we definitely know the ray will collide with that ground. Okay, and the next thing we will check, so we're storing into raycast head 2d. Why? Because this is n ray, so that's why we just storing the result into this raycast head 2d, and we just name it hit. Okay, so this hit can be true or false depending upon if the ray is really colliding with that ground or not. Okay, so right over here we will check if hit is equals to false. Okay, and make some curly brackets. If hit equals to false, what does it mean? It means the ray is not colliding with this ground. So once we are right over here and we specified the length of the ray, so this ray will not collide with that ground. So what we need to flip this game object in the right direction. Okay, so before we do that, let's print out a message in the console. Okay, so if hit is equals to false means the ray is really not colliding with that ground. So in that situation, we need to flip our petrol enemy game object. Okay, so we will pass so before we do that, let's print out a message. So we have to type debug.log. Let's print out flip character. Okay, flip enemy, or let's call it flip character, it's totally up to you. And make sure you close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once we are right over here, that message just gonna pop up right away, because that ray will not collide with that ground. But the problem is that we cannot able to see the ray. So in order to see the ray or to draw the ray, what we need to use another function. Okay, so let's go to script by double clicking on it once more, and let's go to bottom of our script, and we have to use this on collision inter 2D function. Make sure you typing as I did right over here, and this function automatically gets called by Unity, and it's sorry, not this, I'm really apologize. Instead we have to use this on draw gizmo selected function. Okay, and this function right over here automatically get called by Unity, so you don't need to call it by default. Okay, it's by default get call, and this function is responsible for drawing our ray. To draw a ray, we have to use this gizmos dot draw ray function. Okay, and this function right over here, it will take a first argument from where you want to draw the ray, and the second thing, it will take the direction. So we do know we want to draw the ray from checkpoint dot position, and in the down direction we want to draw. So let's pass vector to dot down, and also multiply this down direction with the length of the ray, so we can see the length of the ray. Okay, so let's pass distance means ray or length of the ray, and close that off with semicolon. But this function right over here give us false, give us a throw us an error. Why? If you don't drag this checkpoint to checkpoint field, if you haven't assigned it the checkpoint, means if you select if we move to Unity, and if we don't drag this checkpoint to checkpoint field, so this checkpoint will be null, basically empty, and this function right over here will still try to find that checkpoint, and we do know it will not find if we haven't assigned it or drag it yet. So that's why this function will throw us an error. So before we draw the ray, we need to check if we assign it or not. Okay, so we'll check if checkpoint is equals to null, and make some curly brackets. Okay, so if checkpoint is equals to null, basically means this one right over here is totally empty. If it's the case, so in that situation we should not draw the ray, because we haven't assigned it the checkpoint yet. Okay, basically we haven't dragged the checkpoint to checkpoint field, so that's the case. So we're gonna type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So the ray drawing will be stopped if we haven't assigned it the checkpoint yet. Okay, so this function right over here will stop. So but in this situation we drag it, so this one is not null, so that's why this condition or this line of code will execute or run. Okay, and we can choose a color for our ray. So to choose a color, we have to use this gizmos dot color, and you can set any color you want. So I'm gonna set something like color dot yellow. Okay, it's totally up to you, and make sure you close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see a yellow ray will be drawn from that checkpoint, and it will go in the down direction. Okay, and we can adjust the length of the ray right over here. Okay, so as you can see, indeed it's get drawn. So I'm gonna make a little bit less the ray, as you can see. Okay, so now if we hit this play button, before we do that, let's select the console in the bottom, and let's hit this play button in the top. So once we are at the end of this ground, we should able to see that message just gonna pop up. Why? That ray will not collide with this ground anymore. Okay, as you can see, that message gets pop up once we are right over here. Okay, so what we need once we are right over here, so I'm gonna unplay this. Okay, so once we write over here, the ray is not colliding, so we just printing out message. Instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip this character in the right direction. So if we select this petrol enemy and move over to transform, then rotation, and set this Y to -180, as you can see, indeed it's get flipped to right direction. Okay, so that's why. So we're gonna set back to 0 one more time. I'm gonna drag it right over here. Okay, so let's go to script now, So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, so if hit is false, and also we're gonna check. So let's create a bool parameter which will keep track of which direction we looking. Okay, so let's go to top of our class and let's make a public. It doesn't need to be public, you can make it private instead. For explanation, I'm making it public. Okay, so that will be for a bool, it can be true or false, and we will call it something like facing left, and by default I'm gonna give it a true value. So why true? As you can see, we looking to the left direction, so that's why I said this facing left is true. Okay, so and this variable right over here will keep track of which direction we looking. Okay, and over here if head is false, and we also gonna check, and we have to type and facing left is true. So okay, so if head is false means this ray is not colliding with this ground, and we looking to the left direction. So what we need to flip this character in the right direction right now, and then we have to set that facing left parameter to false. Why? We will no longer able to look in the left direction once we flip this character to right direction. Okay, that's the catch. So let's go to script, and over here firstly we're gonna go to transform the Euler angles. Okay, transform dot Euler angles, and we're gonna set equal to new vector 3. This Euler angles have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, so that's why we have to set a new vector 3 which also has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and close that off with semicolon. So if we set this y to minus 180, as you seen it's get flipped. Okay, so we're gonna set minus 180, and we're gonna put in the x0 0 as well as in the z0, and after flipping this character in the right direction, we do know we no longer able to look in the left direction. So that's why we're gonna set this facing left right now false. So let's set facing left to false. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see once we flip this character to right direction, we no longer able to look in the left direction. Okay, so let's have a look. So I'm gonna hit this play button in the top, and let's see the result, what's really happening. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done, let's see what's really happening. Okay, so as you so as you can see, it's get flipped once it's the enemy right over here. So once we right direction, and if this ray is not colliding with this ground, so what we need to set back this one to 0, and if we set it to 0, as you can see it's get flipped in the left direction one more time. Okay, so we need to do, so I'm gonna unplay this, I'm gonna drag this enemy game object something right over here. Okay, to have a look on it. So let's go to script now, and over here we will check else if. Okay, else if hit is equals to false. Okay, basically that ray is not colliding with this ground, and okay, and we're looking to the right direction, so something like right over here. And if we flip this to 180, as you can see, once we are right over here, the ray will not collide, and if the facing left is false, basically we're looking right direction. So what we need to set back to 0 once more time. Basically we need to set back to 0, so it will flip to the left direction, and after flipping our character to left direction, we need to set facing left to true. Basically that, as you can see, in this situation we will look to the left direction, so that's why. Okay, so let's go to script now, and we will check a second condition. If facing left is false, basically means we're looking to the right direction. So let's make some curly brackets, and let's copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna set it back to 0, and we do know if we set back to 0, we will look to the left direction one more time. Okay, so that's why we after that we setting facing left to false, sorry, facing left to, we have to set it to true. Basically in this situation we will look to the right direction, left direction, we no longer able to look right direction. So that's why we setting facing left to true. Okay, one more time. So Control S on your keyboard to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. We should able to see this game object now just gonna patrol on this ground left and right. Once it's right over here, it will flip to the right direction, and once it's right over here, it will flip to the left direction. Okay, so let's see this. Let's hit this play button in the top and let's check if it's working fine or not. Okay, so let's have a look, quick look what we doing basically. So let's clear the console now, and we should able to see it's gonna flip to right. As you can see, it's indeed, and facing left became false, and once it's right over here facing left, one more becomes true. Basically we looking to the left direction and we setting back 0, and it just happening. Okay, so this enemy game object just patrolling around with this ground, and we can play around with a move speed. We can increase the speed and we shrink down the speed. It's totally up to you what you want. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it. Also make sure you just make this one a prefab, means copy of this game object, so you don't need to work from scratch. You can restore it immediately, okay, or instantly. So we're gonna go to project tab and make a prefab folder in asset by right clicking, then create folder and name that folder to something like prefab, and then select this petrol enemy game object and drag it to that prefab folder. Okay, now we turn it into a prefab. Now if we say delete from the scene view, and we can directly drag in the scene view or hierarchy immediately and with all of the shape option. Okay, so we don't need to attach rigid body box collider one more time. So basically we have a copy. Okay, so we can instantly restore that, and if we hit this play button in the top right now, it will work fine as it was before. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it, how you can make simple patrol enemy. Now we have to work on attack all those things. Okay, now it's flipped, and we should able to see once it's right over, it will flip to the left. As you can see, it's indeed working. So I'm gonna unplay this. So I hope you get the idea, and make sure you control S on your keyboard to save or whatever you have done in Unity or editor. Or what else you can do, you can go to top left file and then click on this save, or you can see the shortcut key for it, which is control plus S. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, so what we want, once the player get closer to this enemy game object, okay, enemy should firstly chase and then attack. Okay, and if the player is not something like in range of this enemy, then enemy just should do patrolling, okay, around the ground. So I hope you get the idea. So if we hit this play button, okay, currently enemy does nothing. Okay, so once the player get closer to enemy, this enemy should chase, and then it once it gets too much closer, then this enemy should attack. Okay, so before we do that, what we need to do, we need to make the animation. Okay, animation of this enemy game object. In order to make that, let's select this petrol enemy, okay, and go over to project tab, then assets, and we have the all of the sprites. So I'm gonna go to sprites and then skeleton with VFX. So we only have idle, as you can see. So to animate, we need animation tab. If you can find the animation tab, you just have to go to window in the top. Okay, then in the bottom side you can see animation, and the shortcut key over here control 6, as well as just bring up this animator tab. So I have over here, so I'm going to select this and drag it right over here, and let's select this petrol enemy. Click on this create button to create our animation. Okay, so let's go to assets, and in assets we created this animation folder. So let's go to that and let's create a subfolder. So right click, new folder. Let's call this folder to enemy animation. Okay, enemy animation, and let's open up the subfolder by double clicking on it. Also create a, let's create a another subfolder. So right click, new folder. Let's call this one petrol. Okay, petrol enemy animation. Petrol, let's call it, yes, petrol enemy animation. And also let's open up that folder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want. So the first one will be the work one. Okay, so let's call this one enemy work or petrol enemy work instead. So let's call it enemy petrol, enemy petrol, petrol walk. Okay, walk, and click on save. And then what we need to hit this record button to capture the animation, and we need to drag all of the sprites right over here. So select the petrol enemy game object, click on this record button, then select all of the sprite by holding down shift and move it over to this animation tab. And now if we take a look, scroll, so you can zoom in that character, and if we hit this play button, the animation will be played. But as you can see, the animation is too much fast. So what we need to make distance between these sprites. Okay, sprites keyframe. So select like this, and let's move it over to something like 1. And now if we hit this play button, the work animation currently is fine, but it seems a little bit slow. So let's move it over to something like 50. Okay, and I think now it's fine. And once it's fine, then click on this record button one more time to capture it. Okay, and also we have to make animation attack one, so this enemy can attack. Okay, so let's find attack animation sprite sheet. So I'm gonna find this. So we have attack 2 and attack 1. Okay, so let's select this first one, attack 1. So let's select that and go over to inspector, click on this sprite editor. So as you can see, we have multiple sprite. So we need to select this sprite mode to multiple and choose pixel per unit to 16 as we did for the work one, and choose filter mode to point of filter. And after doing that, click on this apply button, and then click on this slice button in the top left and leave it to automatic, and then click on slice and then click on apply. Now it's cut it off individually. So let's cut this sprite editor and let's create a new clip. To create a new clip, select that game object, okay, this petrol enemy, and then click right over here and create a new clip. Okay, and we have to name the clip. So let's call it something like petrol enemy petrol attack 1. Okay, so let's call this one petrol enemy attack 1. Okay, attack 1, and click on save. So we need to drag all of the sprites right over here. So before we do that, click on this record button to record the animation. Let's click in this arrow, let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift and move it over to animation tab. And now if we hit this play button, it's pretty much fast. So let's move it over to something like 15. Let's hit this play button now, and it's totally fine. And once it's fine, let's click on this record button to capture it. Okay, and do the same thing for attack 2. We're gonna select that. Let's go to click on this sprite editor. Let's choose multiple pixel per unit to 16 point no for filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, click on this apply, click on slice, leave it to automatic, click on slice and then click on apply. Okay, and now we're gonna create a new clip. So click right over here, firstly select the game object, click right over here and click on create new clip, and let's call this one petrol enemy petrol attack 2. Okay, attack 2, and click on save. And then click on this record button to record your animation, and let's drag all of the sprites. So let's click on this and let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift and move it over to animation. Okay, animation tab. And now if we hit this play button, it's pretty much fast. So let's move it over to 50 and let's hit this play button, and I think the attractive animation is fine now. So click on this record, and we need to make the hard one. Okay, once this enemy takes damage, it should play the hard animation clip of enemy, basically take damage one of this petrol enemy. So let's find out that. So we have over here, so let's select that, click on sprite editor, do that thing as we did for all of sprite sheets. Okay, so let's do this, and apply slice and click on apply, and now it's gone it's done. And let's select this petrol enemy and click right over here in animation tab, create a new clip, and let's call this one enemy patrol hurt or take damage. It's totally up to you what you want to call. I'm gonna call it hurt, and then click on save, click on this, and let's drag all of the sprite sheet right over there by holding down shift. Sorry, let's select all of them by holding down shift, and let's move it over to, so it's pretty much fine. So let's move it over to something like 20, and now if we hit this play button, it's totally fine. So click on this record button, and we captured all of the animation that we need. So the left one is the dead one. We're not gonna do that because we just want this game object to directly destroy. Okay, wait a little bit, I have, okay. So in I have captured it all of the animation. Now I'm gonna drag this animation tab in the bottom, and let's select this petrol enemy game object and move over to animator tab. As you can see, we have attack 1, attack 2, and the heart 1. Okay, so basically we need to make transition between these from work to attack once the enemy is in attack range. Okay, then we should play this attack 1 and this attack 2 as well. We will choose a random one. Basically we want to just trigger a random parameter. Okay, and we need to play the heart animation clip once this enemy game object takes damage. Okay, to do so what we need, let's make transition between the, so from work, so right click on it and make transition to attack 1. Okay, and if we select this arrow and go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because we're gonna go immediately to attack once the enemy player game object in attack range. So attack range right over here, too much close to this enemy game object, then enemy should play attack animation clip. Okay, and also the attack 2 as well. Okay, attack 2 as well. So let's select this arrow, and we're gonna untake this fixed duration, and also we will set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down to the bottom, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we need to set a condition or parameters to go in this animation clip. So let's move over to parameter tab. As you can see, hit this plus icon, and let's create a bool, and let's call this bool to something like attack 1. Okay, attack 1. So we're gonna choose this parameter to be true, basically checked or unchecked. So we're gonna set check this one. So let's hit this plus icon, and we will choose this condition if attack 1 is true. Okay, if we set this one to true, basically check, so in that situation this attack animation clip will be played. Baba দরজাটা লাগাতে আওয়াজ শোনা যায়। Attack 1. Okay, and what we have to do, we will create another animation clip. So from this attack 1 we also need to make transition from this attack 2. Okay, so we just gonna play this two animation clip, but we're gonna choose a random one, and we will play it once the player is close enough to this enemy game object. Enemy should play a random attack enemy animation clip. Okay, so right click on attack 1 and make transition to attack 2, and let's hit this plus icon. We're gonna leave it has exit time to something like 1. So basically we're gonna choose exit time to 1. 1 basically means right over here 100%. So we're gonna play 100% attack 1 animation clip. Okay, then we will move over to attack 2 animation clip. Okay, so that's why we leave it has exit time. Basically this animation clip, attack 1 animation clip, should be played 100%, and then it should move over to this attack 2. Okay, attack 2. So we're gonna choose transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down to the bottom, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we will set a second parameter for that. So let's go to parameter tab, hit this plus icon, let's create a bool parameter. Let's call this one attack 2. Okay, attack 2. and we will choose this condition, so we will set attack 2 is true. Okay, and we also need to make back transition to attack 2 to attack 1. Okay, attack 1. Okay, so basically we just want to play both of this animation, so that's why we have to make transition between this as well. Okay, as well, so right click on attack 2 and make transition to attack 1, and let's hit this plus icon, and we will leave it has exit time, and we're gonna put exit time to 1. So basically we want to play 100% attack animation, attack 2 animation clip, and then we will move over to this attack 1 animation clip. So we just playing 100% animation clip of both of this attack, then just making transition between them. Okay, we will set transition duration to 0, scroll down to the bottom, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we want set this attack 1 to true, and we do know if we set this attack 1 to true, it will play this attack animation clip. So we will choose this animation clip. So let's hit this plus icon. So we will choose attack 1 to true, and then we will choose a second condition to go in this attack 1 animation clip. So we will set this attack 2 animation to false, because if we play check this one or set to true, it will play this attack 2 animation clip. So that's why we're gonna set this attack 2 parameter to false and this one to true, which is attack 1. So it will move over to this attack 1 animation clip. So let's choose a second condition for that. We will choose attack 2 and we will set it to false. Okay, and if it's false, then this attack 1 animation clip will be played after playing 100% animation clip of attack 2. Okay, and we also need to make transition from attack 1 to a work as well as from attack 2 to work. Why? So once the player is not in too much close to this enemy game object, something like right over here, so in that situation this enemy just should patrol around, just walk, patrol or patrol around with this ground. So that's why we need to make transition from this to this as well, from this to this. Okay, so right click on it, make transition to work, and as well as right click on attack 1 and make transition back to work. So we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we will hit, let's hit this plus icon, and we will untick has exit time. As soon as a player is not close enough to this enemy game object, then enemy just should patrol around. So we just wanna play the work animation clip right away. We don't want any delay. Okay, so that's why, so we will choose transition duration to 0, scroll down to the bottom, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So let's hit this plus icon. So we want to set this attack 1 to false, and if it's false, then we will play this work animation clip. Okay, so let's select this attack 1 and we will set it to false, as well as from this attack 2 we also want to go this work animation clip. So we will hit this plus icon, and let's untick this as exit time, and let's choose transition duration to 0, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we want to just want to set this attack 2 parameter to false, and if it's false, so let's choose that attack 2 to false, and if we set this one to false, it will play this work animation clip. Okay, and what we need, we also need to make this hard transition. Okay, from any animation clip we want to go to this hard animation clip of enemy. Okay, sorry, I'm just having tea. Basically from any state we want to go this hard animation clip. Okay, so that's why we're gonna right click on any state and make transition to patrol enemy. Okay, from any animation clip we want to play hard animation clip. Even this enemy just playing just walking around, basically walking around this ground, and if this enemy takes damage, it should directly play the take damage or hurt animation clip from any state, any enemy state. Even this enemy just attacking on us, it should directly play the hurt animation clip once it takes damage. Okay, so that's why we're gonna choose that, and let's select this arrow, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna go immediately. So that's why I untick this as exit time, and we will set this transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down to the bottom, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to go. So for this we will set a separate parameter for this a trigger. Okay, to do so, let's go to parameter, let's click on this plus icon, let's click on this trigger, and let's call this one something like heart. Okay, sorry, heart. And we will choose this condition. Okay, basically we just want to trigger, and if we trigger this condition, then this enemy game object should play heart animation clip. Okay, so that's why. So let's select this arrow, let's go over to inspector, scroll down to the bottom, and let's hit this plus icon. So we will choose this heart, and now if we trigger this parameter, we will move to this heart animation clip. And we also need to make from this heart to ideal, work, or attack. Okay, so right click, or we will stack forever into this heart animation clip. So that's why. So right click on heart animation clip and make transition to work as well as to work, attack to, depending upon in which condition we are, basically wherever the player is. If the player is close enough, then this after playing heart animation clip, basically taking damage, playing heart animation clip, it should just go directly attack 2 or attack 1, depending upon if the player is close enough or not. Okay, and also right click on heart and make transition to attack 2. So basically, and let's hit this plus icon. So what we want to play heart animation clip 100%. So that's why we're gonna leave it as exit time as a tick, and we will choose exit time to 1, basically means 100% we will play the heart animation clip, and then we will move over to this work, depending upon if the player is close enough to this enemy or not. Okay, and we will set transition duration to 0, and we're gonna go automatically to work animation clip if the player is not close enough. So that's why we haven't choose any condition, so it will move to work animation clip automatically. But if the player is close enough, then after playing heart animation clip, this enemy should attack directly immediately. Okay, so let's choose this as this arrow for attack 2. Okay, so let's leave it as exit time, and we're gonna choose exit time to 1. Okay, means 100%. Let's transition duration to 0. So in this condition, we will choose attack 2. If we set this attack 2 parameter to checked, basically true, this animation clip will be played. So that's why we're gonna choose this. So let's hit this plus icon, and we will choose attack 2 to true, and if it's true, then it will play this attack 2 animation clip right after playing our heart animation clip 100%. And let's also choose this arrow from this heart to attack 1. So let's go, let's leave it as exit time, and we're gonna choose exit time 1. Okay, and transition duration to 0, scroll down to the bottom, and we will choose attack 2. Okay, attack 2, and we will set it to true. And we do know if we set it to true, this attack 1 animation clip will be played. Okay, I'm gonna clear the console and let's choose animated time, and let's hit this play button in the top, and let's see what's really happening. Okay, and we just want to set this manually. Okay, and manually, if I set this attack 1 manually to true, as you can see, indeed attack animation is playing. Okay, 1. And if I set this 1 to false, as you can see, attack basically patrol enemy work animation is playing. And if I trigger this heart parameter, okay, it will play the heart animation clip of enemy. Okay, as you can see, it's playing heart animation clip once we trigger this parameter. And if we trigger this attack 1 parameter as well as attack 2 parameter, as you can see, attack 2 animation clip is playing. Okay, so basically we need to control these parameters through our code. So I'm gonna unplay this now, and so basically we need to control this parameter through our code. Okay, depending upon if the player is right over here close enough to this enemy game object or not. Okay, enemy game object or not. So if we select this petrol enemy, as you can see an animator component just added up to this enemy game object, and we need a reference of this animator component, and then we can set this parameter through our code. This we can trigger this parameter, we can set this attack 1 attack 2 to true or false depending upon if the player is close enough or not. So I hope you get the idea how you can make transition between these two, basically between these animation clips. Okay, so let's control this parameter through our code. Before we do that, as you can see, n plus icon just became an animator component. Okay, so what we need to select this petrol enemy game object first, go over to inspector and click on this overrides and click on apply all. So it will change in the prefab. Basically this animator component will be also added in the prefab, means copy of that game object as we made before. Okay, so let's now double click that to open up in Visual Studio our script. Okay, so over here over here what we doing, we just moving our character left and right. Okay, left and right, depending upon if we are over here, then we flipping our character to right direction, and then if the enemy is right over here, then we flipping our character in the left direction. Basically this enemy just patrolling around this ground. Okay, so what we want to create a bool parameter which will keep track of if the player is close enough to our if the player is close enough to enemy game object, then enemy should just stop moving. Instead enemy should play those attack animation clip. Okay, so let's create a bool parameter. So let's go to top of our class, let's make a public. It doesn't need to be public. Okay, you can make it private instead. So for explanation, making it public, so that will be bool. It can be true or false. Let's call this something like in range. And by default I'm gonna give it to false. Okay, this false. But once the enemy game object is close enough to this petrol enemy, then what we need to set this in range parameter to true. Okay, so we're doing all of these things, we moving our character left and right and then flipping, like those things we doing. Okay, so what we need player position. Okay, the player position, then we can check if this player is close enough to enemy or not. If it's, then we're gonna set that in range parameter to true. So basically we need a player position, basically player transform. If we select this player, we need this transform which is responsible for position, rotation and scale. Okay, so we need player transform. So let's go to top of our class, let's make public transform, and let's call it something like player position or player. Let's call it player instead. Okay, and over here I'm gonna check. So let's go to top of our update function. Over here we will check if vector2, okay, vector2 dot distance. So vector2 dot distance function right over here takes two vectors or two position you can say, and it just compare between them. Okay, so firstly we're gonna pass our own position, means transform dot position. Right over here means enemy own position, petrol enemy own position, comma, and we will pass as a second condition our player dot position, player position. Okay, and if the distance between them, if it's lesser than or equal to some kind of range. Okay, something like distance between, something like that. So I'm gonna go to top of my class. Okay, instead of hard coding, let's make a variable. Okay, let's make it public float. Let's call it attack range. Okay, sorry, attack range, and by default I'm gonna give it to something like 10f. Okay, 10f, and close that off with semicolon. And if the our enemy position, a transform dot position means a over here petrol enemy position and player position. So if the distance between them, if it greater than if it lesser than or equal to this attack range, and by default attack range we have chosen 10. Okay, so if that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So what we will do, so basically enemy is now in attack range, so this enemy this enemy should chase instead of just patrolling around ground. Okay, so what we need, we're gonna set this in range parameter to true. Okay, by default we set it to false, now we set it to true. And if in range parameter is true, basically means a player is close enough, so we need to stop just patrolling around. Instead we need to chase this player game object and need to attack once it gets too much close. Okay, so that's the catch. So we're gonna check in the bottom. So we will check if in range. Okay, in range is equals to true, or you can leave it like this, it also means true. And if that is the case, we will do something. And else if not that, else if it's not the case, basically enemy is too far away, then that enemy just this patrol enemy just patrol should patrol around this ground. Okay, so in the else condition we will do. So let's cut this line of code by Control X and let's paste it over here. So basically what we're doing nothing in range. So once the enemy is too much basically in attack range, then we just doing nothing. But enemy is not in attack range, basically sorry, enemy, not enemy, it's player. So if player is in attack range, so we doing nothing. But if enemy sorry, if a player game object is far from this enemy game object, then this enemy should just patrol around. So and we exactly doing right over here. So if the player game object is not attack range, so in that else condition we just moving our enemy game object left and right, and we just flipping. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it. But in case our enemy, oh sorry, our player game objects in attack range, so what we need, this enemy should chase our player game object first, and once it's get too much close, then our patrol enemy should attack. Okay, so before we do that, let's print out a message in the console. So debug.log, and let's something like let's say something like something like, let's say chase player. Okay, chase player or player game object is in range. Okay, something like that. Close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And we also need to set this in range parameter to false once the enemy sorry, once our player game object is too much far away from player from our enemy game object. Okay, so we will go to script now. So in the else condition we will set this in range parameter to false. Okay, so let's set this in range parameter to false once the player is not lesser than or equal to in this attack range, then this enemy just play this patrol around. So basically just enemy should just patrol around that ground. But once the player is too much close or in attack range, so in that situation we are firstly setting that in range parameter to true, and we checking if in range parameter is true. What we doing, we just printing out the message in the console says chase player. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code. Now let's move to Unity and let's check that out. So we're gonna able to see, but what we want, just wait for a compile, I'm gonna explain that. So we cannot able to see the distance between them. Basically what we want to draw a circle with this much of attack range. Okay, so we can see if the player gets in that circle or in that area, you can say, or in that attack range, then this enemy should just chase this player. Basically for now we just printing out the message. Okay, so basically we want to draw a circle around this enemy, around this patrol enemy with that much attack range, so we can see. Okay, we can see visually. So to do so, we do know we have to use another function for it. Okay, so let's go to bottom. So we have, as you can see, we have on draw gizmo selected function, and we do know this function get call or get get basically get called by Unity automatically. We don't need to call it, and this function just draw what we want to draw. So we're gonna go to bottom of this function, and we want to draw a circle. Okay, so we will draw a circle. So we have to use this gizmos dot draw wire sphere. Okay, wire sphere, and this function right over here as a first argument will take from where you want to draw the circle. So we want to draw the circle from this center position of enemy, basically from enemy position. So we have to pass transform. Okay, transform dot position means enemy center position or enemy position. And the second thing, we have to pass the radius. So we will pass instead of radius we will pass this attack range. So we can see how much attack range is, and then if the player gets in that attack range, then this enemy should attack that player game object instead of patrolling around with this ground. Okay, so that's the catch. So let's go to script and let's go to bottom, and we will pass our attack range. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, and we can also choose a color for that attack range or the circle. So let's choose a color something like red. So we have to set gizmos dot color, and we will set equal to color dot red. It's totally up to you what color you want. You can set it to yellow, you can set it to magenta. I'm gonna set a red. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity. We should able to see a circle will be drawn from center position of our enemy game object with red with attack range radius. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done. Okay, if we select this patrol enemy, as you can see, indeed our that attack range, basically the radius with attack range, the circle gets drawn. Okay, and make sure you need to drag this player to player transform, or else we will get an error. So make sure that. So let's select this player and drag it to player transform. Okay, it says none. Now if we hit this play button in the top and see the result, what's really happening. Okay, we will able to see. Just wait for to compile, and when it's done, let's see what's really happening. So let's go to, so as you can see, if we select this console, we just printing out the message again and again and again, and we doing nothing. But once we get outside of this attack range, okay, as you can see, enemy just now patrolling around with this ground, and this message just gets stopped printing out in the console. Okay, but once we get inside this attack range, as you can see, we doing nothing. We just printing out the message in the console says chase player. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. Instead of printing out message, what we want, this enemy should chase this player, and once this enemy get too much close to this player, okay, then this enemy should play attack animation clip. Okay, basically we need to set those things. So let's open up our script. So instead of printing out message, okay, in range, basically the player is attack range. So instead of printing out message, what we want to firstly chase. Okay, so before we chase, we need to check if we are too much close to this enemy game object. Okay, something, if I take this enemy game object and select this move tool and move it something like over here. So in this situation, the distance between them is too much close. So in this distance, this enemy should stop, and once it's stopped, then it should play attack animation clip. Okay, but once it's little bit farther away, so we need to play the chase, basically walk, and once it gets too much close, we need to stop our enemy, and then it should play attack animation clip on our player game object. Okay, so that's the case. So I'm gonna drag it right over here. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to script, and so before we chase our player, we need to check the distance between them. So I'm gonna go to top of my class, and let's make a public float, and let's call this one retrieve. Okay, retrieve distance, something like that, and by default I'm gonna give it to something like 2.5 f. okay, 2.5 if, close that up with semicolon. Let's go to in range. So before we chase, we're gonna check if vector2, okay, vector2 dot distance, vector2 dot distance, and we do know this function will takes two position and it will compare between them. So first position we're gonna pass our own position, which is transform dot position, and the second position we will pass player dot position. So if the distance between them, if it's greater than retrieve distance, okay, so make some curly bracket. So in that situation we need to just play or chase our enemy game object. Basically this enemy is not too much close to this player game object, so in that situation this enemy still need to get closer to this player, and once it's right over here, okay, too much close, then enemy should stop. So right over here we doing the same thing. So if the distance between our enemy own position and player, if it's greater than retrieve distance, means enemy is not still the which is 2.5 as a retrieve distance we have chosen. So the distance between it's still not equal to retrieve distance, which is 2.5, okay. So in that situation we need to chase our player, okay, we need to chase our player. But if the distance between is now closer than, if it's not equal greater than retrieve distance, basically enemy just came too much closer to player game object, or player gets too much closer to enemy game object, okay. So the distance between them is not greater than right now the greater than this retrieve distance, means the enemy get too much close to our player game object, okay. So in that situation what we need to play attack animation. So we will use this else condition and make some curly brackets, okay. So if the distance between them it's not if it's not too much close, our basically enemy is not too much close a player game object, okay. So what we need to chase our player game object, okay. Basically we have to chase player game object, enemy should chase player game object. So we will set to chase, we're gonna set transform dot position. Right over here transform dot position is the current position of enemy, and we will set it equal to vector2 dot move towards, okay, move towards. And this function right over here, firstly it will take the current position we are where we currently right now, and the second argument it will take the target position, basically where you want to go. So we do know we want to go to our player position, or just want to get closer to player position. And the third argument it will take the speed, how much speed you want to go to that point or that target position, okay. So as a first argument we're gonna pass transform dot position, means the current position. As a target position we will pass player dot position, basically where we want to go. And the third argument it will take the speed, and let's call it something like chase speed. So let's make a variable for that as well. So let's go to top of our class. So let's make a public float, let's call it something like chase speed, okay, chase speed. And by default I'm gonna give it to something like for if, okay. And let's as a third argument let's pass chase speed, and let's multiply with time dot delta time. Make sure you just multiply that with the speed time dot delta time, okay. And close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. But if the distance between is now too much closer to our to our basically player is now too much closer to enemy game object, so in that situation what we need to play basically enemy should play attack animation clip, okay. So before we do that, let's print out a message in the console for now. But if the distance between it is still not closer, or it's still not equal to this retrieve distance, basically it's greater, basically still our enemy is too far away from our player game object, then in that situation we just setting our current position, basically we just going to our player position to get closer, okay. And once it's get closer, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna play attack animation clip. So for now let's print out a message. So debug.log, let's say something like in quotation, player is too much a player, let's play attack animation, or let's say something like attack, okay. attack and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see once the enemy is too much closer to our player game object. Basically the distance between is not now greater than retrieve distance. So in that situation we just printing out the message in the console. So select the console in the bottom and let's hit this play button in the top. So as a move speed we have chosen 2, as a chase speed we have chosen 4. So now if we hit this play button and once we try to get closer to this enemy game object, okay, this patrol enemy will chase us, okay, or it will chase us player. So let's go get inside. As you can see indeed it's going, but once it gets basically once the distance between our player and the enemy is not greater than retrieve distance, basically the distance between gets something like retrieve distance or 2.5. okay, the distance between is now 2.5, basically too much close to this player game object. So in that situation what we doing, we just printing out message attack multiple times. So instead of printing out message, what we need, this enemy should play that attack animation clip, basically the random attack animation clip, okay, and this player game object should take damage. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. So let's clear the console and now let's go to script. So instead of printing out message, what we need to play attack animation clip. Okay, so before we do that we need to grab the reference of this animator component of this patrol enemy, then we can switch up this animation in this animator tab. Okay, so let's grab the reference first. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class. Okay, and let's make a public that is a animator component. So let's type animator and let's call it something like animator. Okay, close that out with semicolon and make sure you once you go to Unity that animator component will be pop up right over here. So what you need to select this animator and drag it there, so we will have the reference. Make sure you do that. Okay, so I'm gonna go to script. So right over here as you can see we just printing out message says attack. So instead of printing out message, what we want to play attack animation clip, but we want to play a random. So we're gonna say at animator. So basically we just going to that animator, this animator, and by this animator I'm gonna set this both of a random 1 to true. So let's suppose this attack 1. Okay, so set bool set. So this function, make sure you use this set bool function, and this bool function as a first argument in quotation it will take the parameter name. So and make sure you just name it as you did in animator tab, so which in my case attack 1 and attack 2. okay, for now let's pass attack 1. okay, attack 1, and we have to comma, we have to set the value. So I'm gonna set it to true, and true basically checked. okay, and we do know if we set it to true that animation clip will be played. okay, and close that up with semicolon. And once the enemy is not too much close to this player game object, so in that situation this enemy should still play that work animation clip. okay, so basically we need to set this animator attack 1 parameter to false, and we do know if we select this back transition from this attack 1 to a work, as you can see if we set this attack 1 to false it will play the work animation clip. okay, once the player is not too much close, then this enemy basically should still play that work animation clip. So that's why we're gonna go over here. okay, let's copy this line of code and let's paste it over here. okay, and we will set it to false, and we do know if we set it to false it will play the work animation clip. okay, so control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity and let's see what's really happening. okay, so just wait for to compile. And now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see that attack 1 basically we just checking or setting true, and we do know if we set this true we have chosen that condition. If we select this arrow, as you can see if we set this attack 1 to true, this animation clip will be played because we have chosen that condition. So let's check that out. So let's get closer to okay, So we okay, so we did mistake. Basically, if we say select this petrol enemy, so as you can see animator, it says none, basically empty. So what we need, make sure you just select this animator and drag it that animator component. Okay, so now we have the reference of animator component. Now we should not able to see any error message. Just make sure that you just drag it the reference. Okay, now let's hit this play button in the top and let's check that out one more time. Okay, so just wait for to compile. And now if we get closer to enemy, as you can see enemy playing, and once it's gets too much close, as you can see enemy just attacking, and once we just not equal to retrieve distance, basically retrieve distance is greater than this work animation is playing. But once the play enemy game object is too much close, as you can see attack animation is playing over again and again. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And the problem is that we also need to flip our enemy game object in the direction player is going. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. For now we also need to play this attack too, as well as this hurt animation clip. Okay, so we need to play those animation clip. If we surpass our enemy game object, okay, something like this, as you can see enemy is not flipping in the direction player is. Okay, so basically we need to flip this character, our enemy game object. So let's open up our enemy script, petrol enemy. Let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So over here, as you can see, if in range, basically if a player is inside of this attack range of this petrol enemy game object. Okay, and we're gonna check right over here. Okay, we will check if player, okay, player dot position dot x, if it's greater than our own position. So a transform dot position dot x means enemy own position in the x axis. So basically if player position is greater than enemy in enemy x position. Okay, so basically if I take my player game object and move it over to here, as you can see in this case player position is greater than enemy position in the x axis. Okay, so what we need to flip this character, enemy character, in the right direction now. Okay, right direction now. And after that we created a field, as you can see, facing left, and we need to set that to false. Why? We need to firstly we will rotate in the player is standing. Okay, and then we need to set this facing left parameter to false, because in that situation we'll no longer look to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna set this to false. Okay, we will check this condition as well. If we looking the left direction and player position in the x-axis is greater than petrol position in the x-axis, that means we need to flip this enemy petrol enemy in the right direction. And after that we need to set this facing left parameter to false. Okay, so I'm gonna take my player game object one more time further away from that enemy, something right over here. Now let's go to script. So that basically that thing, this means that thing. Okay, and the same time we're gonna check if facing left is true, basically enemy is looking left to the left direction. So in that situation what are we gonna do? So make some curly brackets. Firstly we need to rotate our enemy game object. So we're gonna go to transform, then Euler angles, and we will set equal to new vector 3. And we do know vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Okay, z-axis, close that up with semicolon. So we're gonna put in the y minus 180, so it will flip to the right direction. And then we're gonna put in the 0 in the x, and in the 0 in the z, in the z, in the 0 in the z. So after flipping our character, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to false, because in that situation we will look to the right direction. So that's why we're gonna set this facing left parameter to false. Okay, so firstly we checking if the player position is greater than enemy position. Basically enemy is something right over here, and as a second condition we checking, and if we looking to the left direction, as you can see we looking to the left direction. So what we doing right there, we firstly we flipping our character in the right direction, okay, right direction, and then we setting facing left parameter to false because it will look in the right direction. Okay, so that's the catch. So let's now check that out. So control S on your keyboard to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. Okay, let's see what's really happening. So just wait for to compile, and now if I hit this play button in the top, we should able to see that's gonna happen immediately. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done, so let's go. As you can see, and if we flip, as you can see, as you seen, it's just get flipped to the right direction. But the problem is that we no longer this enemy no longer able to look in the left direction. So we also need to what we need to do. So in this situation, as you can see, player position in the x will be lesser than our enemy position in the x axis. So basically if we select this petrol enemy, so we need to flip in the left direction now. So basically we need to set this y to 0, and if we set this y to 0, it will look to the left direction, and after that we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true. Okay, true. Why? We will look to the left direction in that situation. So let's do that. So I'm gonna play this. So let's go over to script, and else if we're gonna check, else if our player position, so player dot position dot x, if it's lesser than transform dot position dot x, and the same time we're gonna check if we not looking to the left direction. So basically facing left is equals to false, basically we're looking to the right direction. So in that situation, so make some curly brackets, we need to flip our character. So let's copy this line of code by control C, and let's paste it over here by control V. Okay, control V, and we're gonna set 180 to 0, so it will look to the left direction now. So that's why we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true now. Okay, so after doing that, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and it will work fine. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and we gonna able to see that. Let's hit this play button in the top. Let's see what's happening. Okay, let's see, and we're looking to the left in same direction, and we're looking to the right direction. Basically enemy looking to the right direction, and left and right according to where player is standing. Okay, in that direction enemy is looking right now. So I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, so what we need to do now, if we get closer to our enemy game object. Okay, so let's take this enemy game object right over here. Okay, so as you can see, there is no way we taking damage. Okay, so we need to take damage. Before we do that, so I'm gonna unplay this. Let me explain the logic. So if we select this petrol enemy and move over to animation tab, then select this attack 1 or attack 2, something attack 1. So basically we want to create a circle from this sort. Okay, so we will create a attack point something right over here, and from that point we will create a circle. Okay, and if that circle collide with this enemy game object, player game object, then this player should take damage. Okay, so in order to create a circle around this point, so let's open up our script, okay, by double clicking on it, and for that let's create a attack function. So let's go to down bottom of our update function. Okay, so let's create over here and make it public. Because why making it public? Because we want to call that function or right over here through animation event. So that's why we need to make that. So in order to call that, what we have to do, we need to select the attack animation clip right over here, and we have to hit this plus hit this add event. Okay, add event, and we can call the function right over here. Okay, methods basically means function, and we need to make it public. So that's why. So let's delete this for now, and let's go to script. Okay, let's create a public void. Let's call this one attack. Okay, make some first bracket and some curly brackets. So in order to draw the circle, create the circle, we need to use this physics 2D. Okay, physics 2D dot overlap circle. Okay, sorry, and this function right over here, as a first argument, it will take the position from where we want to create the circle. So we will create a attack point, and the second thing, it will take the radius of that circle. Okay, and the third argument, it will take the layer mask, basically which layer we want to target. So in our case, we want to target this player game object, so we need to assign this player as a player layer. Okay, so basically we need to assign those variable, basically we need to get those, then we can create the circle. So let's make a comment for now by double slash, and let's go to top of our class. Okay, so let's make it right over here. So first thing, we need position, so let's make a public transform. Let's call this one attack point. Okay, attack point. And second thing, we need radius. Okay, so let's create a public float. Let's call this attack radius, and by default I'm gonna give it to something like 1f or 1 unit. Okay, and the third argument, we need a layer mask, so let's create a public layer mask, basically which game object we want to target or which layer, and let's call it something like attack layer. Okay, attack layer, close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So those fields just gonna pop up underneath our petrol enemy script. Okay, petrol enemy script. So just wait for to compile. Okay, if we select this petrol enemy, as you can see in the bottom, we can see attack point, it says none, and attack radius by default we have chosen 1, and attack layer. So firstly, let's create a attack point. So I'm going to right click on this petrol enemy game object and create an empty child game object, and let's call this game object to something like attack point. Okay, attack point, and let's go over to inspector, select on this, and you can select an icon for it. So I'm going to select this one. Okay, and I'm going to move it something like over here in center of our sword. Okay, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this attack point and drag it to attack point field, and as a attack layer we're gonna choose player. Okay, so we cannot see player layer, so firstly we need to assign our player as a player layer. So let's select this player, go over to inspector. In order to assign this player as a player layer, we need to go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer and it says default, so click on that and click on add layer and name the layer what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like player. Okay, and click on enter to save it, and let's go to that game object one more time, and let's go over to inspector, and the top right it says layer and default, so click on it and select player. So whatever you name it, just assign that. Okay, and after doing that, click on, make sure you just go to overrides and click on apply, so it will it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, so that's the thing. Now we're gonna go to petrol enemy, and attack layer it says nothing, as you can see, so click on it, and we're gonna choose right now player, so that circle will only gonna check for our player game object. Okay, and now let's go to petrol enemy, go over to overrides and click on this apply all to change in the prefab as well. Okay, so now let's go to script to create the circle. So let's go to down, so let's remove these two slashes. Let's tap, basically press down tab, so it will make 4 spaces. Okay, so first thing, it will take the position, so let's pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing radius, so let's pass attack radius, and the third argument, it will take the layer mask, so let's pass attack layer. Okay, and we do know as a attack layer we have chosen player. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. So this function right over here, physics 2d dot overlap circle, it can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with that player game object or not. Okay, so if this circle colliding with that player game object, so this function will give us a true value, else this will give us a false value. So let's store into a collided 2d, because this is a collision, work like as a collision, so that's why let's create a collided 2d variable. Okay, so let's create a collider collided 2D variable. Let's call it something like call info, and let's set equal to this. So this call info can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with that player game object or not. Okay, so this call info can be true or false, and we can extract info what we collided with. Okay, like name of the game object we collided with, or the tag of the game object. Basically we can access any component we want. Okay, so for now we're gonna go to down, and we will check if call info is true. Basically means that circle is really colliding with that player game object. So make some curly brackets. So what we want for now, we just want to print out a message. So in order to print out message, we need to type debug.log. Okay, so we're gonna go to call info. Okay, well, call info, and we can extract info what we collided with. We can extract anything we can. So we're gonna go to transform of that game object, and we're gonna print out of the name of the game object the circle collided with. Okay, so name, and make sure you close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. Okay, so we should able to see the circle will be created from that point. Okay, from that attack point. So so as you can see, we're not able to see the circle. So in order to see the circle, we do know we need to use another function for it, that's called on draw gizmo selected function. So let's go to script now. Okay, and let's go to, so type over here. As you can see, I already have on draw gizmo selected function. Okay, and this function is responsible for drawing our circle. Okay, so now let's go to bottom. Okay, let's go to bottom, and in order to draw the circle, we need to use gizmos dot draw where sphere. Okay, draw where sphere. এই একটু কথা কম রে করে ভাই, draw where sphere, and this function right over here, it will take the position from where you want to draw the circle. So let's pass our attack point. Okay, attack point dot position, and the second thing, it will take the radius. So let's pass attack radius. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. And we do know if we don't assign the attack point position, okay, basically attack point field is empty. So what we need, we should stop drawing our circle. Okay, basically the sphere. So we will check before we draw the circle if attack point is equals to null. Okay, basically attack point field is empty. So in that situation, we're gonna type return, and return, and we do know return. Okay, and after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. Okay, so the sphere will be stopped drawing. Okay, if the attack point field is empty. Okay, and we can choose a color for that attack. So I'm gonna choose to choose a color, we have to say gizmos. Okay, gizmos dot color, and we can set any color we want. So we're gonna set color dot red. Okay, and make sure Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and now we should able to see that circle or that sphere will be drawn from that attack point, and we can adjust the radius right over here. Okay, so just wait. So as you can see, the circle has been drawn from that point, and we're gonna adjust this circle. So I'm gonna select this petrol enemy, go over to animation tab, and let's select this attack 1 and something right over here. So we have to adjust the radius of that circle. So I'm gonna increase to match up the sword size of that sword size of our enemy game object. Okay, so let's increase this a little bit, something like 1.48. Now it's totally fine, and let's select this attack to animation clip. Okay, and also let's check that out. Okay, so this seems pretty good. So we just need to make it a little bit smaller, something like 1.4, and that is indeed fine. Okay, so basically all it's fine now. And what we need to do now, we need to call this function. We never calling it anywhere, somewhere right over here. So this line of code will not be executed, so we not gonna see the name of the game object that circle collided with. So why are we going to call this function? We're gonna call it through animation event. So in order to call that, so let's go to Unity and select that enemy game object or petrol enemy, and go over to animation tab and select attack 2 or attack 1, any of them. Let's move it something like over here. So as you can see, this will be the perfect time to call that function. Okay, to in order to call that, click on add event in the left side, you can see. Okay, so click on it and go over to inspector and function. It says no function, so click on it, and the function is setting on this petrol enemy script or class. So let's go to that. Methods basically mean function, and over there we created that attack function, as you can see right over here. So let's select that, and let's do the same thing for attack to animation clip. Okay, so let's choose attack 2 and let's move it something like over here. So this one will be the perfect time to call this function. So let's click on add event in the left. Okay, and let's move over to inspector, then script, then function, and let's choose that function. Okay, so now I'm gonna clear the console, and let's hit this play button in the top. Now we should able to see the name of the game object will be printed out in the console, and we do know we name it our player as a player. Okay, so player should just appear in the console. Okay, so let's check that out. As you can see, indeed player name just getting pop out in the console. Why we calling this attack function, and what attack function is doing? Firstly, it's creating the circle around this position with this much of radius and attack layer, and we know as a attack layer we have chosen that player. So this circle getting true because it's colliding with our player. Okay, so if it's true, basically if we collide, so what we doing? So we just going, whatever we collided, we going to that game object transform, then accessing the name, which we know. Basically we just moving over to this player transform, and by this transform we just accessing the name of the game object, which is player, as you can see right over here. So I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, so the next time what we need to do, we need to give some health, and we need to destroy our player game object, as well as we need to attack on our enemy. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna play this now. Let's clear the console. Okay, so if I hit this play button in the top, okay, and our enemy just attack on our player game object, which is printing out the message says player. Okay, player, something like that. So let's get close to our enemy, and as you can see, we just printing out message. So so what we need to take damage. So player should have health firstly. Okay, and then we need to subtract that. So let's give some health to our enemy game object before we take damage. Okay, so let's open up by double clicking our player script. Okay, player script. Now let's go to top of our class, and let's make a variable right over here. Let's make a public int. Let's call this one something like max health. Okay, and by default I'm gonna give 3 unit of health, and close that off with semicolon. And let's go to bottom, and we're gonna make a function that will be take damage function, and that function will call when we take damage. Basically when enemy just attack on us, then we will call that function, and that function will do the rest thing. Okay, so let's do that. So let's make it public, because we making public cause we just want to call this function from another class as well, or script. So that's why. And for function we have to type void. Let's call this function to something like take damage. Okay, take damage, and this will take an argument. So let's pass in damage. Okay, and make some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we want to subtract from our max health. So my max health minus equal 1 unit, minus equal this damage. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. As a damage parameter, you can pass later on 1 2 3, whatever you want. Okay, whatever you wish to be want, you want to be wish. Okay, So let's suppose we pass as a damage parameter 1. So max health by default we have given 3. So if we call this function for the first time, so max health is 3, so 3 minus 1 will be 2. Okay, and if we call this for next time, okay, so this one is 2, max health is now 2, so 2 minus 1 will be 1. Okay, and if we call this one third time, so this one is already 1, so 1 minus 1 will be 0. We just assume it this damage as a 1. Okay, but you can pass whatever value you like as a in parameter, as you can see in damage. Okay, so let's suppose max health we have 0, and if we call this function, so 0 minus 1 will be minus 1, so it will go to negative value. So we need to check if the max health is already 0, then in that situation we don't need to subtract anymore. So before we subtract, so we will check if max health, okay, max health is already lesser than or equal to 0. In that situation we need to stop subtracting. So make some curly brackets, so we will type we will type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed, so this statement will be stopped. So once the max health reaches 0 or 0 or lesser than 0, so it will stop right there, because this line of code will not be executed. Okay, so it will stop subtracting. And also let's make a die function for once the player loses all of his health, we need to destroy our player game object, or we need to reload our scene, okay, or the level. So let's go to bottom, and for function we're gonna make it void, and let's call this function something like die, and make first bracket and some curly bracket. So what we want to do in this function, for now let's print out a message something like player diet. Okay, so let's print out debug.log, and let's say in quotation player diet, and let's close that off with semicolon. But we need to call this function, but when we should, once the player loses all of his health. So let's go to top of our class in update function. Okay, because update function runs every single frame, so we're gonna check every single frame if the player max health is 0 or not. Okay, we just need to keep track. So we will check right over here if max health is lesser than or equal to 0, and make some curly bracket. So player should now destroy. Okay, so instead of destroying, let's call that die function, and what we doing inside that die function, we just printing out message in the console says player died. Okay, so let's go to there, and let's call that function. Okay, die function, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. Okay, and control s to save your code, and let's go to unity. But we need to call that take damage function, and we do know what take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting. But when we should call that function, once this enemy game object it just attack on our player game object, so in that moment we need to call that function. Okay, so let's open up our petrol enemy script where we attacking. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. As you can see, if this basically if this circle right over here from attack point we have created, if this circle sorry, if this one collide with our player game object, so what we doing, we just printing out the message in this name of the game object. So instead of printing out, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a damage. Basically we just gonna call this player in player script this take damage function, and we do know what take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting from our max health by this amount of damage. Okay, so let's go to petrol enemy script. Firstly we're gonna find, okay, if this column info is true, basically this circle attack from attack point we have drawn or created, if this one collide with this player game object, okay, player game object, then this player game object definitely should take damage. Okay, so let's check that right over here. So firstly we're gonna check if call info, okay, if call info dot game object dot get component, okay, get component, and we're gonna pass right over here player, and make some brackets if it's not equal to null. okay, if it's not equal to none, and make some curly brackets. So what basically doing, so if the circle is really colliding, okay, really colliding, and if that game object, so we're just going to call info, then accessing the whole game object, and we getting the component which is player. Okay, basically whatever this circle collided with, and if this circle collide with this game player game object, then we going to this player game object and getting the component which is this player script. As you can see, player get component player, and we checking if it's not equal to null, basically not empty, not empty, or the script just attach onto this player game object, and definitely it just attached to our player game object, so this one is not equal to null. So in that situation, what we need to do, a player should take damage. Basically we need to call that take damage function. Okay, so let's go to right over here. So we're gonna go to call info dot game object. Basically whatever we collided with, we going to that game object, and then we're gonna get the component we looking for, which is in our case player. Okay, player, and make first bracket, and then dot, we have to call that take damage function. Okay, so let's call it take damage. Okay, take damage, and make first bracket, and you can pass as a damage parameter if we go to player script. So basically firstly we just going over to this player script, and then accessing this function which is take damage right over here, as you can see. And as a in damage parameter, now we can pass whatever value we like. So I'm gonna go to patrol enemy script one more time. Okay, so let's pass one, so it will subtract from one, basically one unit every single time. Okay, once we take damage, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once our this enemy game object attack on our player game object, this player gonna take damage. Okay, so just wait about to compile, and by default we have given 3 amount, max health is 3. Okay, so now let's hit this play button in the top, and take and if this play enemy game object attack on our player game object 3 times, then this our player game object will lose out all of his health. Okay, so let's see right over here, as you can see 3, 2 and 1 and 0, and it gets stopped at 0, and the message just printing out player died multiple time. Because why, because once we loses all of our health, if we move to player script, as you can see, we calling this die function, and what die function is doing, we're just printing out the message player dies every single frame in the console, because we're doing inside update function, and we do know update function runs at every single frame. So every single frame this die function is calling, and we do know what die function is doing. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. But the problem is player won't able to see. We're gonna able to see in inspector. Let's suppose someone plays the game, the player will not able to see how many health player have currently. Okay, we need to show that in UI. So I'm gonna unplay this. So in order to show that in UI, we need to create a canvas. Okay, into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements. Example for buttons, icons, text, images, anything like that will goes into our canvas. So in order to create the canvas, we need to go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. So I'm gonna right click. Let's go to UI. We need to go over to UI and select this canvas. Okay, and now select this, and I'm gonna drag it this canvas top of my hierarchy, so I can see all the time, and select the canvas and F2 focus on it. So this is our canvas, and we need to place all of the UI elements like images, buttons, icons, text, or all of those things will goes into this canvas. Okay, now we are ready to create our text. In order, before we do that, select the canvas, move over to inspector, scroll down to the bottom, says canvas scaler. Okay, and it says constant pixel size, UI scale mode to constant pixel size. So choose scale with screen size. Okay, so the our canvas will scale up or down depending upon our screen size. Okay, so that's the thing. And we're gonna put in the x something like 1920, and in the y we're gonna put 1080. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna right click on this canvas, then go to UI and select go to bottom legacy and select this text. Okay, basically select the text and let's scale. So select this rect tool right over here and let's scale this text. So hold down all, it will resize from center as you can see. Okay, and we are not able to see the text, so in order to see, let's go to inspector, let's scroll down to the bottom side, says font size. So let's make it bigger, something like 80, or let's do it for 100, it would be fine. And let's choose a different color to able to see. So let's go to scroll down and in color field click right over here and let's choose something like white. Okay, and let's go to over here and let's call something like health. Okay, health, and we're gonna call this text, let's rename this text something like health text or health. So right click on it, let's rename this, let's call this one health text as well. Okay, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna we're gonna move it something right over here. In order to do that, okay, in order to do that, select the text and go over to inspector and click on rect transform, click right over here and hold down all and select this bottom, sorry, top left one. Okay, and let's drag it down right over here and let's scale this up something like, I guess it's pretty fine. And let's do something like a bold. Okay, so let's font style to choose bold. And if you do have any font, you can drag it right over here, you can choose it right from right over here, or you can go to project tab and just drag it those fonts right over here and select any of them and drag it right over here in this field. Okay, and you're gonna go. So this is our health text, let's copy this. Okay, so before we copy, let's put a colon. Okay, something like this. Let's make it a little bit somewhere. Okay, so this seems pretty good. Okay, this seems okay, this seems pretty good. And let's scale it down. I think let's make the font size something like 80. Okay, 80 seems pretty good. Just mess around with these values and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, and now let's copy this, copy, basically let's duplicate this one. In order to duplicate, control D to duplicate, and let's move it something over here. Okay, and we're gonna call this one to something like health. So let's rename this, right click, rename, or select that and move over to inspector and let's call it health. Okay, and by default I'm gonna give it to 3, or you can give it to 0, something like that. And we will link up this text with our player max health. Okay, player max health have 3, so we're gonna set this 1 to 3. Basically we just want to link up this text with our player max health. Okay, so in order to do that, let's double click our player script to open it up. So that, as you can see this, if we go to help, basically this one, and move over to inspector and scroll down to the bottom, we can see this is an text element. Okay, and we can change the value right over here to 1, then 2, and then 3, 4, like 2, like those. Okay, so I'm gonna give something like 0. So basically we need a reference of this text, then we can set that up. Okay, basically we need a link of this text. So in order to get, let's open up our player script and let's go to top of our class. Okay, underneath our max health. Okay, so as you can see, this is an UI element. Okay, this is an UI element, so we need to include this namespace in our class, in top of our class. Make sure you use this using Unity engine. Okay, Unity engine dot UI. Okay, and this namespace will allow us to use that component. So in our case this text component. Okay, so we need a reference. So let's go to script and let's make a variable for it. So let's make it public. That is a text, so we have to type text, and let's call this one health, something like that, health text or health, something like that you can call, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see in our underneath our player script, and health text will just gonna appear. So what we need to do, we need to drag this health. So let's select this player game object. Okay, and as you can see here it says a none text. So what we need, we're gonna select this health, not this health text, this health, and let's drag it right there. Now basically we have a reference, or we have a link of this text now. Okay, so let's go to script one more time, and let's go to update function. And if the update function, in top of our update function, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to this health. Okay, so let's go to that health. So let's go to health, then dot text. Okay, then dot text, and we're gonna set equal to max health. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. So basically what we doing, we just going to health, then dot text. Basically we moving over to this health, and then accessing this text, and we setting this text equal to our max health. And we do know max health we have 3. So this text right over here gonna be 3. Okay, and let's suppose max health this right over here is 2. So this health text dot text, or health dot text will be 2, because why, we directly setting whatever the value is of max health. Okay, so we need to convert this. This is an integer value, and this is a string value. Okay, so basically we need to convert this integer value to a string. So in order to convert this, and it's so much easy to do. So we just have to type dot to string and make some brackets. So this will convert our this integer value will be converted into a string value. Okay, so let's suppose we max health have now something like 3. So this one right over here, health dot text, will be 3, because we directly setting. Okay, so once you done, control S on your keyboard to save your code and move to Unity. So control S and move to Unity. Okay, make sure you save your script, and once it's done, just hit this play button. So we're gonna see in the start of the game max health will be 3. Okay, so this one is 0, but we do know by default we have given 3 value. So the text right over here, basically health, this health and this dot text will be 3, because we directly setting. Okay, so let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top. So in the start of the game it will be directly match up to our max health. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's compiled, let's see what's really happening. So 2 3 and 0. So as you can see, indeed our health became 0. Okay, and once it's became 0, we just printing out the message in the console says player died multiple times. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. So I hope you get the idea how you can work with damage, those kind of things. Okay, and show that up in the UI. Okay, I hope you get the idea of all of it. So I'm gonna unplay this now. As we did for the enemy, we're gonna do the same thing for our player game object. Player gonna attack on enemy. Okay, so let's select this player from hierarchy and F to focus on it. So we're gonna create a point. From that point we will create a circle. Okay, and if that circle collide with this enemy, then this enemy should take damage. Okay, so let's do that. Let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. Okay, let's double click that to pin it up in Visual Studio. Let's go to bottom. Okay, before we take damage function, we're gonna make it, you can make it anywhere you want, it's totally up to you. So let's make it public, so we can call through animation event. For function we have to type void, and let's call this one attack as well. Make some curly first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so what we need to use this physics 2d dot overlap circle. Okay, overlap circle function to create our to create our circle. Okay, and we do know this wanna take a first point as a basically the attack point, and the second thing it will take the radius, and the third thing it will take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So I'm gonna make it comment for now, and let's go to top of our class. Okay, over here we're gonna make it. So first thing, we need a point from where we want to create the circle. So let's create a public transform, basically means position you can call, and let's call this one attack point. Okay, and the second thing, we need radius, so also make a public float. Let's call this one attack radius. Okay, attack, sorry, attack radius, and by default I'm gonna give it to 1 unit, 1f. Okay, and the third thing, we need layer mask, so let's also make public layer mask. Let's call attack layer. Okay, attack layer, and close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. We need to assign those variable one by one. So firstly, we need to create a attack point, and from that point we're gonna create a circle around that point, and if that circle with collide with our enemy game object, then enemy should take damage. Before we do that, we need to assign enemy as an enemy layer. Okay, firstly we need to a point, as you can see, none, basically empty. So let's right click on player game object and create an empty child game object. Okay, so let's call this one attack point, and let's go over, let's select this move tool and let's move it somewhere here. Okay, and let's select an icon for that. So I'm gonna select this yellow, something right over here. Okay, and now select this player. Let's drag the attack point to attack point field, and as a attack layer we're gonna choose enemy. So firstly we need to assign enemy as a enemy layer. So let's select this patrol enemy, go over to inspector, let's click on layer, and it's a default. Let's click on it, click on add layer, and then the layer. So I'm gonna name it something like enemy, and let's go to that game object one more time, and let's assign that layer default to enemy. Okay, and I'm gonna do no this object only, basically the enemy, not this attack point to or attack. Basically I assigned this enemy as a enemy layer now. Okay, so let's go to player game object, as a attack layer I'm gonna choose enemy now. Okay, and make sure you just go over to overrides and click on apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, so now let's go to script one more time, and let's go over here. Okay, let's go over here. So first thing, we're gonna pass our attack point from where we want to create the circle. So attack point dot position. Second thing, we will pass attack radius, and the third thing, we will pass attack layer, and close that up with semicolon. So this function can be true or false depending upon if the circle really colliding with that enemy game object or not. If it's doing colliding with that enemy game object, so this one gonna give us a true value, or else it will give us a false value. So let's store into a collided 2D variable, because this is a collision. Okay, so let's create a collider 2D, and let's call it something like call info. Okay, call info, let's set equal to this. So this call info can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with that enemy or not. Okay, so we're gonna check in the next line. If call info is true, basically means the circle is really colliding with that enemy game object. So in that situation, what we need to take damage, basically enemy should take damage. For now, let's make some curly brackets. For now, let's print out a message. Okay, so for printing out, let's type debug.log, and we can extract info whatever we collided with by going to this call info variable. Okay, we can extract info like name of the game object, tag, any component we looking for. It's totally up to you what you want. For now, I'm gonna go to call info, basically whatever we collided with, we're gonna go to that game object and gonna access the name. Okay, name, plus I'm gonna add a custom message. So just make a plus icon, and in quotation you can say whatever you wanna say. So I'm gonna go so name takes damage, something like that, takes damage. So in our case, we do know we assign it enemy as an enemy layer. So this circle only gonna check for enemy. So basically we just accessing the name of the game object, which in our case petrol enemy. So petrol enemy, and we added a custom message as well. So petrol enemy takes damage gonna pop up in the console, but we do know we're not gonna able to see the circle. And for to draw the circle we need to use another function, and it's called on draw gizmo selected, we do know, and that's called automatically by Unity. We don't need to call it anywhere in our script. Okay, so let's do that. So make sure you typing as I did right over here, same on draw gizmo selected. Okay, you can remove this private so if you remove it's by default get assigned private. Okay, you don't need to make it public or something like that. You can remove that private, or you can leave it, or you can leave that. Okay, so to draw we do know we have to use this gizmos draw sphere function. Okay, and this function draw where sphere, not sphere, draw where sphere, and we do know this function is gonna take a point from where we want to draw the circle. So let's pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing it will take the radius. So let's pass attack radius. Okay, and close that out with semicolon. But we do know if we haven't assigned this attack point, basically if we haven't dragged this attack point to attack point field, so this attack point will be empty. But this function is gonna still find out that point and try to draw the circle with this much of radius. But we don't know this one not gonna get able to that point if we don't assign. But so that's why this gonna throw us an error. So before we draw the circle we need to check if we drag it there or not, basically if we assign it this one or not. So let's go there. Okay, so before we draw we're gonna check if attack point is equals to null, basically empty. So in that situation we need to stop drawing. So make some curly brackets. So we're gonna type return, and we do know after return this line of code will not be execute or will not be call out. So the circle will be stop drawing right there once attack point is null, basically this one is totally empty. Okay, so once you done, Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see the circle will be drawn from this point. Okay, and we also need to call this attack function. We never calling it somewhere in the script, so we're gonna call it through animation event. Once we playing our attack animation clip, in that moment we're gonna call that function. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done, select the player game object, go over to animation tab, and let's select this attack animation clip, and let's move it over here something like this. And you can increase the as you can see the circle just drawn from this point. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the radius of the circle to match up the sword range. Okay, so I'm gonna increase a little bit something like this much. Okay, so this much is pretty fine. So once you done, so I'm gonna find the perfect moment something like over here. So this is the perfect time to call that attack function. To call that we do know we have to go click on this add event in the left side. Okay, so click on that and go over to inspector, and it says function, no function selected. So click right there, and we're gonna go to player class or script, then function basically means method. Okay, and we created their attack function. Okay, so let's call that out, basically select that, and it's gonna call it right over here. Okay, so now it's fine. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna make the player health something like 1000 for now testing purposes. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this play button in the top. Basically I don't wanna see that player diet message gets a pop-up again because we're choosing a smaller number. Okay, but because I want to check the enemy is working fine or not. So let's get the enemy right over here. Now if we hit this click, as you can see, indeed the message is getting pop up in the console, says petrol enemy takes damage. Okay, so instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to give some health to enemy. an enemy should take damage. So I'm gonna unplay this now and let's clear the console. কি একটু পরে হবে important video. So what we gonna do now, so basically before we destroy our enemy game object, this enemy should take damage. So basically we need to give some health to this enemy game object, and then once we attack this enemy game object, this enemy game object should take damage and destroy itself. Okay, so let's do that. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Basically let's move over to patrol enemy and let's give some health. So let's go to top of our class. Okay, so let's go to top of our class. Let's make a public int and let's call this one something like max health. Okay, max health, and let's by default I'm gonna give 5 amount of health and close that up with semicolon. And let's go to bottom and we're gonna make a take damage function. Okay, take damage function, and take damage function just gonna subtract from our max health by some unit. Okay, as we did for our player game object, we're gonna do the same thing for enemy. Okay, for enemy, so let's make a public. Okay, so we making public because once we attack on this enemy game object, okay, from basically we want to call that function. Okay, on attack, we created a attack function in our player game object, so there we're gonna call the take damage function. So that's why we making it public. Okay, so we can call this function from another class or script as well. For function we have to type void. Let's call this function take damage. Okay, take damage, and this gonna take argument. Let's pass int damage and make some curly brackets. Okay, so what we want to do inside this function, we want to subtract from our max health. Okay, so we're gonna go to max health of our enemy game object and we're gonna subtract by this damage and close that up with semicolon. Okay, so as a damage parameter you can pass any value you like. Oh, okay, as we did for our player game object, it's totally up to you how much you want to subtract. Okay, so I'm gonna give something like 1 as a damage parameter. I'm gonna pass 1. Okay, so if we call this function for the first time, so max health we do have, or we have given by default. If we go look it up, as you can see, 5. Okay, so the max health right over here is 5. So if we call this one for the first time, so 5 minus 1 will be 4. So I just assume it as a damage parameter. I'm gonna pass 1, so that's why. So this one is 5, so 5 minus 1 will be 4. And if we call this second time, this take damage function, so this right over here is 4 now, so 4 minus 1 will be 3. So now call it third time, so this one is now 3, so 3 minus 1 will be 2. Now if we call fourth time, so this one is 4, so 4 minus 1 is 1. Okay, and now if we call this fifth time, so this one is 1, so 1 minus 1 will be 0. So somehow our enemy game object gonna lose all of his health. And let's suppose this max health is already 0, and if we call this function, so 0 minus 1 will be minus 1, so it will go to negative value. So before we subtract, we're gonna check if the max health is already 0 or not. Okay, so before we subtract, let's check. So if max health, okay, max health is lesser than or equal to 0, so in that situation we need to stop subtracting. Okay, so make some curly brackets and we're gonna do retype return. Okay, return, basically we do know after return this line of will not be called, so the max health will stack at 0. Okay, stack at 0, but once we loses all of our health, we need to destroy our player enemy game object. Okay, so I'm gonna go to down. Let's make a die function for it. Okay, so let's make a void die. It doesn't need to be public, we're gonna make it private. So die form die and make first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so what we want to do inside this die function for now, let's print out a message. Something says player enemy died, so I'm gonna type debug.log. So I'm gonna type this dot transform dot name. Basically this dot transform dot name basically referencing itself. Basically we just moving over to petrol enemy itself, so itself basically we just moving over to this transform, and then by this transform we just accessing this name. Okay, and on top of that I'm gonna add a message, so you have to type plus, and you need a type quotation, in quotation whatever you can say. So I'm gonna say something like diet, and make sure you close that off with semicolon, and we need to call this function. But when we should, once our petrol enemy game object loses all of his health. So let's go to update function, because update function runs every single frame, so we need to keep track our max health every single frame. So let's go to top of our update function, and we're gonna check right over here. So if max health, okay, if max health is lesser than or 0, so make some curly brackets. So basically our petrol enemy game object loses all of his health, so that's why max health is now 0 or lesser than 0. So if it's the case, so we're gonna call the die function, and what we're doing inside that die function, we just printing out the message this dot name died, basically petrol enemy died gonna pop up. Okay, so let's call this die function right over here. Let's call this and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and we also need to call that take damage function. But when we shoot, once the player attack on this player enemy game object and the circle colliding with that enemy game object, then we're gonna call that function. Okay, so if we select this player game object and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, for now as you can see, we just in attack function we just printing out the message. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to call that take damage function. So if we call that take damage function, we do know it will subtract from our max health by some unit. Okay, so basically petrol enemy gonna lose health. Okay, so firstly we're gonna check if call info. Okay, call info dot game object dot get component, and the component we looking for a petrol enemy. Okay, petrol enemy, and make first bracket, and we're gonna check if it's not equal to null. Okay, if it's not equal to null, and make some curly brackets. So what we doing, firstly we checking if the circle is really basically this circle is really colliding with this enemy. Then what we doing, and we checking, okay, is we checking whatever we basically this circle, if this circle is really colliding with this game object, and this game object have that enemy script, we do know basically that petrol enemy script. So if we select this petrol enemy, and we can see the petrol enemy script component is attached to this petrol enemy game object. So we are checking over here whatever we collided, basically that circle, and we getting the component which is petrol enemy. So if it's not equal null, basically this petrol enemy script is attached to that petrol enemy game object. So basically that is not equal to null, basically attached. So in that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna call the take damage function. Basically as you can see, we petrol enemy script is attached to this petrol enemy game object, so that's why this is not equal to null. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna call the take damage function right now over here, and we do know if we call the take damage function, this petrol enemy gonna lose health. Okay, so let's call it right over here. So we're gonna, let's copy this line of code firstly, Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. So whatever we collided, we going to that game object, and we getting the component which is petrol enemy. We just going to petrol enemy and accessing this petrol enemy script, and over there we created that take damage function. So let's call that out. So dot we have to type, so take damage. Okay, and as an argument you can pass 1. So if you pass 1, so it will subtract every single time by 1 unit, and if you pass 2, it will subtract every unit by 2. So max health is let's suppose we pass 2, so max health by default we have given to our petrol enemy game object 5. So if we call that take damage function for the for the first time, so 5 minus 2 will be 3. So it will gonna subtract gradually. So I'm not gonna do that, I'm I'm gonna pass one as I as you made. Okay, and make sure you close that up with semicolon. Now Control S to save your code. Let's move to Unity. Okay, let's move to Unity, and we should able to see that's gonna happen right away. Okay, right away. So just wait for to compile, and we gonna able to see that. So uh, so so as you can see, petrol enemy by default we have given max health 5, but you can adjust it over here. It's totally up to you how much you want. So now if we hit this play button in the top, and player and this petrol enemy gets closer to our player game object. Okay, and if we just attack on this petrol enemy game object, this gonna lose out his health. So let's do that. Let's check that out. So if I attack one time, 1, as you can see it's became 4, and if we just attack second time it's became 3, and if I then and so on. And once it loses max health, as you can see, indeed petrol enemy, basically the name of the game object is died. Okay, so we just printing out that. Okay, so instead of printing out that, what I wanna do, I want to destroy this game object. Okay, and if you want to shake your camera, I have a tutorial on this. Okay, how you can shake with Cinemachine camera shake, how you can do with it. Basically I have a tutorial, so I'm gonna leave it basically I'm gonna leave a link of that video in the description, so you can go and check that out, how you can make camera shake once we taking damage or player is going to die or this enemy. Okay, so you can go and check that out. So for now I'm gonna destroy this petrol enemy game object right away once it loses all of his health. So I'm gonna go open up the petrol enemy script by double clicking on it. Okay, so let's go to die function. So over here we just printing out message. So after printing out message, I want to destroy this game object right away. Okay, so let's use this destroy function, and we do know this wanna take that game object we want to destroy. So in our case the game object itself, so we're gonna pass this dot game object, basically means this dot game object, this petrol enemy game object referencing itself, so it's gonna destroy itself. Okay, and as a second argument comma, you can pass the specify amount of time at the, and that amount of time, after that amount of time this game object will be destroyed. But I'm just wanna destroy immediately, so I'm gonna remove that second argument. I don't need it. Okay, so and after doing that, make sure you close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. Okay, and let's see if it's working or not. So this game object will be destroyed right away, this petrol enemy, once we attack on 5 time. Okay, because this and petrol enemy game object have 5 amount of health. Okay, so let's do that. Let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check that out. Okay, and also can Cinemachine camera shake a video will be in the description, a link will be in the description. You can go and check that out to shake your camera. So now if I attack on 5 times, 1 2 now max health is 3 3 2 and 1. As you can see, indeed the petrol enemy game object get destroyed right away. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this, how you can destroy your game object. Okay, destroy your game object. So I hope you get the idea of it. And that script's gonna handle if the game is active or not. Basically if we lose all of our health, basically if player game object loses all of his health, then we're gonna we're gonna end the game. Okay, we want to end our game. So in order to do that, let's go to project tab, assets, right click on assets, then create C# script, name it to something like game manager. So I already have created right over here, and you can attach this script to any game object you want in hierarchy, but I'm gonna create a separate game object for that. So let's go to hierarchy, hit this plus icon or right click, let's create an empty game object. Let's call this game object as well as game manager. Okay, and let's reset the transform of that game object. Right click and reset the transform. So I'm gonna drag this game object top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time, and let's select this script and drag it to add component section. Okay, and now double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we have our script over here as you can see, and we have start and update function. So let's remove that. Instead, I'm also gonna remove these two namespaces in the top. We don't need it for now. Okay, and now let's create a variable that will be bool variable, which will we will set it to true or false depending upon if the player loses all of his health or not. Okay, so let's make a public bool. Okay, public bool. So this can be true, false, and we have to name the bool. So let's say something like is game active. Okay, is game active, and by default we're gonna set it to true. Basically once the game start, so by default we want this is game active parameter to true, but once the player loses all of his health, then we're gonna set this is game active parameter to false. Okay, so control s whatever you have done, and we're gonna move over to player game object. Okay, player game object, let's go to update function. As you can see, if the max health reaches lesser than or equal to, basically our player game object loses all of his health. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna set that parameter to false, which is game active. Okay, so before we die, so basically if we loses all of his health, all of our player health, so we have to use this find object of type. Okay, and into arrows we have to pass the script name, so in our case that game manager script. Okay, and in there we created, so make this first bracket, and in there we created a parameter which is bool parameter, and by default we set it to true. So once we loses all of our health, as you can see, we calling this type function. Okay, so instead of doing this, we're gonna go to type function. Die function, basically we just printing out the message in the console says player died. Okay, and then we will type this find object of type, and into arrows we have to pass the script name, which is in our case game manager, and make a first bracket, and in there we created that bool parameter, so we're gonna access, so that dot is game active parameter, and we're gonna set it to false. Okay, set it to false and close that up with semicolon. So when we setting it false, as you can see, when we die, so we calling the die function once we loses all of our health, and in die function firstly we just printing out the message says player died, and after that we just moving over to this game manager script, and then accessing this is game active parameter. Okay, and then we setting it to false, as you can see is game active parameter, and we setting equal to false. Okay, so after doing that, control s to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and we should able to see that the game so is game active parameter will gonna pop up underneath our game manager script because we made it public. Okay, we can see able to, and by default it's gonna be checked, basically means true. As you can see, indeed is game active parameter is true, but if I hit this play button and the player loses all of his health, this is game app parameter will be false, basically unchecked. Okay, we calling that die function. So our max health is too much, so I'm gonna select this player. Okay, I'm gonna make the max health something like 10. Okay, now that's 10, then 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and 0. As you can see, a player just died, and if we select this game manager game object and go to the script, as you can see is game active parameter gets unchecked, basically false. Okay, basically getting unchecked, basically false. So what we want, once the game is basically if the game is game active parameter is false, basically unchecked, so what we want to stop this enemy game object to attack on our player game object. Okay, we want to stop our enemy to attack on our player game object. So let's open up our patrol enemy script by double clicking on that. Okay, so let's double click that on to open that up, and let's go to update function. Before we do all of these things like attacking, as you can see, if in range, basically if the player is in range. Okay, or basically if we what we're gonna do, we're gonna do this thing. So we're gonna go to top of our update function. Before we do all of these things, like attacking on our player game object, as you can see, we just playing a random attack animation clip of our enemy game object. So before we do all of these things, we're gonna check if the game is really active or not. Okay, so we have to type if, and if in brackets we gonna pass a condition. So firstly we're gonna use this find object of type, and we need to make these brackets, and we want to find that game manager script. So let's pass into these arrows and make this first bracket. Okay, and we will check dot is game active parameter. So basically what we doing, and we will say, we will check if it's equals to false, and then we're gonna type return. Okay, so make some curly brackets, and we're gonna type return. And we do know after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute. So this line of code will be stop executing, so the animation will be stop playing of our enemy game object. So let me explain what I have done over here. So firstly we checking if find object of type game manager. Basically we just moving over to this game manager script, and then accessing this is game active parameter. Okay, and we checking if this parameter, so if we move there, so if we move to this petrol enemy, so we accessing that parameter, as you can see, is game active parameter. And if it's equals to false, okay, if it's equals to false, basically is game active parameter basically unchecked, means player loses all of his health. Then we setting this is game active parameter to false, and we checking right over here if this is game active parameter is false, equals to false. So in that situation we typing return, and we do know after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute. So the animation of attack of our enemy game object will be stop playing. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and let's check that out if it's working fine or not. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, hit this play button in the top. Okay, enemy will stop playing or moving, or enemy will stop moving or patrolling around the ground, because we typing return, and we do know after return, whatever line of code you write, it's not gonna be execute. So I'm gonna select this game manager. Firstly I'm gonna make the max health of player something like 10, a little bit small, and basically a less amount, so we can check directly. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done, let's see this. And let's take a time. Enemy is coming, and if we take one, then as you can see the health, and it just goes down, and it's just gets. Okay, as you can see, indeed a player died. Okay, but the problem is that enemy is still playing that attack animation clip. Okay, so if I move to petrol enemy and then move over to animator, so what we gonna do, we're gonna make a transition from attack 2 or 1 to this basically work. Okay, work animation clip. Or what else you can do, you can just leave it like that. Instead we will destroy our player game object right away. Okay, after destroying that, we want to reload our game. Okay, we want to reload our game, so let's do that. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. I'm gonna go to player script. Okay, and over there, after setting this is game active parameter to false, I'm gonna destroy the player game object right away. So to destroy, we do know we have to use this destroy function, and it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So we will pass this dot game object, basically it's referencing itself. So basically this, if we select this player, so player game object referencing itself there. Okay, this dot game object, basically that means, and comma as a second argument, you can specify the time, and after that amount of time, this game object itself will be destroyed. So I'm not gonna specify any time, I'm gonna leave it like that. So the game object, player game object will be destroyed right away, basically instantly. Okay, and make sure you close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once the player loses all of his health. Okay, this player game object gonna get destroy right after losing all of his health. Okay, so let's check that out. So let's hit this play button and let's check it over here. By default we have given max health 10 unit. As you can see, if our petrol enemy game object attack on us 10 times, we should able to see player game object gonna get destroy. Okay, so 8, then 7, 6, 5. I'm really sorry for that. Someone just doing thing. Okay, as you can see, indeed our player game object get destroyed. And what we want to reload this game scene. Okay, we want to reload this game scene. Before we do that, we also need to do one thing, which is collectable items. Okay, we need to collect some items and we need to duplicate this enemy game object to make the level a little more cool and little more enjoyable. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it, or to keep track of if the game is really active or not. And make sure you also make this game manager a prefab. So select the game manager's game object and go over to prefab folder. Okay, and select that and drag it right there. Now we turn it into a prefab, basically means copy. If I delete from the hierarchy or scene view, we can directly drag it from that folder, okay, to the hierarchy or the scene view. We will have the save option. So that is the cool thing. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select all of the script. Okay, if we move to script folder, so okay, so it organize, we already organize it. Okay, so if you don't have a script folder, just right click on assets, then create and folder, and name the folder what you want, basically script, and select all of the script and drag it there. Okay, and make sure you just save it. Go over to top left file, okay, and click on save, or hit Control S. It will save whatever you have done to your Unity project. So I'm gonna press down Control S to save what I have done so far. Okay, so I have sprite over here. Okay, so I'm gonna select that. I will have a link in the description of this coin sprite. You can go and check that out. Okay, so let's select that from that folder and then click on this sprite editor in the inspector. And as you can see, we have multiple sprite, so that's why we're gonna choose sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit to, let's choose something like 16. Okay, as 16. And then if you take a closer look, you're gonna see it seems blurry, so we're gonna choose filter mode to point of filter to get rid of blurry, okay, blurry thing. And after doing all of these things, click on this apply in the bottom, and we need to now slice it up individually. To slice it in the top left, you can find slice, leave it to automatic, or what else you can do, you can click on that and click on grid by cell count. Okay, and count how many columns it has. It has one row, and you can count how many columns it has. Or what else we can do, we can just click on this and we're gonna leave it to automatic, and good, by doing that, click on this slice. Okay, and then click on this apply button, so it will apply it all. So once it's done, so I'm gonna cut this sprite editor tab, and let's click on this arrow right over here, and let's select any of them and drag it to scene view or hierarchy. Okay, so I'm gonna drag this coin in top of my hierarchy, so I'm gonna see that. Okay, and what we gonna do, let's rename this coin 1616 into something like coin child, because I want to create a empty game object, and I'm gonna make that parent of this, basically I'm gonna make this one child of that game object. Okay, to make the animation, so as you can see, we have spinning animation, basically spinning sprite of this coin. And we also want to make a collected animation clip. Let me show that you. So if I select this move tool, once the player collect this coin gonna go up, and it will go up, and then it will fade out. So that's the thing. So that's why we need to create an game object, okay, to make the animation, or else the animation will be globally, and it will be kind of seems gonna something like weird behavior. Okay, so that's the thing. So I'm gonna make this so let's firstly rename this to something like coin child. Okay, a coin child. So and now let's create an empty game object. So hit this plus icon or right click on hierarchy. So I'm gonna hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object and let's call this game object something like coin. Okay, and we'll go to transform, right click on the transform and reset it. Okay, and you can select an icon for that. So I'm going to select an icon something like this yellow, and I'm going to drag it something right over here. Okay, and let's select this coin and drag it top of hierarchy so we can see it. And now let's select this coin child one and just place it top of this coin one. Basically now this coin child is a child of this coin game object. Okay, and let's select this coin child, go over to transform and right click and reset the transform. So it will reset the position at the position of coin. Okay, now if I select this coin, I can drag it anywhere I want, so the coin child also going with it, as you can see. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So now what's we gonna do, we're gonna add some component. Firstly, the obvious one, we're gonna attach a rigid body, okay, for gravity, and we're gonna set the gravity scale to 0, or we will set it to kinematic, so it will not fall down due to our gravity. And the second thing, we will add a collider for collision detection. If the player collides with this coin, then this coin should be collected. Okay, so let's do that. So let's select this coin, the parent one, not the child one. Okay, select the parent one, go over to inspector, click on add component, and let's find right by typing firstly rigid body, and let's make the gravity scale to 0, so it will not fall down due to our gravity. And the second thing, we're gonna choose collision detection to continuous. Okay, so it will continuously detect any collision. And let's add up another component, which is collider. Okay, something like box collider for collision detection. So let's click on this add component and let's find over there box collider 2D, and let's edit the collider. So click on it, click on edit collider and edit the collider as the size of our coin. Okay, so let's edit that up something like this. And make sure you just click on this is trigger, and once it's done, we are ready to now make our animation clip, which will be the spinning one and other one will be the collected one. Okay, and make sure you just check this one is trigger. Okay, make sure that you do that. Okay, and now select the child one. Okay, coin child, not the parent one. Now we're gonna make the animation in the child one, so to separate all of the logic and make it basically animation in the way it should be, or else it will be weird. So that's why we're not gonna select the parent one, instead we will choose the child one, and we are ready to now make our animation. Okay, to make the animation, I'm gonna select this animation tab and let's move it something right over here, and select the coin child, click on this create button, and let's go over to assets. And assets, we created this animation folder, as you can see. So let's open that up by double clicking, and let's create this folder, our coin animation. Okay, so right click, then new folder, and let's call this something like coin animation. Okay, coin animation, and let's open that up subfolder by double clicking on it, and let's name the animation. Okay, let's name the animation. So we're gonna create two animation. The first one will be obvious one, which is the spinning. So let's call this one coin spin. Okay, coin spin or coin spinning, something like that, and click on save. And what we need to do now, we need to hit this record button and make sure you select the coin child and then click on this record button. Okay, to record our animation, and let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift. Okay, each of them, and drag it, basically move it over to animation tab and hit this play button to play your animation. As you can see, our animation is little bit fast, so we're gonna make it little bit slow. So select like this and let's move it over to something like 50 or 1 minute. Okay, and now if we hit this play button, as you can see, indeed coin our spinning. I'm gonna move it over to something like 50 to make it more fast. So as you can see, it's I guess it's fine. And once you done, click on this record button to capture your animation. Now we done with our spinning one, and let's create the collected one now. Okay, so select the coin shell and click right over here in animation tab, and let's click on this create a new clip. Okay, and let's name this something like coin collected. Okay, or coin fate, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna call it something like coin collected. Okay, and click on save, and make sure you hit this record button to record your animation. And we're gonna move over to something like 1 minute. Okay, sorry, 1 second. And let's select this coin. Okay, child one, not the parent one. Make sure that select the child one and move it over in the y-axis, something like this. And then we're gonna move over to sprite renderer and click on this color field, and let's and make this a channel to a totally 0, so it will fade out. Okay, so now if we hit this play button of animation, as you can see, indeed our coin is going up, and over time it just fading out. Okay, so that's the cool thing. And once you done, click on this record button, and now we have created both of those animations. So I'm gonna select this animation tab, and let's move it over to down. Okay, and if we select this animator tab, as you can see, coin and coin spin animation by default it's gonna play. Okay, so now if we hit this play button in the top, the coin spinning animation will be played right after the game start, because it will gonna play it by default. But once we collect this coin, we should play this coin collected animation instead of this coin spinning. Okay, as you can see, indeed is coin spinning animation is just playing over again and again. Okay, so we also need to make this coin collect animation clip. Okay, so basically we need to move over to this coin spin to coin collect. Once this player collide with this collect coin, basically other player collect this coin, then it should play coin collected animation clip. Okay, basically we need to make transition from this coin spin to coin collect. Okay, so right click on in coin spin and make transition to coin collected, and let's hit this arrow, and let's move over to inspector. So we're gonna untick this has exit time. As soon as player collect this coin should play that fade going up and fade animation clip. Okay, the collected one. And we're gonna choose transition duration to 0, and after doing that, in the bottom section we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to basically want to play this coin collect. So we're gonna set a some certain parameter. Okay, so in order to set, in the left side we can see parameter. So hit this plus icon and choose this trigger one, the bottom one, and let's call this one something like collected. Okay, collected. And then we're gonna choose this condition. So let's select this arrow and go over to condition and hit this plus icon. So if we trigger this parameter, then this coin collected animation will be played right away. Okay, so if we hit this play button in the top now and try to trigger this collected parameter, okay, manually, and we're gonna see this coin collect at animation will be played over again and again. Okay, so let me show that to you. So now if we trigger this, as you can see, coin spinning is playing. Now if I trigger this coin collected, as you can see, indeed our coin collected animation is playing. It's going up and fading out. Okay, but it's doing over again and again, basically looping. So we don't want to loop this animation clip. We want only this coin spinning loop, so it will play over time, but this coin collect animation should play just one time. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to project tab, then assets. In animation folder we gonna move over, and in there we created a subfolder coin animation, as you can see, and there we have both of those animation. Firstly, the obvious one, this one, coin spinning. So we're gonna go over to inspector, and then we're gonna leave this loop time as it is. Okay, so the coin will spin forever. And if we select this coin collected, we're gonna uncheck this loop time in inspector. We don't wanna loop our coin collected animation clip. Okay, so that's why, so we're gonna untick this. Okay, so now it's fine. And make sure And what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this coin as a coin tag, okay, to collide with this thing. Okay, so before we do that, we're gonna make it prefab. So let's select this coin and let's move it, select this from hierarchy and just move it over to prefab folder. Now it's turned blue, okay, basically means prefab. And what we gonna do now, I'm gonna move it something right over here. Okay, I'm gonna clear the console and we need to open up the script. So let's open up our player script, and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. Okay, for collision, or basically if we trigger with this coin, then this coin should be collected. Okay, so we have to use another function for that, and that is a unity inbuilt function, and it's called some on trigger enter. Okay, and that function get called when we trigger with something. So if we trigger with this coin, so that function's gonna trigger out. Okay, so let's go to script now and let's go to bottom before die. Okay, before die function we're gonna do it. So we have to type this on trigger enter 2D. Okay, on trigger enter 2D, and make sure you just typing right over here as I did. Okay, and you can remove this private. Okay, and remove this private. So by default it's gonna assign with private. Okay, and over here as you can see, and this function get call or get trigger when we trigger with something. So and we do know, we selected this coin. If we select this coin and move over to box collider, we just check this is triggered to true. Okay, so if the player game object gonna trigger or collide with this coin game object, this function right over here gonna trigger. Okay, gonna trigger or gonna call out, and it's gonna call out automatically. We don't need to call it. Okay, and we can extract info what we collided with by going to this collision. Okay, so instead of collision I'm gonna name it something like other. Okay, other, you can name it whatever. Basically this is a variable, and we can extract info by going to this other something, example for name, tag, anything we can. Okay, so before we do that, let's print out a message what with we triggering. Okay, so we're gonna print out the name of that game object. For printing out, we do know we have to type debug, then dot log, and we're gonna go over to other, then transform, then dot game object, or you can say name. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. So we do know this function get trigger or get call when we trigger with something. And what we're doing, if we trigger with something, we going to that game object transform, basically accessing the transform component. Okay, and by that transform component we just accessing the name of the game object we trigger it with. Okay, so the name of the game object will be pop up in the console right after when we trigger with something, the player game object. So once it's done, control S to save your code and move to Unity. You're gonna able to save once we trigger with this coin game object. Okay, that game object name gonna pop up in the console says coin. Okay, so just wait for to compile and we're gonna check. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, hit this play button in the top and let's see what's really happening. So let's hit this play button in the top and see what's really happening. Okay, we should able to see this game object name will be print out in the console coin. Okay, so let's get that. So let's trigger. As you can see, indeed whenever we trigger with this coin, the name of that game object just getting print out in the console. As you can see coin. Okay, we name this coin as a coin name, and if we trigger with third time, then fourth time, the message just getting pop up whenever we colliding with. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this coin as a coin tag. To assign this coin as a coin tag, what we need to select the game object first, move over to inspector, and there you can see tag which says untag. So click on it and click on add tag in the bottom and hit this plus icon and name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna call it something like coin and click on save, and then head over to that game object one more time and assign that untag to coin, okay, as we name it. And make sure you click on this overrides and click on apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well, okay. So now we assign it this coin as a coin tag. So we're gonna move over to script now, and over here we're gonna check, okay, we will check if other, okay, other dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to coin, okay. So, and make some curly brackets. So basically what we doing right over here, so whatever we triggering with, we do know this function get call when we trigger with something, and right over here we checking whatever we triggering with, if that we going to that game object and accessing that tag of that game object, and we checking that tag if it's equals to coin tag, in quotation we have to type. So whatever we triggering with, if that game object have tag this coin, and we do know we assigned that coin as a coin tag, so definitely gonna trigger with that coin, okay. So what we need to do, we need to increase our coin, okay. So basically we're gonna make a variable, okay, variable which will keep track of how many coin we collected so far. So let's go to top of our class, okay, top of our class, and then we're gonna make a public, okay, public in, and let's call it something like current coin, okay, current coin. And by default I'm gonna give it 0. Basically once the game started, we gonna have 0 coin, okay. So that's why by default we have given a 0 value. And now let's go there, where we collecting, as you can see we collecting right over here. So basically triggering with that coin, so we need to increase our coin by 1 unit. So we're gonna go to current coin, okay, and we're gonna add top of it by 1. So plus equal 1 and close that up with semicolon, or you can type something like plus plus, it's also basically the same thing, we just adding 1, okay, when we triggering. So after doing that we also need to destroy that coin game object, okay. Before we do that, let's check that out. So control S whatever you have done, and let's move to Unity now. We should able to see once we trigger with this coin, our current coin gonna increase by 1, okay. So just wait for to compile, so just wait for to compile. And if we select our player game object, so as you can see current coin by default we have 0. And now oi chillao kom to, current coin, sorry, really sorry for that. So we have current coin 0, okay. Now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see once we trigger with this coin, okay, basically collect, we should able to see this current coin gonna increase by 1, okay. So let's see this. So let's, as you can see current coin becomes 1, okay. And now if we trigger with this coin for the second time, basically collide with this coin for the second time, we should able to see this current coin just gonna increase by 1, okay. So as you can see it's became 2, then 3, and the list just goes on. So after collecting this coin, what we have to do, we need to destroy this game object. But when once we basically when we collide with this coin, we need to play the coin, basically we need to play, once we collide with this coin, we need to play the collected animation which we created, okay. And we created in this game object, okay, in this game object, parent game object, not the sorry, child game object, not the parent one. If we select the parent child game object of this coin, we can see an animator component is added up. So by this animator component, we're gonna move over to animator, and we're gonna trigger this collected parameter. And we do know if we trigger this parameter, it will play this coin collected animation clip. But what so we're gonna trigger with this game object, and this game object has a child game object, as you can see. So basically we need to get access of child game object as well, okay. So we need to play the collected animation clip, okay, once we collect this coin. So the animator component is added up to child game object, not the parent one. So let's go to script right over here, okay. Once we collect the coin, so over here as you can see, once we trigger with the coin, we just increasing the current coin by 1. And then what we need to do, we need to play that collected a coin collected animation clip. Okay, so we're gonna go to other, okay, other dot game object, then dot transform, and we're gonna access the first child, and that dot get component. So we're gonna use this get component. Okay, sorry, dot game object. So we have done some mistake. Okay, other dot game object dot transform, transform, and we're gonna pass 0 dot get component. Okay, get component, and the component we're looking for is animator. So we're gonna go to animator, and then we're gonna trigger. Okay, dot set trigger. Sorry, I have done mistake right over this, not be transform. Basically it will have get child. Okay, get child, and we looking for the first child, and dot we're gonna get the component. Okay, get component, and into arrows we're gonna pass the animator. So let's pass animator, and then make first bracket, and then set trigger, and the trigger, and make sure you just name it as you did, which is collected, as you can see right over here. Make sure you spelling it correct. Okay, so let's, and in quotation we have to type, basically we triggering that parameter. So we're gonna pass collected. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Let me explain what I am doing over here. So basically whatever colliding with, we're going to that game object. Okay, basically we just moving over to this game object, this coin game object, and then we moving over to this transform component of this game object, and by this transform we getting the child. Okay, this is coin child. And this will be the first child. 0 basically means this one, referencing this one, or the first child. So this basically this game object, and by this game object we just moving over to this animator component. Okay, so as you can see, so firstly going to that transform, and then getting the child, and then we just getting the component which is animator. So basically we going to this animator now, and then we just triggering this collected parameter. Okay, as you can see, we just set trigger function we have to use to trigger that parameter, and in quotation we have to pass the parameter name. So basically we're doing this thing right over here. So once you done, control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So once we trigger with this coin, okay, that coin collected animation will be played. Firstly we just moving over to parent, and by parent transform we just getting the first child, basically the child game object, and we going to this child game object, then accessing the animator component, and then triggering this collected parameter. Okay, so now let's check that out. So I have, so let's hit this play button in the top, and once we trigger with this coin game object, we should able to see this coin collected animation clip will be played right away, will be played right away. So let's check that out. So as you can see, indeed that animation just played, but the problem is coin is still in the game view or the scene view. It's not deleted yet, as you can see right over here. So what we need to do, we need to destroy this game object as well after playing the whole animation clip of collected one. Okay, so that's the thing. So if we select this coin and select this coin child and move over to animation tab and select this coin collected, so after 1 second the animation is played completely, and after that amount of time we're gonna destroy this coin. Okay, not the child one, basically this whole coin game object. Okay, so for destroying we do know, so after playing that animation clip we're gonna use this destroy function. Okay, and destroy function as the first argument, it will take the game object we want to destroy. So in our case that coin game object, so we're gonna pass other dot game object. So basically other dot game object right over here, referencing the game object we trigger it with. So we trigger it with this coin game object. So other dot game object right over here, basically the coin game object, and comma as a second argument we can specify the time, and that amount of time, after that amount of time the coin game object will be destroyed. So 1 second, so we're gonna put 1F and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see after 1 second this coin game object will be destroyed right away. Okay, basically the coin game object will be destroyed after collecting it. So let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's collide with this basically trigger with this coin or collide with this coin, and that will happen right away, okay, after playing the coin collected animation clip. So let's do that. So let's collect this one. As you can see, coin gets destroyed from the hierarchy as well after playing the whole animation clip of collecting of it, okay. As you can see, we cannot able to see the coin game object in hierarchy as well as in our scene view. And if we select this player game object and move over to player script, as you can see, current coin is now 1. Basically we collected 1. So instead of showing this right over here, we need to show that into UI, okay. In basically a UI, so the player can see how many coin player collected so far, so a user can see who just playing the game, okay. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So let's go over to canvas for that, and if to focus on it, right click on this canvas and go to UI and select this image, okay. And we're gonna name this something like coin image, okay. So let's name it something like coin image. And then what we gonna do, we're gonna replace this white basically sprite, white sprite, with something coin. So let's go to project tab, then sprite, I have this coin, okay. Let's select any of them. So let's select this coin image, and I'm gonna select the first one, and let's drag it to source image. So basically move over to image component and drag the coin sprite right over here, okay. So as you can see, it turned immediately into a coin. So I'm gonna select this coin image and go over to rect transform and click right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top left one, and we're gonna move it a little bit down and little bit in right section, okay. And if we try to scale down our screen, as you can see, the coin just resizing itself according to screen size, and it just staying in the top left corner all the time in the left section, okay. If I try to scale down and up, as you can see, indeed it just resizing itself, okay. And we're gonna create a text element to see how many coin we collected so far, okay. So let's select this health, and let's duplicate this, basically this text. So control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move it something over here, okay. And let's go to text and then alignment, and I'm gonna choose both of this center, and let's select this tool, okay, rect tool, and I'm gonna move it something right over here, okay. And I'm gonna leave it to 0, and let's call this something like coin text, okay. So let's go to top, and let's call it something like coin text, okay, coin text. And so what we need a reference of this text element of this coin text. So we can set this value to 1, then 2, then 3, basically how many coin we have collected so far. So we just need to update it right over here. So basically we need a reference of this text, so then we can set up, basically we're gonna link up to with our current coin. So let's set it to 0 by default, and let's open up our script, okay, player script, where we collecting our coin. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and let's go to top of our class, and make sure you include this namespace on your script, which is using Unity engine.ui. It will allow us to get that text element, because that text is a UI element, so that's why. So let's go to over here, and we're gonna create a, let's create a public, okay, sorry, public, and let's that will be text, okay. Sorry, I just spell it wrong. So this will be public text, okay. And let's call it something like coin text, coin text, okay, coin text, and close that up with semicolon. Control X to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see and field will appear coin text underneath our player script. So what we have to do, we need to drag this coin text right there, so we will have the link, so we can link up with our current coin. Okay, so as you can see coin text and it says none, basically empty. So let's select this coin text and drag it right there. Okay, now we have reference of this text, okay, this current coin text. Now we can change this value. So let's go to script now, and we're gonna move to update function. Okay, because update function runs every single frame, so we will keep track of how many coins we have collected so far. Okay, we need to keep track every single frame, so that's why. So we're gonna go to coin text. Okay, coin text dot text, and we will set equal to current coin. Okay, current coin, and close that up with semicolon. So basically what we doing right over here, we just moving over to coin text, then accessing the text dot text, and equal to we setting current coin. So current coin we have 0. Basically what we doing, let me explain. So we just go moving over to this coin text and then accessing this text. Okay, and we setting this text equal to our current coin, and current coin in the start of the game is 0. So this coin text dot text right over here will be 0 because we directly setting it, as you can see. And this is an integer value and this is a string value, so we need to convert this current coin integer value to a string. So in order to convert, we just have to type dot to string function and make first bracket and make sure that, and control s to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that once we collect this current coin, sorry, this coin, this current coin text, this coin text will be 1 because this one right over here will be 1. So the coin text dot text right over here will be 1 because we directly setting it. Okay, so let's check that out. So I'm gonna select the player game object and if to focus on it. Okay, and now let's hit this play button in the top and let's collect the first coin. We should able to see that will be update in UI as well. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's collect this coin. Okay, as you can see, indeed current coin basically becomes 1. So that's why this text right over here became 1 because we directly setting it. As you can see, coin text dot text equal to current coin. Okay, right over here. So I hope you get the idea how you can link up. Okay, and we can duplicate this. So I'm gonna select this coin and gonna duplicate multiple time to show you how it's working. So let's select this coin and control D to duplicate, and let's select this move tool right over here and let's move it over to something right over here. Let's duplicate couple of time, and we're gonna check that. Now we have 4 coin in our scene view or in the game, and let's now hit this play button in the top and let's collect all of them. So we should able to see this current coin text, or basically this coin text will be 4 once we collect all of them. So let's collect the first one. As you, okay, so what we want, once we are over here, we just want our game to be win. Okay, just one victory. Okay, to do so, let's drag a game object right over here, something like flag or something else. Okay, I don't have flag, so I'm gonna use any sprite. Okay, so I'm gonna go to hero opponents, and you can choose, it's totally up to you what you want. Okay, it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna go to, I can't find any, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna instead of creating an game object, basically I'm gonna create a game object and I will add a collider, and if the player collide with that, the game should be win. Basically we just want to reload a level 1 scene. It's totally up to you what you want. Okay, so I'm gonna go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object and let's call this game object something like a victory point. Okay, victory point. And let's select an icon for that. So let's go over to inspector, click right over here, let's select this one. Okay, as you can see, let's select this move tool. I'm gonna drag it right over here, and I'm gonna add a collider. I'm gonna drag this victory point top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time, and let's add a collider for collision detection. So let's select that, go to inspector, click on add component, and find over there something like web box collider or any collider you like. So and then click on edit collider and edit the collider something like this. Okay, I'm gonna drag this up somewhere around here, and once you done, click on this, make sure you click on this is trigger, and we're gonna assign this victory point something like a victory point tag. Okay, in order to assign this, so let's select this game object, go over to inspector, click on untag and click on add tag. Okay, and hit this plus icon, and let's call this something like victory point. Okay, victory point, and click on save, then select this game object one more time and go over to which says untag and assign that tag as a victory point tag. Now we assigned this game object or this invisible box collider as a victory point. So I'm gonna open up the player script. So let's select the player, F2 focus on it, and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, and for that we're gonna use this function, as you can see on trigger into 2D function, and we do know this function get called when we trigger with something. Okay, and if we trigger with this victory point, okay, somewhere right over here we have, if we trigger with that, so what we want our game to be victory. Basically we want victory, or you can load up level 1 something like that. For now let's check that if it's really working fine or not. Okay, so let's go to script, and over here we're gonna check if, okay, if other dot game object dot tag. Okay, and we will check if the tag is equals to something like victory point, victory point, and make some curly brackets. Okay, so basically we checking right over here whatever we trigger it with. Okay, and we do know this function get called when we trigger with something, and we checking whatever we trigger it with, we going to that game object and accessing the tag and checking if that tag is equals to victory point. So we definitely gonna trigger with this victory point, and we checking if this game object has tag victory point, which obviously have a victory point tag to this game object. So we're gonna collide with that. So what we want to load up next level or something like that. For now I'm gonna print out a message in the console something like win or victory, something like that. So for printing out, let's type debug.log, and in quotation we're gonna say something like victory, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to save when we trigger with this victory point. Okay, the message gonna pop up in the console says victory. Okay, so let's check that out. Hit just Control S on your keyboard to save your code, and go to Unity. Just move over to Unity, select the console in the bottom and hit this play button. So let's select this console in the bottom and let's hit this play button, and let's trigger with this victory point game object. So we should able to see this message just gonna pop up because we're gonna trigger with that game object, and we're checking if that game object has the victory point, and we obviously know that this game object has tag victory point. So we're gonna definitely, so that's message gonna pop up. Okay, so let's do this. So let's do that. I'm not gonna kill this enemy, let's leave it right over there, and let's trigger with this victory point. Okay, so we have, and we can jump, and we should able to see. Okay, we did some mistake. Okay, we did some mistake. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my player game object, and I'm gonna move it something directly over here. So to save the time, okay, I'm I'm gonna drag it somewhere over here. So what we also need to add a rigid body to this game object, basically to this victory point. Okay, so select that victory point game object and make sure okay, so we assign it wrong. As you can see, it's victory, so I really apologize for that. I really apologize. Okay, so click on add tag and let's name the tag. So this one, so I'm gonna remove this, so hit this minus icon and click on OK. Okay, or hit this plus icon. Let's call this, make sure you just spell it correctly. Okay, victory point, and then click on save, and then go to that game object one more time and assign that tag with victory point, and make sure you just spelling it correctly. Okay, so now if we hit this play button in the top and trigger with this game object, okay, the message gonna pop up in the console says victory. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and if we trigger with this, we should able to see, as you can see indeed. Okay, you can take a look right over here. This is our green line, basically the box collider, and if we get out of there and then trigger with this box collider, basically collide with this, as you can see, the message indeed getting pop up one more time, as much as we can. Okay, so that is the thing. So I hope you get the idea. So instead of printing out message, I just want to load up something like level 1 or something. It's totally up to you. You can create a victory menu. Okay, it's totally up to you what you want. For now, I'm gonna just do a level something like level 2. So I'm gonna go to project tab, then move over to scenes, right click on scenes, then create and name the scene. So this is, select this scene and name the scene what you want. I'm gonna call something like level 2. Okay, so this is our level 1, so that's why I'm just naming it level 2 and click on just hit enter. Okay, so we need to load this up. So let's create a script for that, which will just which will handle which scene or which level to load up. Okay, so in order to do that, so let's go to script project tab first, then assets, and in right click on script folder. Okay, then go to create and then C# script and name the script what you want, and let's and you can attach that script to any game object in hierarchy. I already have created right over here, I have. So I'm gonna create a another game object for this scene management. Okay, so before we do that, I'm gonna clear the console. As you can see, it's loaded up with game object. So I'm gonna go to hierarchy, hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and let's call this game object something like coin holder. Okay, coin holder, and let's go to transform and reset the transform, and let's select an icon for that, and I'm going to drag this coin holder game object top of my hierarchy, and let's select all of the coin by holding down shift and move it over to coin holder, basically make child. Now we can collapse it at once. As you can see, now it's lot more cleaner. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can make, basically create game object and just place it, basically make a child, so and you can collapse it one. Okay, to make your hierarchy little more cleaner. Okay, so now let's create a game object for this scene management. So let's go to hierarchy, hit this plus icon or right click, then create an empty game object, and let's call this game object to scene management. Okay, sorry, scene management, and go to hierarchy, right click and reset the transform, and I'm gonna drag this scene management and top of my hierarchy, and let's select this scene management script and drag it to add component section. Or what else you can do, click on this add component, new script, and name the script what you want, something like name it scene management. Just make it a little bit approachable. Okay, so I already have then create an ad, so I already have created that script, so I'm gonna select that and drag it to add component section, basically attach that. Okay, and now double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we're gonna remove this start and update function. Okay, update function, we don't need it. Instead what we're gonna do, also let's remove these two namespaces in the top. Okay, instead we're gonna use a scene manager function. Okay, so let's make a function for that. Okay, and we're gonna make it public because I want to call this function from this player script, so that's why I'm making this one public. Okay, and for function we have to type void, and I'm gonna call this function something like load level. Okay, it's totally up to you what you want, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so in order to load any scene or to go into another level, we have to use this scene manager. Before we use, we need to make sure we include our namespace call using unity, basically using. Okay, sorry, I'm really sorry, so I'm gonna do it right over here. So using unity engine, make sure you just include this unity engine dot scene management. Okay, so make sure you just include this namespaces, namespace, or else you gonna not able to access that function. Okay, make sure you just include this namespace using unity engine dot scene management, and this namespace will allow us to use that function, and the function is scene manager. Okay, scene manager dot load scene. Okay, so you have to use this function scene manager dot load scene, and you have to pass the name of the scene. So we in our case this level 2. So if we move to project, then assets, then scenes, the name of the scene is level 2. So if we go to that level 2, click on save. Okay, whatever you have done with your sample scene, just click on save, so it will be saved. And if we move to level 2, as we can see, we don't sorry, I just spell it wrong as well, so we just have to rename this. So right click and rename, and let's call this one level 2. Okay, and click on hit enter to save it. So in level 2 we don't have anything like that, so you can make uh, any level. It's totally up to you what you want. For now this I'm just making, so I'm gonna move to sample scene one more time by double clicking on it. Okay, so this is our sample scene, or you can call it something like level 1. Just right click and rename. I'm gonna leave it with sample scene. Okay, so we have to pass the name of the scene, which is level 2, as you can see, level 2. Okay, and if we're gonna move over to sample scene, and make sure what you need to do, you need to go over to file in the top left. Okay, then build setting, and the shortcut key for it's control shift plus B, so click on that. Okay, and you need to drag the scene right over here. So as you can see, we have the sample scene, or you can call it something like level 1, but we don't have level 2 right over here. So what we need to select this level 2 scene, or the level 2 scene, and we need to drag it right over here since in build. Make sure you just include that, or else you're not gonna able to see. So the scene name is level 2, as you can see, and also you can find the build index in the top right, which is 1, and the sample scene or the level 1 build index is 0. Okay, and level 2 build index is 1, or the name of the scene is level 2. So right there, so I'm gonna cut and make sure you just drag it. Okay, so if we move to script, right over here in quotation we have to pass the scene name, which is level 2, or else what you can do, you can pass the build index. Okay, you can remove quotation and you can pass the build index, which is 1. Okay, so I'm gonna pass the name of the scene, which is level 2. Okay, so in quotation we have to do it, the name of the scene, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. Okay, so this level 2 scene will be loaded once we collide with, basically trigger with that victory point, but we need to call this function, and this function will load up this level 2 scene, as you can see, but we never calling it anywhere. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this player game object. We do know, okay, in player game object we just taking, if we collide with this victory point or trigger with this, then we just printing out message. So instead of printing out message, what we will do, we will call this load level function. And what load level function is doing, it's just loading up the low level 2 scene, as you can see. So let's go to clear script now, and over here, so instead of printing out message victory, we're gonna just call that function. So we have to type this find object of type, okay, and into arrows we have to pass the script name. So the script is our scene management, okay, scene management, and make first bracket, and in there we created that function we do know, that is load level. So dot let's call that function which is load level, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. So find object of type, the object is scene management. Basically we just moving over to this scene management script, okay, or class, and then accessing this function, basically calling it load level. And what this function is doing, it just loading up level 2, okay. So that is the thing. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code on both of those script, okay, to save it. And now let's move to Unity. So once we trigger with this victory point, we should able to see this level 2 will be loaded up, okay. So that just wait for to compile and you will see, okay. So just wait for to compile. Now if we hit this play button, we should able to see the message just gonna pop, sorry, not message, basically we just gonna move over to level 2, okay. So let's go, and if we trigger with this victory point, as you can see, indeed level 2 just loaded up, okay. So I'm gonna write a text something right over here. We're gonna place a text level 2 something like that to make it a little more sense, okay. So let's do that. So let's go to level 2 by double clicking on it, and let's go to hierarchy, right click hierarchy, go to UI and select this canvas, okay. And if to focus on it, and let's move over to inspector and canvas scaler. It says UI scale mode to constant with pixel size, so we will select scale with screen size and put in the X something like 1920, and in the Y 1080, okay. And now what we're gonna do, right click on this canvas, then go to UI and legacy, okay. And let's choose this text and let's scale this text. So let's select this rect tool right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center, as you can see, okay. And then move over to inspector, and I'm gonna make the font size something like 100 so we can see. And let's choose color something like white or something like that, okay, to able to see that text, okay. And choose font style to bold, and choose alignment to both of the centers. So click right over here, and let's call it, instead of new text something, let's call it level 2, okay, level 2. And I'm gonna change the color of the main camera. So let's go to main camera, and then camera and background, I'm gonna choose something dark blue or black, something like this, okay. So now it's fine, and once it finds, let's move to sample scene now. So double clicking on it and click on save. Whatever you have done to your level 2, it will be saved. So click on save, and then let's move over to our sample scene or the level 1. So let's hit this play button one more time. So I'm gonna select this victory point, and if to focus on it, so let's hit this play button in the top one more time, and let's collide with this victory point. So we just gonna load up our level 2 right away, okay. So let's hope that will work fine. And as you can see, indeed level 2 just loaded up. So I hope you get the idea how you can just transition between levels and scenes, level or scenes, okay. It's pretty cool thing to do. So one thing we have left to do is that we need to make our level, so it will be difficult, okay, something like that. So let's do that. We need to do it like this, move tool right over here. I'm going to drag it in the start of the level, something right over here, okay. And I think it's fine now. And what I'm gonna do, let's select this enemy, okay, petrol enemy. So let's select this, and let's duplicate. So control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around over here. Okay, and also let's select all of this coin. Okay, so I'm gonna go to coin holder. Let's click right over here, select all of them by holding down shift, control D for duplicate, and let's move it over somewhere around here. Let's duplicate one more time for control D. Okay, and let's move it over here one more. Let's move it down little bit, and control D one more time to duplicate. Okay, and let's move it here. Here I guess it's fine now. Okay, so we have many coins right now, and let's select this petrol enemy one more time, and let's control D to duplicate. Okay, control D to duplicate. I'm gonna move it somewhere around here one more time, control D to duplicate, and let's move it here. Okay, and let's I'm gonna go to project tab, prefabs, and I'm gonna select the coin. Okay, this coin I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and let's select one more time, and let's drag it right here. Okay, to make it more cool, and we have victory point. And this and what we can do, let's select this both of this coin by holding down shift, and let's move it over to coin holder. Okay, and then click right over here to collapse it at once, so that will be clean. And let's also make a game object, something like petrol enemy holder, and we will drag all of this game object right there, and we can collapse it one. Okay, to make our hierarchy a cool basically cleaner. Okay, lot more cleaner. So let's hit this plus icon, create empty game object. Let's call it something like enemy holder. Okay, enemy holder, and go to transform, right click on the transform and reset the transform, and you can select an icon for that. And I'm gonna drag enemy holder top of my hierarchy, and let's select all of this enemy by holding down shift, and just move it or place it top of this enemy holder, basically make child. And now we can collapse it on one at once. So click right over here to collapse it at once. Okay, so now our hierarchy is lot more cleaner. Control S to save your whatever changes you have done so far, control S to do this. Okay, and the thing is that if we hit this play button and just lose our all of our health, we will be destroyed. Okay, right away. We also need to make game over, something like that, but I'm gonna talk about a little. Okay, so let's say this, and we can collect, and also for audio. So if we take 10 times damage, we're gonna lose all of our health. Okay, so just wait for to see. As you can see, our player game object get destroyed. So what we want a game over screen, something like that, but I'm gonna not do that over here. Okay, I will have a video in the description how you can create menu scene, and by that logic also you can create a game over. Okay, also audio something we have missing. I will also gonna have a video in the description about audio in Unity. You can go and check that out. Okay, and lastly, thanks for watching this video. This video was is so much, you can say this is the longest video, okay, I have ever made. I have already multiple videos which are already cross 4 hours. Okay, this one is also, I guess, gonna be 4 hour. Okay, I'm just assuming. And lastly, thanks for watching this video. Okay, goodbye.